Chapter 329. Soren followed the iron golem to a room on the other floor of the wizard tower. This room had a special doorknob, and it seemed to be a private place. It seemed to have been set up with a magic barrier. The iron golem didn't enter the room. Instead, it took out something that looked like a ruby crystal from its palm and gently tapped on the rune on the door. A faint red light appeared, and the sound of a magic lock being opened came from behind the door. Then, everything inside appeared in front of Soren. It was a spacious bathroom, but it was definitely not a simple bathroom. Soren smelled a very special fragrance as soon as he entered. It smelled a little like Gloria's fragrance, but it was more like sandalwood. Soren walked in and saw a lit incense burner. It was an incense burner with a carved base inlaid with agate jade and runes engraved with golden threads. The simple magic circle allowed the incense from the east to burn slowly, and at the same time spread the calming scent throughout the room. There was a bed on the opposite side of the room. There was something that looked like a square cushion on top of it, and there were many books beside it. There were also some delicate objects that Soren didn't quite understand. There was another door on the side. He could hear the faint sound of running water. Soren walked in and immediately saw a large bathtub. However, this wasn't the most important part. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a large magic circle under the bathtub. Soren couldn't identify this magic circle with his knowledge, but he could feel the elemental aura it contained. This bathtub was definitely not simple. The room in front of him should be Gloria's secret meditation room, because there were many tools that could help wizards enter the state of meditation. Splash, splash, splash. Soren reached his hand into the bathtub and immediately felt a surge of energy. It was the gathering of elemental energy, and it wasn't very explosive. On the contrary, it was very gentle. Elemental pool. Soren closed his eyes and tried to sense it. Unfortunately, his perception was too low, and it was difficult for him to find anything without extraordinary perception. However, Soren's experience told him that this pool was somehow connected to the elemental pool, which was the core of the wizard tower. It also reminded Soren of the pool of blue water in the sea temple. Almost every time he was cast on, he would wake up naked in that blue water. That was something similar to the elemental pool in the sea temple. Even the sea temple's holy water was continuously produced from it. However, Soren seemed to have bathed in it twice. Hopefully, the people who drank the holy water later on wouldn't mind this. Soren wasn't worried that Gloria would harm him, so he took off his clothes and entered the pool naked. A cool and refreshing aura seeped into his body. Soren heaved a sigh of relief, as if all his tiredness had been washed away. The power of the water element. Soren could feel that the water element in the pool had become much more active, and a faint magic aura appeared on the side wall of the pool, as if a special magic circle had been activated. This cool aura lasted for about 15 minutes, and then it began to turn into another, more agile force, which seeped into his body little by little along the pool water. The power of the wind element. Soren closed his eyes and felt the operation of the elemental pool. A special energy emerged, and then gradually seeped into his body. Water, fire, earth, and air. The power of the four elements emerged one by one. When Soren experienced the whole process, nearly an hour had passed. Then a data prompt appeared. You've received a special energy buff. You've experienced the basic baptism of the elemental pool. You've automatically mastered the ability, minor magic resistance. Your body has acquired the characteristics of a minor magic creature. Minor magic resistance, gifted ability. For some reason, your body has acquired the characteristics of a magic creature, which increases your magic resistance. When facing any magic, you'll gain an additional resistance bonus of 1. This resistance bonus can be used on a magic immunity test, and it can also be converted into a damage reduction effect when receiving a magic attack. This ability cannot be improved through conventional means. As your magic resistance increases, you'll gain a stronger resistance bonus. Soren stood up in surprise. He looked at his newly acquired ability and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Magic resistance. This was one of the most difficult talents to obtain. Unlike the resistance to cold, fire, poison, and so on, magic resistance was difficult to obtain through conventional means. Moreover, the ability to resist magic could increase the immunity, and when accumulated to a certain extent, it could directly immunize some low-level magic. Soren had seen legendary equipment that increased magic resistance before, but it was the first time he saw a way to directly increase a talent. It seemed that Gloria had just activated something extraordinary for him. Magic creature. In other words, it referred to a real, supernatural creature. The legendary monk's divine transcendence allowed him to be completely immune to any non-rare weapon attack, which meant that he had completely transformed into a magic creature. At the level of a legendary monk, he was basically completely out of the range of mortals. It seemed that the energy had been exhausted. The magic aura in the whole pool gradually dissipated. Soren stood up and took a look, then changed his clothes and walked out. Legendary wizards had mastered some methods to transform their bodies. The simplest method was to pay a price and use the wish spell to increase one's attributes, then use various kinds of energy to strengthen one's body. Living body strengthening was a very high-end part. Basically, only wizards in the Arcane Empire could do it. Currently, the experts in body strengthening were the liches. Ordinary liches could increase their physical and magic resistance to nearly 50%. If it was a demigod lich, then their resistance would be even stronger. After all, they were already dead creatures. Even if their bodies were destroyed, it didn't matter. At most, they could just create a new body. In contrast, the other wizards obviously didn't have it so easy. It seemed that Gloria had also studied the Arcane Empire. Soren walked out of the pool and then walked towards the room where he first started. Beside the corridor, there were many unactivated steel golems. Under normal circumstances, they were in a state of hibernation. They would only be activated when there was an emergency, because the energy pool of the wizard tower couldn't keep them running for a long time. The knowledge that all wizards dreamed of was the secrets of energy during the Arcane Empire. It was enough to keep the floating city running, and it was the key for the Arcanists to fight against the gods. Even a half-baked wizard like Soren knew that energy was the key to high-end combat power. Back in the room, when Soren opened the door, he paused for a moment, then walked towards the big bed as if nothing had happened. There was one more person in the room. Gloria was wearing snow-white pajamas. At the moment, she was reading a book with a soft pillow behind her back. Her white and slender thighs were crossed together. Through the gaps of her pajamas, one could see her white, jade-like skin. Her toes were round and smooth. In this era, there were very few women like her. Even her toes were like pearls. This required a very superior princess-like living environment. The Northern Witch was very calm about Soren's arrival. At least she looked very calm because she was steadily turning the pages of the book with her fingers. She didn't even look up at Soren. The pajamas were tied with a white belt, so there wasn't much scenery. However, one could see her full breasts stretching out the collar. As a tall northern woman, Gloria's breasts and buttocks were much fuller than other women. She also seemed to have just taken a bath. There was a very refreshing fragrance on her body, and her silky long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Soren naturally sat on the big bed. After taking a bath, he changed into a set of loose clothes. After sitting on the bed, he directly lay on his side next to Gloria. He reached out and took a big soft pillow and put it on his back as well. Gloria naturally knew that Soren was leaning over, but she was still reading a book and seemed to be very serious. Only her breathing was a little hurried when Soren leaned over. Soren looked at the woman in front of him, who was fatally attractive and seductive. He couldn't help but smile playfully. He didn't say anything. He just leaned close to Gloria and pretended to read something on the book. In fact, it was very profound magic knowledge. Soren was just a half-baked wizard, so he couldn't understand it. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't understand it. Soren's goal was to deliberately move closer to the woman in front of him so that she could feel his breath. His hot breath blew on her ear, and her delicate skin seemed to have tiny goosebumps. This process only lasted for a minute or two. After reading for a while, Soren seemed to feel dizzy, so he pretended to stretch his body. Then, he raised his arm and naturally put it through Gloria's back. The woman beside him trembled slightly, but she didn't reject him. Then, Soren's arm went from her back to Gloria's slender waist. This posture made her lean towards Soren's shoulder. She didn't say anything. She turned her head and glanced at Soren playfully. Then, she returned her gaze to the book. Gloria's expression was still calm, but her cheeks were a little red. "It's nothing." Soren opened his mouth. His voice sounded a little drowsy. He closed his eyes and said, "Continue reading your book. It's more comfortable to hug like this." His warm palm pressed against her belly button. Soren closed his eyes as if he was sleeping, but his fingertips were gently moving across Gloria's smooth belly. He could feel her body trembling slightly, so the playful smile on his face became more and more obvious. At the same time, he inadvertently drew a circle around her belly button. Phew! Gloria's breathing quickened, but her expression was still calm. She didn't even look at Soren. Her eyes were still on the thick book, but she seemed to be a little absent-minded. His fingertips moved up, little by little. It wasn't a sudden attack. Soren's finger moved along her belly button. He could feel her skin tighten slightly. Gloria could clearly feel his fingertips approaching her chest, so the moment they were about to touch, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, Soren stretched out his hand and grabbed a soft, supple lump. The silky texture was warm and smooth like jade. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't been so close to a woman for a long time. He held it with his hand and squeezed it. Soren knew that this wasn't a very comfortable technique for women, so he gently pinched a bit of red. His index finger and thumb moved slightly, and his pinky finger moved across the plump and delicate edge. There was a slight tremor. Soren's fingers left afterimages in a small area. In the next moment, Gloria's breathing was completely disrupted. Her delicate body that was half leaning in Soren's arms tensed up as if she had been electrocuted. The pages of her book fell apart. Soren's eyes were still closed. His action made Gloria relax a little, because it was easy to feel nervous when being stared at like this. So when Soren's fingers stopped, she quickly adjusted her breathing and flipped the book back to its original page. Then, she couldn't help but cross her legs and change her posture. It was a subconscious action, but it made Soren smile even more strange. "Come closer." Soren opened his eyes slightly. His hand was still holding the left breast. He casually said, "It's more convenient this way." With a little force, Gloria's delicate body leaned over and completely leaned into his arms. What was more convenient? In fact, both of them knew what was going to happen next. But this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, especially since it was their first time. Maybe if Soren used a simple and rough method, Gloria, who had completely accepted him in her heart, wouldn't resist, but Soren wouldn't do such a thing. From the beginning, Soren had the upper hand. It was as if he was progressing step by step. He was also observing, pleasing, and playing with her. His palms changed the plump and fair skin into various shapes. This process lasted for 3 minutes. Soren wasn't in a hurry to do anything. He was just controlling Gloria's body. At the beginning, she was nervous and trembling, but she slowly got used to his touch. This was the first time she was so close to a man. Soren could feel it from her body. When Gloria's body started to get used to Soren's touch, he began to move on to the next part. His fingers gently slid down along her flat stomach. Bit by bit, they went deeper and deeper. The loose straps of her pajamas had already been loosened. Half of Gloria's clothes were faintly discernible. She couldn't read at all. When she felt his fingers getting closer and closer to a certain spot, she subconsciously clamped her slender legs together. Then, she pressed the heavy book against Soren's palm. She was nervous. She had just relaxed, but now she was nervous again. Her skin couldn't help but tighten. It was at this moment Soren opened his eyes. Then, he suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. He threw the book down and leaned over to kiss Gloria's lips. Compared to the initial gentleness, Soren's kiss was a little rough. It was almost suffocating. Gloria's response was clumsy and slow. In fact, she could only hug Soren's neck and passively let him invade her. His hot breath and powerful aura didn't give her any room to resist. The kiss didn't stop. After the initial intense invasion, it gradually turned into gentle nibbling and licking. The tip of their tongues touched and intertwined. His breath was so close. Perhaps it wasn't as thrilling as an electric shock, but it made Gloria feel like she was in perfect harmony with him. Kissing was always the closest form of expression. It was even closer to each other's hearts than the last step. Then she started to feel a finger sliding down. But this time, she didn't reject it. She wasn't even that nervous anymore. Maybe it was because she was a little out of breath. The skin that his fingers touched was as smooth and delicate as always. This made Soren a little surprised, because he had already touched a place that was as oily and moist as honey, but he didn't touch any hair. Gloria clamped her legs together the moment he touched her, almost trapping Soren's hand between them. But it didn't matter. Soren's fingertips were wet and moist. Then, he ran his fingers along the delicate skin. He could feel Gloria suddenly tremble. She seemed to want to moan, but because he was kissing her lips, she could only make a faint nasal sound. Sauron appeared to be very gentle. His fingers moved at a small distance and occasionally trembled at an astonishing frequency. Gloria's whole body tensed up. In fact, from the moment Soren started, she was already in a state of pleasure that she had never felt before. Omnipotent hands. There were probably not many people in the world who had more dexterous fingers than Soren. She finally let out an uncontrollable moan. Gloria leaned on his chest and panted. Her beautiful face was already bright red. Her white forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her 5 fingers were clenched, her legs were trembling, her feet were arched, and even her calves were trembling a little. She had just experienced a feeling that she had never experienced before. This feeling was quite unfamiliar to her, but it was still intoxicating. It's just beginning. Soren withdrew his slippery fingers and smiled playfully. It seems like you're ready. There were no extra movements. A beautiful fusion of soul and flesh was unfolding. It was still early. She still had enough time to enjoy and experience this new and intoxicating feeling. P.S. 5,000 words chapter. I wrote for a whole day. I wanted to write a warm feeling. I don't know if I succeeded. P.S. Some parts of the plot need to be modified. Unable to fill in the word count. Can only paste some information. Sorry. Level 1 Magic Armor Blind Burning Hand Charm Human Ice Palm Colorful Ball Colorful Spray Fine Magic Pet Friendly Grease Identification Night Vision Larock Energy Absorption Magic Missile Protection Evil Protection Petrification Shadow Shield Lightning Claw Hypnosis Intimidation Level 2 Agana Spitfire Haze Deafness Detect Evil Detect Invisibility Ghoul Touch Glittering Powder Fear Invisibility Percussion Clear. Alignment Luck Melf Acid Arrow Mirror Shadow Law Command Lethargy Weakness Light. Resistance Fear Stinking Cloud Strength Sound Spider Web Level 3 Clairvoyance Detect Illusion Berserk Charm Dispel Magic Fireball Fire Arrow Spirit Armor Haste Immobilization Undead Immobilization 10 feet Invisibility Lightning Mayo Minor Meteor Small Spell Deflection Level 1 Summon Monster Undetectable Protection from Cold Damage Protection from Fire Damage Protection from Ranged Weapon Removal Spell. Skeleton Trap Slow Spell Penetration Vampires Touch Level 4 Confusion Infection Farsight. Emotional Helplessness Enchanted Weapon Poison Curse Fire Shield Blue Fire Shield Red Small Spell Nullification Barrier Ice Storm Advanced Invisibility Odalook Elastic Barrier Small Sequencing Level 2 Summon Monster Removal Curse Transform Others Transform Self Soul Armor Secret Word Spider Breeding Mage Ice Stone Skin Teleport Level 5 Corpse Manipulation Dispel Confusion Death Cloud Icicle Summon Secondary Wind Elemental Summon Secondary Earth Elemental Summon Secondary Fire Elemental Control Stun Immobilization Reduce Resistance Small Spell Reversal Level 3. Summon Monster Oracle Phantom Blade Protection Acid Damage Protection Electric Damage Protection Normal Weapon Protection Shadow Door Spell Nullification Spell Shield Sun Fire Level 6 Summon Scavenger Chain Lightning Summon Wind Elemental Summon Fire Elemental Summon Earth Elemental Accident Death Fog Death Disintegration Petrification Spell Nullification Barrier Advanced Haste Invisibility Spirit Mislead C through Magic Law Order Silence Magic Energy Damage Protection Magic Weapon Spell Deflection Dispel Petrification Summon Neon Mist Tansin Polymorph True Sight Summon Pterosaur Level 7. From here on out, it's a high-level battle. Summon Undead Creature Manipulation Delay Explosive Fireball Finger of Death Kelbin Whip of Protection Limited Wish Golden Bell Shield Mass Invisibility Duncan Sword Order Awe Prismatic Jet Projection Protect Elemental Damage Ruby Reversal Ray Spell Sequencing Confusion Barrier Summon Wind Jin Summon Fire Jin Summon Harkshaw Spell Reversal Level 8 Arbadaki Withering Spell Super Golden Bell Shield Burning Cloud Labyrinth C through Shield Order Blind Mimicry Spell Activate Summon Demon Death Seal Fear Seal Shock Seal Protect Energy Damage Level 9 Ultimate Golden Bell Shield Annihilation Demon Sword Chain Mishap Energy Drain Freedom Gate Between Worlds Imprisonment Meteor Burst Order Death Transformation Alien Spell Trap Spell Heavy Strike Time Stop Banshee Howl Chapter 330 P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, please search for Dread on WeChat and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. The morning sun shone down. Soren slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Maybe it was because he got a lot of satisfaction last night. Or maybe it was because he hadn't had such a good rest in a long time. So he slept until almost noon before he woke up. The tip of his nose was still surrounded by a faint fragrance, and his fingertips seemed to still have the soft and delicate touch of last night. However, Gloria's figure was no longer here, and even the traces of last night's madness had been cleaned up. For a high-grade northern witch, this was no more than a matter of lifting a finger. A set of new clothes was neatly stacked on the cabinet next to the bed. It was not the adventurer's outfit that Soren was used to, but the kind of simple, loose, and comfortable clothes. The style seemed to be something that the northern nobles liked, because the northern nobles' men and women's clothes were a little bit tight. Soren stood up naked, stretched his muscles a little, and then put on the rather casual clothes. At this time, he realized that he had been so tense in the past that he had never prepared clothes for himself except for the adventurer's outfit, combat outfit. Yes, all of Soren's clothes were designed for combat, and he would never consider this kind of clothes that were a little tight. Basically, all the clothes he prepared were like the kind of training clothes that could be opened and closed. But in fact, the clothes that people usually were a little similar to the clothes that we are wearing now. There's a danger that a roundhouse kick will turn into an open pants. If it was in the past, Soren would probably not wear such clothes because he had to be ready for battle at any time. However, this was obviously prepared for him by Gloria, so he still put on. Besides, this was Gloria's wizard tower. There was a sound in the room. Immediately, there was a dull sound of footsteps, and a clay golem came in with a breakfast box. It bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency, this is what the master prepared for you. She is now in the lab, and the master said that you can go to her when you wake up." The clay golem consumed less energy. There were low-level golems that were always in the wizard tower. Basically, they were in a state of operation all day long. Usually, these golems were also responsible for cleaning the wizard tower. Many of them were injected with a higher level of intelligence. After receiving Soren's nod, the clay golem carried the breakfast box over like a servant and placed it firmly on the table. It weighed about 600 pounds and was much taller than an adult. It was suitable for a lot of heavy work. Breakfast was simple. Since this was the wizard tower, the food was very similar to the wizard style. Most wizards liked to drink morning tea. The tea bricks from the east were ground and finally made into something similar to milk tea. Soren didn't really like the taste, but he didn't reject it either. He ate a few pieces of bacon, a large piece of white bread, and finally drank the milk tea. In terms of food, other than the halflings, there is no other race in the world that can compete with the foodies of my great China. Soren quickly went to the lab. Gloria seemed to have released his authority in the wizard tower, because Soren could actually give simple orders to the puppet golems, such as leading the way and opening a room. In fact, the women who had power in this world were very strong. Soren never expected the other party to become obedient because of their closer relationship. He was a man who rose from the Underdark. In the Underdark, the drows could cut a man who had just been glued to each other into pieces of meat in the blink of an eye for their own interests. It was conceivable that a man who had stayed in the Underdark would not be too naive about the thoughts of any woman. Lab, when Soren came in, Gloria already knew. However, she didn't turn around to look at him. Instead, she focused on a small piece of silver-white metal in front of her. Gloria was wearing a pair of special black-rimmed, gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, the crystal lenses were faintly glowing. There were many tightly packed instrument parts around her, and there were also test tubes filled with an unknown liquid. At this moment, she was no longer as gentle and charming as she was last night. This was because she was wearing a thick wizard robe with many dense defensive runes. In case of any accident, the spells on the robe would collectively trigger and protect her from all kinds of unexpected situations. No experiment conducted by an adept was absolutely safe. It could be said that alchemy skills were improved little by little in an explosion. If a wizard didn't pay attention to protecting himself, he could easily die in his own experiments. "You're awake?" When Soren's footsteps approached, Gloria gently moved her finger and used the wizard's hand to put down the silver-white metal. Then she slowly took off her black-rimmed glasses and turned to look at Soren with a gentle smile. "You slept like a child last night. When I woke up, I saw that you were sleeping very soundly, so I didn't wake you up." Soren looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Even though she was wearing a thick wizard robe, it still couldn't cover her exquisite body. He stretched out his arms and hugged Gloria in front of him. She didn't dodge at all. Instead, she very docilely leaned into his arms like a kitten and changed into a more comfortable position. A warm hug. Soren could smell the fragrance of her hair from the tip of his nose. His always sharp eyes seemed to have softened a lot at this moment. He slowly said, "Yes, I slept very soundly last night. But I didn't think that you would be able to recover so quickly after that." Hearing this, Gloria's charming face blushed. She lightly punched him and raised her head. She didn't want to admit defeat and said, "It's just that I'm not used to it for the first time. Don't forget that I'm a high-grade witch. A well-prepared spellcaster can face any situation calmly." Soren heard this and said, "Like the grease spell?" Gloria's face instantly turned red. She turned her back to him as if something was poked in her heart. As expected, Soren's face showed a trace of understanding. No wonder it felt so smooth last night. He thought that Gloria's body was special and had a higher flow rate. It turned out that she had secretly used some special grease spell. Spellcasters are really omnipotent. He opened his arms and hugged Gloria's slender waist from behind. He leaned over and kissed her earlobe. Then he hugged her soft body tightly in his arms. The two people's ears and noses rubbed against each other as they enjoyed this moment of intimacy. After a moment, Soren turned Gloria's body around. Then he looked at her beautiful face and leaned over to kiss her lips. Gloria couldn't help but close her eyes. Then she wrapped her hands around Soren's neck. Compared to last night's inexperience, she had learned some tricks from Soren. She could occasionally fight back when their lips and tongues were chasing each other. Her breath was a little short, and her charming face was blushing. "Do it again?" Soren was slightly panting. His hands were already holding her full breasts and gently kneading them through her clothes. Gloria's body trembled a little. She gently shook her head and said, "No, it still hurts a little." "Oh, how about you let me drink a bottle of healing potion first?" At first, she obviously wanted to refuse. But when she felt Soren's heat and firmness, she couldn't help but gently bite her lips. Then she made a suggestion that made Soren laugh uncontrollably. Soren rarely laughed, but when Gloria said that she wanted to drink a bottle of healing potion first, he seemed to have been poked at a certain laughing point. he suddenly didn't want to continue the exercise. Instead, he hugged her tightly and kissed her on the lips. The two hugged each other for a little while. Then Soren was kicked out by a blushing Gloria, because his fingers were not honest at all. In fact, no rogue's hands were honest. Gloria wanted to continue her experiment before they left for the Outer Islands. As a noble and powerful northern witch, she would never forget herself because of sexual pleasure. Although she enjoyed the pleasure brought to her by Soren, it was just an ornament in life. She still had a very important project to complete as soon as possible, because Gloria had a hunch that if she went to the Outer Islands, she might not have time to come back in a short time. P.S. Carvin, I've only written this much after a whole day. I don't know how it's going. I don't have any today. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there's a 100% chance of a lucky draw for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account Dread, and follow it. Hurry up. Chapter 331. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, please search for the official WeChat account Dread and follow it to give more support to Lord of the Abyss. Most of the northern witches had special prophecy and divination abilities. This often made them have quite amazing intuition, and they could vaguely feel some fragments of the future. For example, Soren had only stayed here for a day, and he found that the northern cities seemed to be preparing for war, and it seemed that they had been preparing for it for some time. The food, weapons, important materials, and so on here were now all under the unified management of the Council of Higher Witches. Compared to other places, the response of the north was quite fast. Soren was also calculating the time when the time of troubles would begin. At the latest, the first batch of gods and saints would appear around October this year, and now it was almost February. Who could better deal with the time of troubles in the future would depend on the preparations in the next 8 months. Because once the war between the gods began, all kinds of divine power would wreak havoc in the mortal world, and at that time, it would be difficult to produce. In addition, the abyss demons would invade the material plane, and the purgatory devils would sow discord everywhere. At that time, the resources of the entire material plane would be scarce. Soren had been hoarding food, and Snake Island had now become a big granary. It could be said that the price of food on the south coast had basically increased by more than 50% because of his large purchases, and the price of food continued to rise, and it was estimated that it would more than double around March. At noon the next day, Soren's pirates brought back a message. The fleet he ordered had arrived at the Deepwater port, but because of the fear of Soren's power, the Deepwater port refused to let Soren's fleet dock, and it also urgently reported to the Higher Witches Council. If it weren't for Gloria's identity, the Higher Witches Council would have directly expelled Soren's fleet. The stronger the power, the more attention it would attract. The fleet Soren ordered had the threat of capturing a port city, so in the end, even if Gloria was there, the fleet couldn't dock. Let them stop at the entrance of the sea. Soren took a look at the topographic map of the north, pointed at a location, and then said, "Send the first batch of things back first. I'm currently negotiating a deal with the Witch Council, so it may take 2 days." One-Eyed Dragon, who was standing in front of Soren, bowed and said, "Don't worry, sir. I'll bring the first batch of items onto the ship now." Soon, One-Eyed Dragon left with a group of people. Soren stood on the balcony of the Wizard Tower and watched the caravan leave. He then turned around and walked towards the direction of the laboratory. Gloria seemed to be very busy as she was in her research mode. They didn't spend much time together in the past 2 days because Gloria was very busy and so was Soren. Soren had never been a pretentious person. Since he had such a close relationship with Gloria, it would be quite stupid if he did not use his relationship with her to seek cooperation from the Witch Council. The Witch Council was quite rich in resources, and they also had something that Soren was very short of, that was a large number of rare-grade equipment. That's right, any wizard alliance would carry out high-value arms trade, including alchemy weapons, rare-grade equipment, puppet golems, and so on. This kind of trade was difficult to buy without connections. The heavy footsteps of the clay golem sounded. Soren heard the dull voice of the clay golem behind him. It opened its mouth and said, "Sir, there is a wizard named Saruman who wants to see you." Saruman? When he heard the name, Soren was a little startled. Immediately, he remembered that he mentioned to Gloria in the letter that he needed a wizard who was proficient in alchemy and could refine large quantities of guano stones into high-quality fertilizers. Yesterday, Gloria mentioned to Soren that someone would come to see him today, but she didn't say his name. He didn't expect it to be Saruman. This name was not common in the north. It made him think that he had misheard. Soren heard the words and nodded gently. "I know. Bring him in." Soon, a clay golem walked in with a male wizard who was not young. He had a beard that was close to gray, and his face looked rather old. However, his wizard profession level was not high, probably only around level 10. This meant that his talent was not very good. Not all wizards could progress all the way. Many wizards were stuck at the threshold of grade 3 for their whole lives. Otherwise, Gloria could have become a member of the High Witch Council when she was only about grade 4. There were also many male wizards under the Northern Witch Council, and Saruman was one of them. He should not be young. Even if he did not use a special ceremony to prolong his life, his face was so old that he was nearly 60 or 70 years old. Soren was observing the old wizard in front of him, and the other wizard was also observing Soren. From any point of view, this was a wizard who would never be able to advance to the legendary level. Although he was dressed neatly, he looked a little messy. His eyes were tired and bloodshot, as if he had not had a good rest for a long time. A part of his staff could be seen, but it did not look like it was repaired. Just as Gloria had said, this was an adept who was in dire straits and was in dire straits. Wizards were very rich, but most of the time, they were short of money. Even Gloria's liquid funds were not as much as 1/3 of Soren's. Otherwise, this woman would not have taken more than 30,000 Kindler coins from Soren when they were intimate last night. She needed a lot of expensive alchemy materials. Anyone who had dealt with trade knew that the ratio of liquid funds was actually very tight. If Soren did not do business without capital, perhaps the capital chain would not be as abundant as it was now. This kind of wizard happened to be what Soren needed, because wizards with too much potential were not easy to control. Wizards with the potential to advance might not be willing to work under Soren. It just so happened that this kind of wizard's profession level was not high, and he was not young either. He might not have much ambition to advance to the legendary level, but at the same time, he had a lot of alchemy experience. This was the kind of person Soren needed. Before you came, they should have told you what happened, right? Soren looked at the old wizard named Saruman in front of him and slowly said, "Your job for the next 3 years is to serve me. I will pay you 12,000 Kindler coins every year. At the same time, you can also pay the price to exchange spells, knowledge, and materials from Gloria. She will give you a higher exchange authority." A wizard's debt was divided up layer by layer. The expensive cost of learning spells must be divided up among the low-grade wizards. Otherwise, the cost of training a high-grade wizard would be too high. Soren set the time limit for 3 years. For him, 3 years was enough. By then, if this wizard in front of him wanted to stay, he could stay. If not, he could leave. For a wizard like this who had no chance of advancing to the legendary level, it should not be a problem for him to work for him for a year or so. Okay. The old wizard named Saruman looked at Soren. He was a little confused because Soren looked like a wizard, but he obviously had the sharp senses of a rogue. He might be a part-time adventurer. He lowered his head slightly to show his respect. No matter how you looked at it, Soren could stand in the wizard tower and talk to him. There was no doubt that his status was higher. The low-grade wizards usually respected high-grade wizards. He nodded slowly and said, "According to the contract, I will go to the outer islands to work for you for 3 years. You will pay me 12,000 Kindler coins every year. After 3 years, I could decide whether to stay or leave." Soren looked at him and replied, "Yes. If there is no problem, let's sign the contract. You can prepare. We will leave in 3 days." The price of hiring a wizard was very expensive. Although Gloria also knew alchemy, there was no way she could turn guano stones into fertilizer. Saruman in front of him was also a wizard who knew alchemy. Gloria said that he had good alchemy skills, so this kind of thing should not be a problem for him. When the high-quality fertilizer was produced, Soren would have one more source of income. At the same time, the cultivation of the outer islands would rise. Basically, it would be easy to be self-sufficient. Because of Gloria's existence, Soren did not have to worry about the wizard in front of him playing any tricks. Therefore, he readily paid half a year's worth of remuneration. Anyway, after killing the adult white dragon, his value had increased by a lot. He had more money in his hands, and the goods from the east were easy to sell in the north. The witches simply could not refuse the fine silk and porcelain. No matter in which era, the spending potential of women was quite amazing. These rich witches could easily sell more than 100,000 Kindler coins. There were not many things that could be taken away from the Wizard Tower, because although Gloria was in charge of the Wizard Tower, it was not her personal property. Hiring an alchemist wizard was only a part of Soren's plan. In addition, he also wanted a batch of extraordinary weapons to equip his elite guards. The limit of the military weapons that could be bought in the South Coast was the exquisitely crafted military weapons. These weapons were still far from being Grade 1 extraordinary equipment. Soren wanted to buy more than 100,000 Kindler coins worth of Grade 1 extraordinary weapons from the Witch Council to equip his pirate corps. This kind of +1 extraordinary weapon could only be equipped by the elite corps on land, so whether he could buy it or not depended on Gloria's authority. This kind of large arms trade must be approved by the Witch Council. According to the current market price, the price of a Grade 1 extraordinary weapon was about 200 Kindler coins. This time, Soren was ready to buy equipment to equip 500 elites. The elite troops in a small city might not be equipped with such a high level of equipment. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the top right to add friend, search for the public account Dread, and follow. Hurry up! Chapter 332. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, search for the WeChat public account Dread and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. Another day passed. Soren didn't know how Gloria's research was going, so he didn't disturb her. This time, Gloria's research was on the analysis of the special metal of the Githyankis. The related research had been going on for decades, and she relied on her authority to get the corresponding information. Now what she had to do was to reanalyze it according to the information and then master its characteristics. Whether she could make a breakthrough or not depended on whether she could find a new research direction. So now Gloria was like learning knowledge, not making an academic breakthrough, and the progress of her mastery was quite fast. Soren was also very curious about the Githyanki's memory transformation metal, because he felt that this thing was quite high-end. Even in the Star Age, the research on memory metal was not so supernatural, and it could even automatically transform. So for Gloria's research progress, Soren basically fully supported it. He would find ways to buy any expensive material she wanted. Even if this thing couldn't be used to make golems for the time being, it was quite amazing to be able to make Soren a weapon that could transform. The transformation of the Githyanki's weapon required psionic energy. Soren didn't have psionic energy, so he could use the silver sword of Githyanki's, but there was no way to transform it. So, if Gloria's research progress had a breakthrough, maybe she could try to make it have the ability to transform through energy storage. For a top rogue like Soren, weapon transformation could definitely burst out extraordinary combat power. The third day. Even with Gloria's status as a member of the Witch Council, Soren waited until the day after tomorrow to receive the news of the council's approval. The Witch Council had quite strict control over the bulk food and weapons trade in the north. Not to mention such extraordinary weapons. Even ordinary military weapons were quite strict. This was because the senior witches in the north were more confident. If it were in other places, such as some kingdoms in the south, it was estimated that even the bulk iron trade would be strictly controlled. Just like the salt and iron monopolies in the Central Plains, many kingdoms were worried that their weapons would fall into the hands of outsiders. For example, lizardmen, half-orcs, gnolls, and so on. It would be better if they fell into the hands of human rebels. Once they fell into the hands of these humanoid creatures who were born with extraordinary strength, their combat strength would be greatly improved with a large number of weapons and equipment. Your Excellency, a middle-aged man who looked like a clerk walked up to Soren and lowered his head slightly. The things you want have been delivered. This is the bill that needs to be paid. The council is waiting for me to report back. Behind him were 3 heavy steel golems, as well as several city guards dressed as guards. It was an arms deal worth nearly 100,000 Kindler coins. Even the Witch Council had sent out steel golems to protect them. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was dressed as a clerk, he was actually a grade 3 wizard. Relying on his relationship with Gloria, Soren finally managed to purchase a batch of rare grade 1 firearms from the Witch Council. At the same time, he also received the implicit support of the Witch Council. Since they were willing to sell him firearms, the Witch Council had obviously accepted Soren's identity. No problem. Soren gave a look to the second mate behind him and then opened a box. Inside the box, there were swords and weapons neatly arranged. All he ordered were weapons. Half of the pirates' combat strength was supported by weapons. On the contrary, they didn't need much armor. Moreover, Soren had a dragon and a group of Quetzalcoatlus near his camp. If he needed armor, he could make a batch of high-quality leather armor himself. Pirates basically didn't wear heavy metal armor. Their combat style wasn't suitable for heavy armor. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Soren pulled out a long sword and then glanced at its attributes. Item type: long sword, +1. Enchanted, item grade. Grade 1 rare, item description. A weapon made of exquisite 100-fold forged steel. During the forging process, other special materials were mixed in. It was made using the northern folding forged steel process. After the completion, a simple alchemy enchantment was performed. The blade of this weapon has basic runes engraved on it. It can cause additional damage after hitting the enemy. Requirements: 8 points of strength. Effects: folding forged steel, +2 sharpness, +1 penetration, +1 energy damage. In terms of attributes, such a grade 1 weapon couldn't be compared to Soren's curved sword +1. After all, these were rare grade weapons that were mass-produced. However, as rare grade weapons made in the north, they all had a rather obvious characteristic. That was, all of these weapons had undergone a simple enchantment process. Although it was only a 1-point increase in energy damage, it had a significant impact on the battle, especially when dealing with some enemies. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Soren swung his sword and slashed an ordinary short sword. The latter was directly cut in half, but the former didn't even have a scratch. After all, a rare grade weapon was still a rare grade weapon. Once compared with ordinary weapons, the gap was quite obvious. He nodded to his men next to him, and immediately 2 people carried a heavy box over. Basically, Soren's profits from this trip were all in it. Even the income from killing the White Dragon was mostly used on this batch of weapons. It could be said that, with this batch of weapons, the pirates under his command would have the combat power equivalent to a city's standing army, whether it was dealing with the indigenous people or another pirate king. Even if they attacked the cities on the south coast in the future, the elite pirates under Soren's command would have the ability to fight against the regular army. Of course, Soren couldn't always stay overseas. When the time was right, he would eventually extend his hand back to the mainland. Time gradually approached February. Soren unexpectedly stayed here for 5 more days, and then waited for Gloria to complete her research on the Silver Sword of Gith. After that, they embarked on the journey back to the Outer Islands. Before leaving, Soren took another look at the port city in the north. He didn't know if it would be as peaceful as it was now the next time he came. Because there were powerful northern witches here, it wasn't very affected. He just received news that a kingdom in the south had fallen into war. Duke Pidner, a southern noble that Soren had never heard of. 3 days ago, he publicly announced his dissatisfaction with the cruel rule of the king and other nobles. Then, he led his loyal army to launch a rebellion. This was the news on the surface. From Gloria's mouth, Soren also learned another part. That was, the Witch Council investigated and found that there were demons active in it. This rebellious kingdom was embedded in Soren's territory. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the upper right to add friend, search for the public account Dread, and follow. Hurry up! Chapter 333. P.S. If you want to hear more of your voices and receive more of your suggestions, please search for Dread on WeChat and follow it. Give more support to Lord of the Abyss. The cold sea breeze blew in his face. Perhaps because last winter was too cold, this year's snow melted much later than in previous years. It was almost February in the south, but the coastal areas were still quite cold. The journey back was basically quite peaceful. No one would be stupid enough to disturb a pirate king, and there was also a quasi-legendary northern witch in the fleet. So Soren had nothing to do along the way. His task was to catch up on his knowledge of spells and try to learn all the level 1 spells at the same time. This was the foundation of all spells. Most of the later spell models were made up of level 1 spells as the foundation. Level 0 spells were only considered as tricks, and they were not popular among wizards. Learning spells naturally needed some spice, so Soren was always willing to explore Teacher Gloria's exquisite body in his spare time. There seemed to be endless life mysteries in the valley, and he could not help but indulge in the sea of knowledge. Although this research could easily evolve into a fierce confrontation in the end, both of them were undoubtedly powerful. Soren's combat power was naturally needless to say. Although Gloria's physique was not as good, she naturally had other ways as a high-grade witch. So in the end, they were evenly matched, and in the end, they had to shake hands and rest before fighting again. Life at sea was quite interesting, but even the patient Gloria felt a little bored after half a month of sailing. So Soren stopped at the shipwreck harbor, and then after a simple rest, he went to Port Tylon. Soren did not put too much energy into the rebellion of the kingdom in the south, because he did not have enough ability to intervene on land. If the rebellion lasted long enough and was not extinguished in a short time, it was worth Soren's investment. He was one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast. Even if he wanted to intervene in this matter, it was basically impossible for Soren to help the kingdom's army. If he wanted to get more benefits, he would have to invest in the rebels in the end. So no matter what he thought now, it depended on whether the rebels had the strength. If they could not even hold on for 3 to 5 months, then Soren was not worth investing any resources in. This level of rebellion could not make any waves. The Southern Kingdom was seriously decadent. But no matter how decadent the kingdom was, it still had a strong foundation. Soren could still be domineering at sea, but it was not so easy on land. Moreover, there were many strange places, and there might be demons mixed in. Whether he wanted to get involved in this muddy water depended on whether the benefits were big enough and how confident he was. Soren's plan was naturally not simple. Poor Tylon. Soren's return made the people who had a trace of uncertainty suddenly calm down. At the same time, when they learned through various channels, or bribed the pirate spies, etc., that Soren had actually won over the powerful Northern Witch Council and reached a trade agreement with them, the others immediately set off a huge wave in their hearts. The value of trading with the Witch Council was not just to buy a batch of rare equipment to arm his men. There was a deeper meaning behind it. Even if there was not much meaning in the eyes of others, it was not simple. Not to mention that this time, many core members of the pirates knew about Gloria's existence, and Soren did not deliberately hide his close relationship with Gloria from others. So basically, the pirate leaders under Soren knew about Gloria's identity, and they also knew that she might become everyone's mistress. The pirate's address for Soren was a bit similar to my lord, which could be understood as your excellency or master. For Gloria, whether it was strength or status, she was enough to easily crush these rebellious pirate leaders. Perhaps in the past, some people thought that Soren's background was not enough, and they might have a little bit of ulterior motives. But after the appearance of Gloria, her identity had completely made everyone give up. If Soren married this noble northern witch, then it was tantamount to having a powerful ally. The identity of the Pirate King and the members of the Senior Witch Council were strong enough to suppress anyone who had other thoughts. Such a combination of strength was eventually enough to make anyone not dare to act rashly, and even make people with malicious intentions feel panic. In fact, some people had begun to pass the news back, and, at the same time, it also caused many people to worry. Port area. Soren's fleet entered Port Tylon. Because of the supply of overseas trade, the protection fee flag set by Soren made the pirates live quite well, and no one was attacked by them in the near future. The world needed rules. Soren made a rule, and others felt that this rule was not bad and could bring them greater benefits, so they began to abide by it. While these people followed Soren's rules, they also developed a sense of awe in their hearts. The warship approached the port, and the other merchant ships made way for it. Soren stood on the deck in a black suit. He bowed his head slightly and made an inviting gesture. Then he took Gloria, who had a quiet and elegant smile on her face, and walked towards the city of Port Tylon. He was like a noble lord patrolling the territory with his wife, with a strong sense of confidence on his face, but not the slightest complacency. He was showing his strength. To be able to build such a foundation in just a few months, who would dare to say that he had no strength? There was a slight commotion ahead. When Soren took Gloria's white hand and walked down the warship, the figure of the temple guard appeared in the distance. Then he saw the crowd around him disperse, and he knew that the Nagasiren priest had appeared. This undoubtedly surprised Soren a little, and then there was a smile on his face. Because the Nagasiren priest greeted him in this situation, it was also a kind of affirmation of his strength. It was a very proud act. But before Soren could be happy, his face stiffened. Because the Nagasiren priest did not look at him at all, but went directly to Gloria, bowed slightly and smiled. "Welcome to Port Tylon, Your Excellency the Witch." Soren's face was livid. In order to let the Nagasiren priest come out to greet him, he forced her to bow her head. But even then, the Nagasiren priest did not greet him with such a low posture. But now that Gloria came to Port Tylon, the Nagasiren priest took the initiative to greet him, and her posture was so low. Comparing the experience of the two, Soren suddenly felt quite unhappy. Even if Gloria was already his woman, he was still quite unhappy. The difference in status was completely two extremes. The status of a high-grade mage was vividly displayed at this moment. Facing the low posture of a Nagasiren priest, Gloria nodded and smiled naturally, but she quickly noticed that Soren's face next to her was not very good. So this smart woman naturally turned slightly sideways, and then took the initiative to hold Soren's arm instead of her hand being held by him. This way, suddenly, the atmosphere looked completely different. At first, they were walking hand in hand, but now it was Gloria gently holding Soren's arm and leaning on his shoulder. Soren, who was deliberately ignored by the Nagasiren priest, suddenly became the protagonist of the scene. Even the Nagasiren priest became a foil. At this moment, Soren's eyes were very soft. It was a tenderness that was rarely seen in his eyes. Gloria glanced at him, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she blinked inadvertently. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public, Soren would have hugged her and kissed her. In the face of Gloria's initiative to let Soren become the protagonist, the Nagasiren priest's face was undoubtedly not very good. It seemed that all the rumors were true. In just a few days, Soren relied on his strong male charm and reproductive organs to completely conquer a noble northern witch. She was also a powerful high-grade witch with the status of a member of the Witch Council. Note, all the above are anecdotes of the tavern, and the more they spread, the more ridiculous they become. Especially the pirates under Soren's command like to brag about it. Tell everyone how awesome their leader is. Even the noble northern witches have been conquered by him. Those noble ladies and young ladies will all want him when they see him. Everyone knew the things that were spread in the tavern. However, Some words would be said 100 times, and, in the end, people would believe it. Slowly, the story became reliable. Please, the Nagasiren priest tested the relationship between the two. She could not help but squeeze out a stiff smile on her face and slowly said, "I have prepared a place for your excellency." Gloria's status was more noble than many city lords. In fact, she was the ruling class above the city lords in the north. Even if this ruling power belonged to the Witch Council, she was not inferior to the Nagasiren priest in terms of status. Therefore, the Nagasiren priest's attitude of greeting her was actually to show goodwill to the Witch Council. She took the initiative to invite her to arrange a place for her. It was also prepared according to the specifications of welcoming other city lords. No matter how close the relationship between Soren and Gloria was, and whether she could still control him in the future, these were all things in the future. The most important thing for the Nagasiren priest now was to find a way to get in touch with the Witch Council. If she could get in touch with the Witch Council, then she would have a powerful ally. Soren's growth had completely exceeded the Nagasiren priest's estimation. Especially now that he had the help of the Northern Witches, he had directly become the most powerful pirate king force on the South Coast. It seemed that there would soon be a reshuffle here. P.S. Today's update. For the time being, quantity is not enough. We can only work on quality. The novel Lord of the Abyss will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform. At the same time, there will be a 100% lucky draw gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click the plus sign on the upper right to add friend. Search for the public account Dread and follow. Hurry up. Chapter 334. The arrival of Gloria had made Soren even more powerful. No one could ignore a powerful high-grade witch, not to mention that she was also a member of the Witch Council and had her own territory. Information about Gloria could not be hidden from others. After all, she had ruled a city in the north for nearly 10 years. Gloria had reached the high grade 10 years ago, which level 15 or above, but she had only recently touched the threshold of a legendary witch, which level 18 or above. The higher the level of a wizard, the slower the speed of improvement. Soren was completely different. The lifespan of a legendary, which was quite long, far longer than any melee profession. Therefore, they also had many requirements when choosing a spouse. Otherwise, they would still be in their prime, but their spouse might already be old. In terms of lifespan, legendary melee professions were at a disadvantage. Perhaps it was because too much blood and injury was consumed before the advancement. The lifespan of a legendary melee profession was only 1/3 of that of a spellcaster profession. Sometimes, they might not even live for 200 years. Gloria chose Soren because she valued his potential. Legendary and non-legendary were people from two different worlds. The Sea Temple. After sending away Soren and Gloria, the Nagasiren priest's face suddenly became gloomy. Call the deep sea hunters. The sea priest stood in front of the statue of the goddess with a scepter in her hand and ordered the servants around her. Immediately spread the news of Gloria. We must let Astra know as soon as possible. In this way, he will be afraid and panic. It is very likely that he will destroy Soren at all costs, or even let the Nagasiren royal family launch a conspiracy in advance. Otherwise, he is doomed to be defeated in the end. As long as a war breaks out between them, Soren's strength will be weakened. He has already controlled most of the interests of the Outer Islands. I must weaken his strength and then control the power of the sea. Only then can I be qualified to compete for the position of the High Priest. I have a hunch that the goddess will soon give a new oracle. Only the High Priest is the closest position to the goddess. A trace of ambition that was deeply hidden surfaced. The Nagasiren priest turned and entered the pool in front of the temple. A wave of divine power poured into her body, and then her blue skin gradually became transparent. Something like scales could be seen faintly falling off. This was the power of faith gathered by the Sea Temple. Since she was rewarded by the sea goddess with a trace of divinity, she could try to absorb this power. The divine power gathered in the Sea Temple was changing her little by little. Eventually, she would completely break away from the scope of ordinary things. She might become the chosen one of the saints, or she might have the opportunity to step into a higher realm. However, she had to first suppress those fellows with ill intentions within the Naga clan. Distorted shadows appeared in the seawater. A creature whose shape could not be seen clearly but was filled with a terrifying presence appeared. It hid in the seawater beneath the temple and used a strange voice to express its emotions. The Naga siren priest took off her priest robe and looked at the blurred deep-sea hunter. She said slowly, "Pay attention to the restless Naga siren royal family. If there is any movement, immediately open the door of the abyss. Let the pet of the goddess grant them release." Speaking of this, the Naga siren priest showed a cruel smile on her bewitching face. The blurry shadow gradually disappeared into the distance. They could feel its body twisting in the water. Although they couldn't see its shape, they could feel the dangerous aura coming from it. It was the aura of a terrifying predator. Eastern Sea Route, on an island near the Eastern Trade Junction area, which was similar to Port Tylon. It was also the territory of the pirate king Ashrad. "What did you say?" A man with a cold face listened to the report of his subordinate in front of him and said with an ugly face, "He actually roped in a high-grade witch? How is this possible? How could the proud northern witches take a fancy to a mere pirate king? Is this the Witch Council preparing to intervene in the South Coast? No. How can the Witch Council be interested in the interests of the South Coast? This is the territory of the Sea Temple. Damn it. I knew it. I had to kill the throat cutter at the beginning. I didn't expect him to grow so fast. No. Immediately send someone to contact the Duchess of the Principality of Rossard. The last time she was attacked by the Sea Temple in the Outer Islands, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife suffered the greatest loss. She must also hate the throat cutter to the bone. She must not be willing to give up the interests of the Outer Islands so easily. Maybe we could try to form an alliance with her." Hearing his words, a half-Naga woman next to him, who looked obviously not human, hesitated and said slowly, "Your Excellency, the Duke of Red Dragon is now an enemy of the Sea Temple. If we contact her openly, it is tantamount to violating the orders of the Sea Temple. In that case, I am afraid the Sea Priest will take the opportunity to attack." The cold man frowned, looked up at her, and said slowly, "We can't care so much. If we don't fight for the help of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, the Naga royal family will not be able to help us now. We may not be able to withstand the joint attack of the throat cutter and the high-grade witch. He already hated us when we dealt with the Swamp King. This time, with the help of the Northern Witch, he will definitely not let it go. Come, I want to write a letter to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife." The Outer Islands route. Soren did not stay in Port Tylon for too long. The Outer Islands were now his foundation. So after dealing with some things for a short time, he led the fleet back to the camp in the Outer Islands. However, this time he brought back quite a lot of people. There were 12 ocean-going ships alone. He had to thank the pirate king Ashrad. It was because Soren's men robbed his fleet that Soren was able to form such a large fleet. This time, there were quite a lot of goods transported, and more than 800 people were brought over. Half of them were slaves from the mainland. Many of these slaves used to work in the mines. For some reason, they had recently fallen into the hands of Soren. It had to be said that a group of bad guys were really efficient. Soren's current batch of slaves could easily dilute the proportion of indigenous slaves. The number of indigenous slaves could not exceed the control. Soren had to get a group of mainland slaves and then slowly turn them into townspeople. Everything could not be given for no reason. Otherwise, they would not know how to cherish and be grateful. Soren had a lot of better plans. The voyage was quite boring. The half-month-long voyage forced Soren to turn his energy to learning spells again, and at the same time, to explore the secrets of Teacher Gloria. With a high grade witch as his guide, Soren's speed of learning spells was obviously much faster. Not to mention, he also had the talents of encyclopedic knowledge and sage. After learning the most commonly used part of the first circle spells, Gloria suggested that Soren should not continue to learn them. Instead, he should familiarize himself with them and increase his casting speed. In other words, she wanted Soren to do in-depth research and rely on proficiency to master the combat ability. Proficiency in spellcasting. Therefore, Soren's next days were to constantly memorize spells, and then continuously cast spells after memorizing them. After using up all the spell slots, he would continue to memorize them. In this way, he would obtain the ability proficiency in spellcasting. It was about the third day of the voyage. Soren's battle log showed a string of data belatedly. Astral battle, legendary battle. In the middle of January 1676 of the New Moon era, when you went to the north to invite the witches to the outer islands, you accidentally encountered the Githyanki's attacking the northern tower. In this legendary event, you chose to help the northern witches deal with the Githyanki's and finally killed an adult red dragon in the battle. This event greatly improved your relationship with the Witch Council, and, at the same time, spread your reputation outside the material plane. However, because the Witch Council strictly blocked the news about the astral battle, your legend only spread among the Githyanki's in the astral realm. Legend level +3. It was so late. When Soren joined the Sea Battle of the Betrayers, it was delayed for many days before he got the legend level prompt, but it was not as long as this time. He didn't know if it was because the battle was over now or because of the interplanar battle. However, Soren obviously didn't have time to think so much now. He just glanced at it and put aside, concentrating on learning how to cast spells skillfully. With the experience of this trip to the astral realm, Soren felt part of the mystery of instant casting in advance, and at the same time, he also got a prompt of skillful casting. He was not far from success, and he could feel that he was about to master this spell-casting ability. Day by day, the days passed. When Soren led the fleet to the outer islands, someone in the camp immediately came to greet him. He didn't know when, but a lighthouse had been built near the port. At this time, it had been more than a month since Soren left, and it was already early February. According to the arrangement before Soren left, busy construction work was carried out in the camp. Even a relatively simple dock was built near the natural port. Then there was a 5-meter-wide paved road for transporting goods and passage, extending all the way to the east gate of the camp. The fleet began to be busy unloading, and a lot of materials needed to be moved down. Soren looked at the dock in front of him and walked down holding Gloria's hand. Before they set foot on land, Vivian in a white princess dress appeared in front of them. "Brother!" The little girl shouted happily and then directly jumped into Soren's arms. P.S. The outline has been sorted out. Starting tomorrow, 2 chapters will be resumed. The time is 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it will be updated automatically. Try to stabilize it. It's inevitable that writing a book will have ups and downs. I hope everyone can bear with it. Chapter 335. Vivian. Soren caught the little girl who rushed over, hugged her petite body, and turned around. Then he lowered his head and kissed her red cheeks. The little girl wrapped her arms around Soren's neck and hung on his body. She arched in his arms like a kitten and took a deep breath. Then she looked up at Gloria next to her and opened her arms to ask for a hug. Vivian opened her arms and threw herself at her. "Sister Gloria, I miss you so much." Seeing the cute little girl, a gentle smile appeared on Gloria's face. She reached out to catch the little girl and stroked her long hair as she said in a gentle voice, "Vivian, I'm sorry. I missed you too." The little girl hung onto Gloria's body and buried her head in her chest, as if she was very comfortable. After a while, she suddenly frowned slightly and sniffed Gloria's body like a puppy, causing Gloria's expression to become a little uncomfortable. The little girl sniffed Gloria's body and muttered, "Sister Gloria has big brother's smell." Upon hearing Vivian's words, a bright blush appeared on Gloria's face, making her appear particularly charming and alluring. "Oh!" The little girl wriggled in her arms and then moved her little nose to her full chest. She sniffed seriously at the spot near the top and even used her little hand to pinch it lightly. She muttered to herself, "The smell is the strongest here." Slap. Gloria was a little angry and slapped the little girls, but gently. Her charming face was already red. She held Vivian and walked forward with her head down. Even her earlobes were already red. Before leaving, she gave Soren a slightly reproachful look. As for Soren, he didn't blush at all. He only looked into the distance to hide his embarrassment. Since when did Vivian's nose become so powerful? She could even tell which part of his body he liked to play with. The little girl seemed to have understood something. After all, she grew up in the slums and was far more mature than other children of her age. She poked her head out and looked at Soren, then looked at the blushing Gloria. She stretched out her pink little finger and scratched her face, saying mischievously, "Shy. Sister Gloria, did you do something shameful with Big Brother?" Slap. Ouch. It hurts. The little girl pursed her lips and touched her, but that was slapped again. She didn't say anything else, but her big eyes rolled around a few times. No one knew what she was thinking. However, her expression was one of curiosity. After all, she was just a 9-year-old child. The little girl soon forgot about this matter. Then, she held Gloria's finger with her little white hand and led her around the camp. At the same time, her little face was still full of pride. She pulled Gloria forward and told her that the stone road was just completed the day before yesterday. She was the one who killed all the monsters nearby. The two of them walked for a while, and a fenced encampment appeared in front of them. Now, it looked like it had the size of town. Soren was slightly behind because he had to transport the goods. Vivian led Gloria forward and explained everything in a crisp voice. After all, she was also involved in the construction of the camp. At the same time, it was very different from when Soren left. First of all, the fences were much higher than before. It was now 3 stories thick. It wouldn't be easily knocked down by strong beasts. At the same time, it was convenient to increase the number of arrow towers. There were currently 16 arrow towers in the entire camp. In terms of scale, it was comparable to many medium-sized towns. The next step was to build a city wall. This was too time-consuming and costly. Soren had no plans to build a city wall at the moment. It was estimated that he might not need it for a year or 2. There was a row of guards at the east gate of the camp, but not all of them were lazy pirates. There were also drow warriors. Gloria couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression, because Soren had some things to tell her. When she saw these drow warriors with cold expressions, even Gloria, who had always been calm, was slightly moved. She seemed to be a little shocked by the speed of Soren's development. It was not easy to subdue a drow. "Miss," the drow warrior, who looked quite young, bowed his head slightly to the little Vivian. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Gloria. He seemed to have seen a little bit of Gloria's strength. His expression was quite shocked. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "Welcome to the camp, Your Excellency the Witch." Drows were always a race that worshipped the strong. Gloria nodded slightly, then followed Vivian into the camp. She noticed that these drows were not afraid of the sun. It seemed that they were not pure drows, but more like half-drows. Only half-drows could move so easily on the ground, and they seemed to have the blood of albino drows. She didn't know where Soren found these people. Such drows were very rare after the fall of the Dark Maiden. There were neat square roads in the camp. It was different from any town Gloria had seen before. As soon as she walked into the camp, she felt a strong visual impact. It was not because of the shocking buildings. Instead, everything here was very neat and tidy, more so than any city she had ever seen. The straight roads were divided into 4 areas, and the drainage canals on both sides were the same. All the houses were built in the same style. They looked very novel and tidy. She couldn't say that they were ingenious buildings, but the neat rows on both sides of the street were pleasing to the eye. With just a glance, Gloria liked this place a little more. She liked this neat and clean environment. There was no feces on the road. Even though there were a lot of people here, there was no foul smell in the air. Although the pirates were a little unrestrained, they obviously knew a lot of rules. When they saw Gloria, who was walking with Vivian, they all bowed slightly to show their respect. There was a blacksmith shop in the corner of the street, and the busiest and noisiest place was the Three Taverns. For the pirates, it was very uncomfortable to have no wine, but there were no common fights here. Because Soren specially set up a martial arts arena, any personal grievances must be solved in the arena. Duels between conflicts between pirates also required the presence of the leaders. Gloria saw a lot of slaves. However, they were different from the slaves in other places. Although they were dressed in rags, they were strong. Their faces were not sallow and thin. Some even looked rosy, which meant that they had more food. From the west gate, she could see carts of bricks and tiles being transported. There were also many areas that had been divided but had not been built yet. Many craftsmen were busy, and among them, there were even obvious oriental faces. Among the rather lazy pirates, there were some pirates with serious expressions who were responsible for patrolling. Gloria saw a trace of an army from them. Basically, in every patrol team, there were drow warriors with serious faces. Their equipment and strength were extraordinary. Outside the south gate was a piece of land that was being reclaimed. Groups of indigenous slaves were working in the fields. The first deep plowing required more preparation, and there were fierce-looking pirate supervisors nearby. Quality fertilizer was needed here. Otherwise, the harvest of the first year of reclamation would be very poor, even if the soil here was quite fertile. Gloria silently watched everything in front of her. The more she looked, the more surprised she was because she knew how short Soren was to build all this. It could be said that if it were her, even with the help of the Witch Council, it would be impossible to reach the current scale in a short time, not to mention that there was already a vague prototype of a city here. It was hard to imagine, if Soren was given a period of time to develop, what kind of city could he finally build in the Outer Islands? Chapter 336. Soren naturally had a lot of things to do. In fact, as soon as he reached the shore, one of his men came to report, but because Gloria was next to him, he waved his hand and told him to wait. Later on, Gloria was taken to the camp by Vivian, and Soren naturally had to deal with the matters during this period of time. Although he left Vivian here, the one in charge was still the pirate leader below. Moreover, Soren found that the relationship between his men seemed to be a little subtle, and there was a faint sign that they were divided into factions. Among the many pirate leaders in name, the one with the highest status should be Adele Isabella. She had the most men, and her strength was above the high grade. However, after the half-elf first mate, Kassa, was praised by Soren for doing a good job, and after he was given a part of the overseas voyage to take care of, the half-elf first mate's status also rose sharply. For a long time, this half-elf first mate had the intention to compete with Adele Isabella. Last time, he successfully plundered the pirate King Ashrod's eastern fleet, bringing back a large amount of wealth and an ocean fleet, so his strength had in turn surpassed Adele's. On the other hand, because Adele failed to contact the Alchemy Guild, not only did she not complete Soren's task, but also delayed for a period of time. So before Soren left for the north, he did not have the chance to see her. Therefore, the pirates below were obviously less in awe of her. Pirates were a group of people who respected and obeyed the strong. Since Adele Isabella did not do a good job and did not complete the task of His Excellency Throat Cutter, the pirate leaders below would naturally look down on her. In addition, she was still a woman, so at the moment, her position in the camp was more awkward. Before Soren left, the construction of the camp was assigned to the pirate leaders below. Among them, the half-elf first mate was the manager. When Adele Isabella returned to the camp, he naturally would not give her the power in his hands. As a result, Adele was now like a pirate leader with a figurehead. Although she still had a lot of people under her command, she was actually quite idle every day. Other pirate leaders, such as the One-Eyed Man, the Butler, the Giant Hunter, all nicknames, and so on, were not satisfied with a woman on top of their heads. Therefore, when the half-elf first mate divided the factions, they also formed their own small circles and faintly intended to isolate her. No matter what, it was always more difficult for a woman to stand out among the pirates than a man. Moreover, Adele's strength was not enough to suppress the other pirate leaders. If she was a legendary profession, her position would naturally be unshakable. However, she was only a high-grade professional, and the gap between her and the other pirate leaders was not very big. So once she was isolated, even her subordinates were a little shaken. The pirates weren't fools. Although they were all working for His Excellency Throat Cutter, these pirate minions naturally knew which pirate leader had more power, was more important to His Excellency Throat Cutter, and which pirate leader had more money under him. Therefore, Soren saw Adele's awkward position at a glance. The other pirate leaders stood in a circle. The half-elf first mate stood at the front, and Adele stood alone with her arms crossed. Her expression was a little cold, and she didn't like them. "Your Excellency Throat Cutter. Your Excellency Throat Cutter." When Soren came over, many pirate leaders in front of him immediately bowed their heads to show respect. Adele looked at Soren with a hesitant expression, and finally just stood aside with a lonely expression. She didn't complete the task, and this failure made her feel frustrated. "Let people transport the things down." Soren glanced at the others. Then his eyes fell on the half-elf first mate and Adele, and slowly said, "Everyone else leave. Casa and Adele stay." The pirate leaders below looked at each other, bowed, and left. The half-elf first mate glanced at Adele and stood motionless. His Excellency Throat Cutter was a person who valued ability. During this time, he desperately rushed the construction. For this reason, he even used a little cruel means to suppress the dissatisfaction of his subordinates. Wasn't it to let His Excellency Throat Cutter see his ability? Now the construction progress of the camp had increased by at least 30%. Although there were some cruel means in the process, the people below had been suppressed by him. In all aspects, he had completed the task perfectly. Therefore, the half-elf first mate was very confident. He believed that His Excellency Throat Cutter knew who could serve him the most. "Well done." Soren glanced at the lighthouse, the road, and the dock, and slowly said, "It seems that giving these to you is the right decision. Have you encountered any trouble during this time?" Hearing Soren's words, Adele's expression dimmed, and the half-elf first mate showed a confident smile. He bowed his head slightly to show his awe, and then said in a deep voice, "There hasn't been any big trouble during this time, but a week ago, we met the indigenous people of other tribes. It seemed to be on the other side of the island. The ones we encountered were all indigenous scouts. They didn't attack us, but they sent people to monitor the river. There are also the Quetzalcoatlus nearby. Half a month ago, we had 3 slaves taken away from us. But later, they didn't attack us again. It should be just an accident. In addition, His Excellency Throat Cutter, we recently found a group of dark-tide fishmen at the port. At present, there is no conflict with us, but we should still be careful." Soren nodded and said, "I know. Good job. You take people to count the goods and slaves, and then settle them in the camp." The half-elf first mate bowed and left. Only Adele Isabella was left in front of Soren. The red-haired female pirate's face was a little sad, and she bowed her head and said, "Your Excellency, I didn't complete the task you gave me." Soren looked at her calmly and said slowly, "I know. Adele's face was complicated. She was a little lost and sad. She murmured, "I'm incompetent." Soren didn't comfort her. He was one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast. He was not a child who played house. He could rise rapidly in such a short time, and at the same time, draw in and control a group of elite pirates. He relied on his clear style of reward and punishment. It was true that Adele did not complete the task. The reason why Soren could make his men work so actively was because he would reward them. Therefore, if he broke the rules on Adele's side, the prestige he had built in the past would be affected. He could not indulge her just because she was a woman. Soren looked at the red-haired female pirate in front of him and said slowly, "You can put down the things in the camp for the time being. I'll be in command of the fleet for the time being. I'll send you to receive the training of the Drow warriors in 2 days. You have very good talent, and your strength is much stronger than others. I hope you can touch the edge of legendary as soon as possible. Soon, I'll have a difficult task for you. I hope you learn not only the fighting skills of the Drows, but also their insidious, and cunning means. Because the task for you this time is very difficult. You need to deal with many nobles and church people who are good at playing tricks. You must learn to use conspiracy and some cruel means. The drows are experts in this field. Hearing Soren's first sentence, Adele's face turned pale, and her delicate body shook a little. Because Soren was depriving her of her power, this punishment was too severe for her. But when she heard the next words, her eyes could not help but shine again. She nodded very seriously and said, "Your Excellency, don't worry. I will never let you down again." As long as there was a chance, she could prove herself and regain her power and status. Very good. Soren looked at her and nodded gently. Go. I hope to see you enter the legendary realm one day. After that, he turned and left. Adele Isabella stood in place and took a deep breath. She stared at Soren's back with a firm expression, and her hands could not help but clench into fists. She was unwilling. How could she be willing to be easily surpassed by a half-elf who was not as good as her? She had the blood of an Amazon flowing in her body. How could she admit defeat so easily? P.S. It will be automatically updated in the future. The time is 5 and 6 o'clock. 2 more. Chapter 337. Soren soon returned to the camp. When he returned to the camp that he had built with his own hands, Soren had a rare sense of pride on his face. It was not easy for him to get to where he was now. From an inconspicuous thief in Amber City to the pirate king who dominated the south coast. He did not know how much blood he had lost and how many injuries he had suffered along the way, but it was all worth it. Especially after seeing the foundation he had built with his own hands, Soren felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart, because he firmly believed that as long as he was given enough time, he could rely on this place to change everything and even affect the fate of the whole world. On both sides of a spacious avenue were rows of brick houses. Soren looked at these newly built houses with satisfaction and then entered a hidden room in his residence. Your Excellency, Throat Cutter. A man hidden in the shadows knelt down on one knee and respectfully said to Soren, I have done what you asked. Soren's expression was quite cold. He nodded gently and said, Very good. Is there any movement from the drows? These guys have been quite honest after I left, right? This was a rogue, and it was a rogue with a profession level of 12 or above. Not all pirates were warriors. Although very few spellcasters became pirates, it did not mean that there were no other professions. Soren was a very careful person. Therefore, from the moment he became the Pirate King, he arranged another group of trustworthy elites. The number of these people was very small, less than 2 digits so far, but all of them were rogues with potential and had received simple training from Soren. They were good at sneaking and spying. Perhaps these people's combat power was not very high, but they obviously had more important uses. As a rogue, Soren attached great importance to intelligence and spies. Your Excellency, the man hidden in the shadows handed a file to Soren and then said, The drows have contacted their tribe several times and secretly sent some things back. However, there was no obvious movement. Because we were afraid of being discovered by them, we did not get too close. Soren did not trust the drows. In fact, anyone who had been to the Underdark would not easily trust the drows. Because of Soren's current strength, these drows did not dare to act rashly and obeyed his orders. But as long as Soren was a little weaker, they would feel that they had an opportunity. The possibility of these drows betraying him was quite high, because this was their nature. Soren glanced at the scroll, then put it away and said, Very good. I got it. Be careful and hide. Don't expose yourselves so easily. After that, Soren turned around and left the room. He had thousands of pirates under his command, but there were not many who could be of use to him. At the end of the day, his foundation was still lacking. Everything had to start from scratch. On the other side of the camp, under the escort of a team of pirates, Saruman, wearing a gray robe, came to the laboratory where he worked. He had an independent yard and brought a lot of alchemy equipment for his work. When he saw the camp, he was a little stunned and then said, It seems that the place I'm going to stay in the future is not too bad. Saruman directed the 3 wizard apprentices he brought to set up the room and carefully move the experimental equipment in. Then he looked around the environment a little. It was not difficult to turn guano stones into high-quality fertilizer. The more troublesome thing was that if he could not form high-end craftsmanship, then he would need to do it himself. His task was to find ways to turn it into a process that could be completed by wizard apprentices or ordinary people. This was not too difficult for an experienced alchemist, because it was much easier to construct a steel golem and give it intelligence than this kind of chemical alchemy technique. Saruman was not in a hurry to start work. After he settled his luggage, he walked around the camp. He was a little curious about everything about Soren. "Your Excellency, wizard." A drow ranger patrolling the periphery stopped Saruman in front of him. He glanced at him, put his hand on his chest, and said, "Please don't go near there. There are dangerous plants there, some man-eating plants." "Man-eating plants?" Saruman heard this and showed a curious expression. He reached out and clenched his staff and slowly said, "Young man, don't worry. A wizard will not be in danger so easily." After that, he walked directly into the jungle. The drow ranger behind him hesitated for a moment, but he did not stop him from entering. However, he did not follow him. The plants inside were too strange. After Saruman entered, he frowned slightly. Then he cast 2 protective spells and moved forward carefully. A wizard could be confident, but he could not be arrogant. This old wizard had a lot of experience. He cautiously entered the forest and observed the plants nearby. Interesting. Saruman seemed to have found something. He approached a huge mutated man-eating flower. After he sprinkled a little strange yellow powder, he did not know why this deadly plant did not attack. Instead, it swayed slightly as if it was asleep. Saruman walked around the mutated man-eating flower. There was a trace of obsession on his face. He reached out and stroked the roots of the man-eating flower and murmured, "Beautiful, dangerous, deadly," at the same time full of strong vitality. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he was feeling something. He said to himself, "There's also the smell of magic. Who created you?" Saruman carefully used his dagger to cut open the roots of the man-eating flower, and then took away some blood-like liquid. After that, he circled around and took away some seed-like things, and then slowly left the place. On the other side, Gloria was also brought to her residence by Vivian. She was settled next to the big house where Soren lived. Meow. When Gloria was pulled into the room by the little girl, she suddenly heard a cat's meow. Then she saw Vivian rush in with a cheer, and then she pulled out a little girl with obvious beast characteristics. The little girl was about the same height as Vivian. She wore a beautiful floral dress, had a pair of furry cat ears, and a curled tail. Other than that, she was similar to a human. Gloria had been shocked many times today, so when she saw the cat girl in front of her, she calmed down a lot. She frowned and said, "Beast? Cat girl? I thought this kind of creature was extinct." Vivian pushed the little cat girl in front of Gloria and smiled. "Sister Gloria? Her name is Lulu Meow. Don't look at her small size. She's actually very strong." Gloria couldn't help but smile. She looked at the cat girl who was about the same height as Vivian and teased, "Is she very strong? What can she do?" The little girl nodded confidently and said in a crisp voice, "She can do somersaults." Uff! Gloria chuckled and reached out to stroke the little girl's head. Then she looked at the cat girl and said slowly, "Can she speak?" The cat girl seemed to understand something and opened her mouth and said, "Meow. Lulu. Meow." Gloria showed a look of understanding and said slowly, "It seems that she still can't speak. But it's okay, let me help you." She opened her mouth and uttered a strange spell, and then a magic light appeared in her palm. When Gloria pressed her palm on the cat girl's forehead, the other party's petite body trembled, and then her eyes became blank. This blankness lasted for about half a minute, and then her expression became clear. She opened her mouth and said like a child who had just learned to speak, "Lulu. Sister. Ma. Master." Just a few words. She seemed to be a little anxious, and her voice suddenly changed. "Meow. Lulu. Meow. Gloria leaned over and stroked the cat girl's little head. She said slowly, "Don't worry. I just helped you with a spell. It can help you complete the enlightenment, but you still need to learn it slowly." Chapter 338. The cat girl's intelligence didn't seem to be very high. In fact, most war creatures weren't very smart, but that didn't matter too much because they were born with the talent, beast intuition. Even if their wisdom wasn't very high, these war creatures still had strong intuition. They had a beast-like intuition for many things, and they were even more powerful when fighting in the wild. This kind of creature was actually quite rare because they weren't a naturally occurring species, but intelligent creatures that were created by some taboo experiments. It was said that there were two types of war creatures. One type was like the gnolls, with the head of a gnoll and the torso of a humanoid creature. The other type was like the cat girl in front of them, with the appearance of a human and some of the characteristics of a beast. The former was a natural reproduction, while the latter was man-made. All the rumors pointed to the taboo experiments during the Arcane Empire, because there were clear records at that time that there were great arcanists who mixed the blood of humans and animals in order to cultivate excellent servants with special purposes. They also touched the field of life and created a new species. For thousands of years, there were always conspiracy scholars who believed that the fall of the Arcane Empire was closely related to the taboo field of life. Lulu. The petite cat girl opened her mouth and seemed to be a little happy. She stuttered, brother, Lord, Your Excellency, Master, eat, hungry." Her syllables were a little childish, and when she said it too quickly, it became meow. Lulu, meow. The cat girl said the words that she heard the most. After saying about 30 to 50 words in a row, her body suddenly trembled, and she nimbly hid behind Vivian. Meow. The little cat girl seemed to be a little frightened, and she felt goosebumps all over her body. She hid behind Vivian and screamed at the door. Vivian patted the cat girl's little head and said in a clear voice, "Lulu, meow. What's wrong?" Gloria raised her head and looked at the door, and then saw Soren's figure coming in from outside. When he noticed that everyone inside was looking at him, he was a little stunned and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me?" Vivian turned around and stroked the feline girl's hair. "Don't worry, Lulu. Big brother won't hurt you." The petite cat girl curled up her body and looked at Soren with fear in her eyes. It was like a wild beast seeing a tiger, or a new recruit who had just left the battlefield meeting a veteran who had survived hundreds of battles. Her beastly instincts made her feel something from Soren's body. It was a very thick smell of blood, which meant that the person in front of her had slaughtered many lives. Ever since she first laid eyes on Soren, he was the person she feared the most. He was even more frightening than the pirates who had captured her. Even after spending so much time with Vivian, she still couldn't get rid of her fear of Soren. Slayer. One life after another ended Soren's body gave off a bloody aura that normal people couldn't detect. Only a war creature like her could sense it. Perhaps Vivian's comforting words had some effect on him. The feline girl gradually gathered her courage and looked at Soren, but she still hid behind the little girl. "Come." Vivian took the feline girl's little hand and brought her to an open space. She then said seriously, "Lulu, meow. Do a few somersaults. Show them what you're capable of." Perhaps because of the distance, the feline girl's nervous expression relaxed a lot. Her little hand was held by Vivian, and she seemed a little hesitant. When she met the little girl's gaze, she couldn't help but gently nod. Then Vivian retreated to the side, and the little feline girl stood on the spot and did a backflip. Not 360 degrees. It was a full 720 degrees backflip. The feline girl's petite figure landed lightly after 2 somersaults in the air, as if she didn't feel anything at all. Her limbs were so flexible that it made people speechless. Her slender waist was as if there were no bones. But this was just the beginning. The feline girl's petite body somersaulted in the air, and her speed was so fast that it was dazzling. This meant that not only did she have amazing tenacity, agility, and coordination, but she also had physical strength that was far beyond ordinary people. Meow. The petite feline girl did a side somersault and landed on the wall, but she didn't fall down. Instead, she directly clung to the wall. It was as if she was blessed with spider walk. She rolled and leaped between the walls. If one didn't look carefully, they would only see a black shadow. The vertical walls were like flat ground to her. In the end, even Soren and Gloria were shocked. Born with extraordinary agility, Soren looked quite dignified. As a top rogue, he was the one who could see the depths of the feline girl's strength. So the shocked expression on his face was the most obvious because he found that except for her coordination, the feline girl's body flexibility and sense of balance were almost the same as his. But Soren was already a high-grade profession that was close to legendary, and the feline girl in front of him looked so young. Gloria also looked dignified and said slowly, "The key is that she's not an adult yet. She has such a talent when she's underage. Her potential in the future in this area is difficult to estimate." It seems that the records are not wrong. This kind of work creature has amazing talent in some aspects. Clap, clap, clap. Vivian looked at the surprised expressions on Soren and Gloria's faces with satisfaction. She seemed to be quite happy. She clapped her little hands and jumped in front of Soren and said in a crisp voice, "Brother, isn't Lulu very powerful? I'm the one who found her talent in this area. In order to train her, I also roasted fish for her many times. It took a lot of effort." Soren and Gloria looked at each other. He leaned over and squatted down, stroked Vivian's little head, and said softly, "She's very powerful. If she can be trained well, she may become a good helper for Vivian. When she's an adult in the future, I'll help you teach her something more powerful." The little girl nodded gently, but after a while, she frowned slightly and whispered, "Brother, actually, I still want to train Lulu to be a maid. You see how beautiful she is, and her movements are so flexible. She's very good at catching dishes." Catching dishes? Soren was speechless. What was she going to train the feline girl in front of him? Chapter 339. A peaceful day passed by just like that. As March approached the outer islands, the storm season gradually arrived. On the second day after Soren's return, there was a heavy rain. Although there was no way to calculate the amount of rain, it was indeed very heavy. Many houses had slight leaks. This was something that couldn't be helped. The craftsmanship of this era was limited, so there was bound to be damage in the storm. Soren had already prepared for the weather in the outer islands. Otherwise, if it was a house with a thatched roof on the mainland, it might have been directly torn apart. The heavy rain fell with a pitter-patter. Even though Soren had already planned the drainage channels in advance, he could also emphasize on repairing the roads. In the end, there was still a slight rise in the water. Because the drainage channels were just dug, they were not deep enough and the drainage capacity was too low. At the same time, the roads were a little bumpy because of the storm. The paved roads were a little better, but all the roads with mud were now muddy. Basically, there was no way for carriages to pass through. Because of this storm, the slaves were unable to work. Now, they were all detained, and at the same time, people were sent to watch over them. The natives were a little better. Some of the slaves were just brought over from the mainland vomited and had diarrhea because of the climate. Fortunately, there were doctors with them, so there were no casualties. After all, it was troublesome to not have a priest. The weather in the outer islands was bad, so there were more storms. At the same time, because it was an area where the storm lore believed in, the storms here were often accompanied by thunderstorms. For example now, lightning flashed across the sky, and from time to time, it would strike the tropical rainforest in the distance. It looked like someone was going through a tribulation. This rain lasted for a whole day. If it was a wooden house, it would probably be wet inside. However, Soren had already built a lot of brick houses. From this point of view, it was more suitable for the outer island's climate. At the same time, it was also more resistant to storms. Because of the storm, the whole camp quieted down. The pirates hid in the houses to avoid the rain. The 3 taverns were already full of people. It was dark outside, and it was difficult to see more than 5 meters away. The climate here. Gloria looked up at the sky and stood beside Soren. She reached out and held his hand and said slowly, "I'm afraid it's not that suitable for farming. If this kind of weather happens often, the seeds won't be able to survive." Soren nodded and said with a serious expression, "I know. Fortunately, we haven't sowed the seeds this time, or else they would have been washed away. There were too many things that needed to be built in order to develop this place. Ditches for drainage and irrigation, as well as dams for flood control and flood control, all of which required a lot of labor. Now, they can only do it step by step. It's not like we can't change this climate. I'll prepare for the sea god's sacrifice in 2 days." Gloria frowned slightly and said slowly, "Borrowing the power of the gods. The price of seeking help from a deity is not small. It's a pity that I haven't advanced to legendary yet. Otherwise, I could use the power of the Adept Tower and the Magic Circle to forcefully change the climate of the nearby area." Soren turned around and glanced at her. He reached out and pulled Gloria into his arms. "There's no need to do that. The consumption is too great, unless there's a sorcerer tower to maintain the energy consumption. Forcefully reversing the weather is not a problem for the time being, but there will be side effects in the future. Nature is very mysterious. Unless you have the power to change the weather, it's better to just go with the flow." Gloria couldn't understand Soren's words. She could understand them separately, but when they were put together, even she felt a little strange. But she was still a witch full of wisdom, so she could roughly understand what Soren meant. She nodded gently and leaned her head on Soren's shoulder. "You can borrow the power of the gods for a short period of time, but in the long run, you will become dependent on them. This is not good for your rule here. The influence of the gods will be greater than your prestige." Soren took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I know. You just need to hold on for a while." Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck down, and the electric light was like a dancing dragon. Soren stood under the eaves and looked at the sky. His eyes seemed to be able to see through space, and he saw more things. It was the realm of the gods, and there was the power he needed. The rainstorm lasted for 3 days before it stopped. Soren's camp was flooded. Although it was a bit of a headache, it also exposed some of the shortcomings of the construction plan. After the rainstorm stopped, he quickly mobilized people to repair the damaged roads and houses. After the rainstorm, the sky was clear and boundless. It seemed that there would not be a storm for a short period of time. In terms of climate, farming here required good weather. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, they could also change the weather. The busy morning quickly passed. After the initial inseparable relationship, Soren and Gloria also returned to their usual routine. Soren was busy setting up the camp and, at the same time, practicing his spellcasting proficiency. In the afternoon, he practiced his combat skills. The Drow and Adele were his sparring partners. Gloria usually did her research in the house and occasionally went out for a walk. Recently, the man-eating plants slightly attracted her attention, but she quickly turned her attention to the study of the shadow plane. Gloria hoped to build a portal and use the gap in the shadow plane to stabilize the connection between the two worlds. This way, they could return to the material plane at any time and close the portal if they encountered any unexpected situations while exploring the Wizard Tower. This was the safest way. In addition, they maintained a frequency of once every 3 days, enjoying each other's time. Whether it was Soren or Gloria, they were not the kind of people who would easily indulge in lust. They had pursuits that were above the physical body, which was above the realm of the mortal world. Perhaps because of Gloria's existence, Soren's murderous aura was a lot lighter than before. This made many pirates grateful to Her Excellency the Witch. In the past, Soren was definitely an existence that killed people without blinking. His means were cruel, bloody, and ruthless. The pirates under his command always feared him more than respected him. Now, Soren rarely killed people. Even if some of his men made mistakes, they would only be whipped. Being whipped was much better than being beheaded. The slaves began to get busy. The camp needed to be developed, and there were still many things to do. It was really not easy to start from scratch. Sometimes, even Soren felt tired, but it was all worth it because the foundation had been established here. Even the drows, after seeing the growth of this place with their own eyes, gradually felt a little more recognition. There were even drow warriors who proposed to move their tribe here. It was safer, more comfortable, and more convenient here. There was plenty of food, excellent equipment, and all kinds of daily necessities. But because there were still some among the drows who were worried that Soren would turn from cooperation to annexation and eat up the entire drows, the female drows in the tribe were quite opposed to this. Soren was not in a hurry. He was ready to leave this to time. If they still didn't understand when the time came, then don't blame Soren for using some cruel means. A large area of wasteland had been reclaimed in the south of the camp, but it hadn't been sown yet. It would probably be around March. The burning of bricks and building of houses was still in full swing. Soren's initial plan was nearly 500 houses, enough to settle all of his men, and even a small number of slaves. The wizard Saruman had begun to study how to turn the guano stones into high-quality fertilizer. It was estimated that there would be results in about a month or so. At that time, it was almost time to start sowing the fields, and the slaves from the continent had mastered the deep plowing. The farming here must be done carefully. Recently, Soren learned from his men that Saruman was very interested in the man-eating plants, which aroused his curiosity. But fortunately, Saruman didn't delay the business, so Soren didn't ask too much. In the afternoon, Soren was practicing the White Raven sword style in the training ground. Just as he finished fighting with Adele, suddenly, the slaves and pirates shouted in the distance. Bang! Soren seemed to have heard something, and his figure immediately flew out and rushed in the direction of the cultivated land. One after another, vigorous figures rose from the ground. Soren's pirate leaders ran out one after another. They jumped and landed on the roof, and then quickly approached the cultivated land. They had already felt a sense of belonging to a faction that was thriving and growing stronger. Close to 10 pirate leaders with strength around grade 4 quickly approached, and then they jumped over the fence and rushed to the cultivated land. Of course, the one at the front was Soren. As his figure gradually approached, he immediately saw 2 huge Quetzalcoatlus in front of him. They flapped their dragon wings and swooped down from the sky, and their huge dragon claws instantly pierced through the 2 native slaves. In the midst of the dying screams, the Quetzalcoatlus grabbed their prey like an eagle and flew away. "You're courting death." Soren's face was gloomy. When he saw the Quetzalcoatlus killing his slaves in front of him, a trace of anger and killing intent immediately emerged in his heart. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Soren's elven war bow appeared in his hand. After the distance was within range, he shot a series of arrows. Most of them hit the Quetzalcoatlus, but most of them hit the wings of the Quetzalcoatlus. The Quetzalcoatlus let out a cry, and its body shook a little, but it still flew further and further away. Trying to run, Soren expressionlessly chanted a spell, and his figure directly rose into the air. Fly! His figure flew into the sky, and at the same time, in an instant, he put another arrow on the bow and aimed at the abdomen of the Quetzalcoatlus. P.S. There's another chapter for today. After writing this chapter, I feel much more realistic. It's a feeling of inspiration coming back. Chapter 340. Fly. This was a very important spell for wizards. However, this spell also had a very big limitation. That was, fly required the caster to maintain it. It was not realistic to fly in the sky and bombard the enemy, because it required abilities that were quite difficult to master. Even fighter jets needed to fly back and forth to attack continuously. If wizards wanted to cast spells while flying, they naturally had higher requirements for abilities. Those were the abilities combat casting and flight casting. Without the support of these 2 abilities, the result of forcibly casting spells was likely to backfire, and then the whole person would fall from the sky. Soren did not have the ability to cast spells while flying, nor did he have the ability to cast spells while fighting. Therefore, he could not cast spells in the sky at all. Once he cast a spell, the failure rate was more than 90%. However, in the flying state, it did not affect him from doing other actions, such as putting an arrow on the bow. This action was not considered casting spells, and it was also within the range of fly. Therefore, when Soren's figure rose into the air, he shot 3 arrows in a row. Although it was not as smooth as when he was on the ground, he still found a sense of balance with his strong dexterity. Casting spells in the flying state was equivalent to maintaining 2 spells at the same time, but shooting in the flying state was a separate matter. Swoosh! Swoosh! 3 arrows flew out. 1 hit the lower back of the Quetzalcoatlus, 1 hit the side of the Quetzalcoatlus's abdomen, and the last 1 hit the lower jaw directly. Half of the arrow was embedded in the lower jaw. Judgment of Death. Soren's attack seemed to have triggered the Judgment of Death. The Quetzalcoatlus wailed and shook, and then its huge body fell down shakily. The strong immunity of the dragon's subspecies allowed it to avoid the Judgment of Death, but it gradually fell from the air. At the same time, a series of data prompts appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Target hit. You have dealt 16 piercing damage to the target. You have acquired some information about the ability Precise Shooting. Target hit. You have dealt 27 piercing damage to the target. You have acquired some information about the ability Moving Shooting. Target hit. You have dealt 54 piercing damage to the target. Hit the enemy's vital point. Judgment of Death triggered. Target has passed the Judgment of Death. You have obtained partial information about the ability Flying Shooting. Soren was surprised to see so many notifications popping up in front of him. He didn't expect so many notifications to pop up at once. The most important attribute that affected long-range attacks was dexterity, and Soren's dexterity was almost legendary. Therefore, he was very talented in archery. Even if he was not familiar with it in the past, the speed at which he grasped it was quite fast, not to mention that he had many other specialties to support him. That was why the leader of the Drow warriors suggested Soren to try archery, because he saw Soren's talent in this area. Soren's quasi-legendary tier stats had strengthened his mastery of the bow and arrow. At the same time, it had also greatly increased the speed at which he could master such abilities. Soren had already discovered this in the past. Temporarily buffing one's attributes would greatly increase the speed of mastering a skill. The Quetzalcoatlus was about to fall to the ground. The body of the indigenous slave that had started a hunt had already fallen. Although it didn't fall directly, it had lost its sense of balance. If it didn't fall, it would be crippled even if it didn't die. Soren wasn't in a hurry to harvest the slaughter EXP. He directly aimed at another Quetzalcoatlus. Swoosh! This time, Soren slowed down a little. He aimed at the head of the Quetzalcoatlus and shot it directly. The arrow turned into a cold light, but because of the air and wind speed, there was a slight deviation. It shot under the neck of the Quetzalcoatlus and did not hit the vital part of the head. The notification didn't appear. The first notification was the easiest to obtain. The difficulty of obtaining the next 2 notifications would gradually increase. These required time to accumulate. Roar! There was a scream. The Quetzalcoatlus let go of the corpse under its claws, then flapped its wings and accelerated, flying directly toward the distant mountains. It was scared. Even monsters would be scared, especially when their own kind fell in such a short time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Soren shot continuously and shot all the arrows in one breath. Unfortunately, the power of the bow and arrow was greatly reduced after the distance was drawn. Only some of the arrows hit the dragon's wings. The damage caused was not enough to threaten the Quetzalcoatlus. The speed of fly was not as fast as the Quetzalcoatlus flying at full speed. Soren watched the enemy fly further and further away. In the end, he could only land helplessly. It was much more convenient to fly in the sky with wings. The dragon was still the overlord of the sky. No one would fight with the dragon in the air. Patter! Soren landed gently on the ground. Behind him came the cheers of his subordinates and the sound of other pirate leaders approaching. He rushed directly to the Quetzalcoatlus that fell in front of him. Even if it fell from such a high altitude, it still maintained its body. After landing, it didn't directly die, but there were traces of fractures in its legs and abdomen. Not far away was the body of the indigenous slave. Its abdomen was directly pierced through by the dragon's claws, and a large part of its intestines spilled out. Soren's expression was cold. He frowned and approached. Then he slashed at the Quetzalcoatlus's head. Poochie! Blood splattered out of the wound. Soren cut off the Quetzalcoatlus's head, then frowned and looked at the mountain in the distance. Your Excellency, the half-elf first mate and the red-haired female pirate approached. When they saw Soren, they bowed slightly. The half-elf first mate said, "It was these two Quetzalcoatlus that attacked the slaves. One of them had a scar on its tail. I remember it very clearly." Quetzalcoatlus, a dragon subspecies with a challenge rating of 8 to 12, a monster level between 15 to 18, and a small number of special bloodlines, could reach the legendary level. Soren glanced at the Quetzalcoatlus's body in front of him and slowly said, "Let people transport the body back. These Quetzalcoatlus won't dare to attack again for the time being. We'll deal with them in 2 days. It's time to clean up the monsters nearby." The Quetzalcoatlus looked a bit like the Quetzalcoatlus of the Jurassic era. Its body was quite large, with sharp dragon claws and fangs. It was very aggressive. Its neck was very long, which was a relatively obvious weakness. As a dragon subspecies that was difficult to deal with, it was still a bit difficult for Soren's men to challenge them. Soon, the others rushed over. A Quetzalcoatlus's weight was close to 2 or 3 tons. It took 20 or 30 people to carry it back. Behind them, a bearded pirate held the Quetzalcoatlus's head. When they returned to the camp, someone immediately raised the Quetzalcoatlus's head. Immediately, there were cheers from the pirates below. Even the slaves cheered and looked at Soren with eyes full of awe. Strength could always suppress a lot of things. The continuous attacks of the Quetzalcoatlus also made the slaves feel fear. However, the creatures that they feared were easily killed by Soren. He was not the same as before. The Quetzalcoatlus that risked his life to challenge was now no longer Soren's opponent. When Soren returned to the camp, Gloria also happened to come out. She heard the cheers outside and came out to see. Gloria glanced at the bloody corpse of the Quetzalcoatlus in the distance and frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Soren saw her smile and said slowly, "There's a Quetzalcoatlus's nest nearby. They just attacked the slaves. I killed one of them, but the other one escaped." Gloria nodded slightly, raised her hand to lift the long hair on her earlobe, and smiled playfully. "Do you need me to do it?" "No." Soren also smiled and said, "I'll take care of them tomorrow. You focus on studying the magic circle. It's best if you can stabilize a portal that can be closed and opened. The shadow plane connected here always gives me a strong sense of crisis. If we can come and go freely, we can deal with it much more easily." Gloria nodded and said softly, "Okay, I know." The Quetzalcoatlus was quickly carried away and skinned. The pirates were eager to taste the dragon meat. The drow warriors were also pointing at it. As agile warriors, they could not equip the expensive mithril and fine gold armor. The rare leather armor, made of dragon skin, was the best armor they could get. However, the drow warriors were not easy to speak because they had not completely surrendered to Soren. Their status was not as good as those elite pirates. In fact, only a small part of the rare weapons shipped back from the north were allocated to the drow warriors. Most of them were used to arm the core pirates under Soren's command. Rewards could not be given randomly. If he only wanted to win over the drow warriors, wouldn't it make the pirates below feel bitterly disappointed? Now, these pirates were Soren's most loyal subordinates. On the other side, the leader of the drow warriors, Darkblade, looked at everything in front of him and fell into deep thought. After a while, he called a drow ranger, whispered a few words, and then said, "Send someone back the news. He's getting stronger and stronger. Warn those stubborn females not to act rashly. This person is not so easy to take advantage of. They only want to use his strength to strengthen their tribe, but they don't think that the one feeding them is a tiger. Proud female drow. These female elves, who ruled the Underdark and had a status far higher than that of males, had not fully recognized Soren's identity until now. For Darkblade, this was a very dangerous thing. This was because he knew very well how dangerous this throat cutter was and how cruel his methods were. He was worried about what terrible things would happen when Soren's patience ran out. Chapter 341. Clang, clang. The whistling sound of the wind was accompanied by the sound of weapons clashing. Then, Gloria's playful voice rang out. That's it? So you're such a useless man. Where are your spells? How could it be interrupted so easily? Weren't you so smug last night? Why aren't you showing your male chauvinism now? Come on, attack me with spells. You're as soft as a woman now. What happened to last night's bravery? Could it be that your legs have gone soft? Clang, clang. Gloria was wearing a tight, white dress. She was as beautiful as a blooming snow lotus, but her attacks were unusually fierce. It was as if she had been buffed with draconic strength. She swung her heavy staff and swept it at Soren's vitals. As a northern witch who was close to legendary, she was not without the slightest melee ability. On the contrary, the high-grade wizards in this world had received melee training. It could be said that even if she didn't use magic, her melee combat was equivalent to that of a second-tier warrior. Come on. Gloria's charming face blushed slightly. Perhaps it was because of the physical exhaustion, or perhaps it was because she was a little excited by what she had said. She said in a mocking tone, "Is that all you can do? Or do you only know how to play the hero on top of women at night? Are you so easily distracted and interrupted in battle?" Her full breasts bounced up and down along with her vigorous movements, creating a very attractive clang. Gloria executed a beautiful spinning sweep, forcing Soren to take a step back. At the same time, she leaped up and swung her staff at Soren's head. Huh! Soren took a deep breath. There was an indescribable expression on his face. In any case, he looked quite depressed. From the beginning to the end, he only defended and did not attack, so he was forced into a difficult situation by Gloria's unrestrained attacks. There were a few times when he had the time to cast a spell, but it was immediately interrupted by his opponent's ferocious attacks. After blocking and dodging 2 rounds of attacks, Soren finally found the opportunity to fire 2 arcane missiles back. They couldn't even break through Gloria's defensive energy field. The result of the battle made Soren feel a little frustrated. It was as if he was being suppressed. Clang, clang. After a new round of attacks, Gloria retreated like a butterfly. Her plump chest heaved up and down as she took a deep breath and said, "Let's stop here for today." After all, a wizard's physical strength was inferior to a melee profession. Soren put away his scimitar in frustration. He raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him, who had an inexplicably excited expression on her face. He said in a muffled voice, "I didn't expect you to be so good at taunting people." This woman had taunted him. Why didn't he realize that she had such a good taunting skill before? The words she said during the battle did affect Soren's performance. Weakness. Soren was a very strong man. Even if he had a strong will and determination, he still couldn't help but be affected when a woman taunted him about his sex life, especially when it was his own woman. Gloria gave him a mischievous look. She lifted her fair fingers and gently lifted the ends of her hair. She put on a gentle smile and said, "A wizard must learn to ignore the taunts of their enemies. This is the first lesson of mastering combat spellcasting. Many enemies can see through your emotions and use words to provoke you, thus affecting your spellcasting. Maybe you won't be affected in close combat, but from the perspective of spellcasting, you're not focused enough. Mastering combat spellcasting is not only about dealing with your enemy's attacks, but also learning to ignore their taunts. Focus was the key to combat spellcasting." Gloria, who was still valiant a moment ago, had now turned back into a gentle and charming woman. It was as if the person who had said all kinds of provocative and even shameful words to provoke Soren was not her at all. She raised her eyebrows slightly and untied her hair, letting her silky hair casually fall. She glanced at Soren and playfully said, "Are you angry?" "No," Soren replied in a muffled voice. Then he directly walked over, picked up the noble witch in front of him, and carried her on his shoulder. He then turned around and walked into the room. Scoundrel! Gloria seemed to have foreseen what was going to happen next. Her charming face was flushed, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she lightly punched Soren's shoulder and whispered, "Petty man, you said yourself that you wouldn't be angry no matter what I say during training." "Pa!" Soren raised his hand and slapped her round buttocks. He said in a muffled voice, "I'm really not angry. I just feel like I need to prove myself again." Gloria's body softened when she heard this. Her face became redder and redder. She acted like a spoiled child and begged for mercy. "I was wrong. You were as fierce as a tiger last night." Soren kicked the door open and continued in a muffled voice, "It's too late." He caressed her round buttocks and pinched them a few times. Then he threw Gloria on the bed and closed the door with a magic trick. He then reached out and grabbed the witch's full breasts, kneading them slightly. He didn't even take off her clothes and directly bit her. "Oh!" Gloria's body trembled. She reached out and grabbed Soren's neck. Her face was as red as the sunset, and she said in a soft voice, "You're so petty. I clearly told you that I would find a way to provoke you during the combat training." "Gentler." "Ah. Annoying." Soren did not untie the clothes on Gloria's body. He lifted the corset skirt directly, then stretched out his fingers and stroked it a few times. When he took it out, it was already wet. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said slowly, "It seems that you don't mean what you say. Are you trying to provoke me with those words? Do you feel excited too?" He entered without hesitation. Soren picked up Gloria's soft body and let her sit on his body. He opened his mouth and kissed Gloria's lips. His waist moved gently like an intense drum beat. "Oh!" The lingering kiss made Gloria close her eyes. She blushed and hugged Soren's neck. With the impact, she slightly twisted and swayed her delicate body. In this intoxicating blend of joy, she suddenly felt Soren's lips close to her earlobe, and then he said in a low, gasping voice, "Gloria, I'm not going to give you a chance. I think I've fallen in love with you." For a short moment, her whole body stiffened. In the next moment, Gloria's body convulsed as if she had been electrocuted. She couldn't help but moan, and then her body slightly twitched. She suddenly pushed Soren down on the bed and kissed his lips. It was a little crazy and a little infatuated. After a while, Gloria gently raised her head and raised her white fingers to wipe the corners of her mouth. Her face was as delicate and charming as a blooming peach blossom. She gently pressed her palm on Soren's chest, and her slender waist swayed with the ups and downs. She said softly, "I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. I love you. I don't know when it started, but I think this should be love. Do you know? When I first realized that I was missing a man, I felt a little overwhelmed. An intimate blend. The passionate drumbeat seemed to become a gentle lingering." Gloria leaned over and kissed Soren's lips again. Then she gently reached behind her back and unbuttoned her dress. A little bit of sunlight shone through the window. All the lust turned into tenderness, as if everything was so beautiful. Mainland Octo Valley. A group of fully armed warriors approached. They wore black full-body armor, and their faces were cold and emotionless. They didn't look like ordinary warriors, but more like fallen dark guards. Behind these dark guards, there was a group of priests wearing long robes. They didn't wear any insignia of the gods on their chests, but this also meant that they belonged to some forces that couldn't see the light of day. Behind these people, there was a priest wearing a black robe. He looked at the valley with a cold expression and then ordered everyone to enter. Jia, jia, jia. A strange sound came from all directions in the valley. Vampire bats could be seen hovering in the darkness, and some strange figures leaping around the valley. They had scarlet pupils and sharp fangs exposed from the corners of their mouths. "Welcome to my territory. The demigod vampire in a blood-red dress descended from the sky. He smiled and looked at everyone in front of him. Finally, his eyes fell on the black-robed priest. He said playfully, "High Priest, I didn't expect you to come to my door so soon." The black-robed priest took a step forward and said with some anger in his voice, "You shameless thief! How dare you steal the divine power of my lord? Today I'm going to take you back." "Is that so?" The handsome face of the demigod vampire showed a mocking smile. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A large group of vampire servants suddenly appeared around him. The black-robed priest didn't have the slightest fear on his face. He looked around contemptuously and said in a deep voice, "Do you think this group of trash can help you defeat me? You're too naive." There was a short silence. Then, another thin figure appeared. He stood alone at the exit of the valley. It was as if he had isolated the nearby space, bringing an evil shadow and melody to this place. The Hellpemer played with the magic flute at his fingertips, looked up and smiled. "What if I join in?" The black-robed priest's face changed instantly. Chapter 342. Combat Spellcasting. It was a rather difficult ability to master. This might be the most difficult ability for Soren to train so far, because even a talented wizard would need at least 3 to 5 years to master combat spellcasting. The battle was ever-changing, and it was not easy to seize the opportunity to cast a spell. Many wizards would cast a defensive spell in advance, and then rely on the energy shield to fight for casting time. Even with the guidance of Gloria, Soren's progress in mastering this ability was slow. He had to admit that this woman had a very high taunting ability. While attacking and interrupting Soren's spellcasting, she could also keenly perceive Soren's emotions, and then rely on words to irritate and influence him. Damn it, Soren felt that he also needed to learn how to taunt the enemy. After all, his accumulation of basic skills was still a little shallow. The ability training could not be rushed in a short time. So after feeding Gloria, Soren began to busy himself with other things. The camp must not be left aside. In the future, whether it was Soren or Vivian, they may need the population and power here. This was to pave the way for the future of the legend. Otherwise, when the Avatar crisis broke out, he would not have the time and energy to accumulate. According to this progress, the accumulation of the population would eventually lead to a qualitative change from quantitative change. The elite pirates began to gather. Soren already had plans to clean up after the attack of the Quetzalcoatlus. The Quetzalcoatlus looked a bit like the Quetzalcoatlus of the Jurassic era. They were a little different from the familiar Quetzalcoatlus. The Quetzalcoatlus looked more like the Quetzalcoatlus in The Lord of the Rings. The Quetzalcoatlus was much easier to tame, but the Quetzalcoatlus was quite difficult. Therefore, Soren gave up the idea of taming them after a slight thought. It was difficult to find a talent who could master the art of dragon taming, and it would take a lot of time and money. Teams of elite pirates gathered, and, at the same time, someone distributed the heavy javelins. However, just as Soren was ready to deal with the Quetzalcoatlus, an unexpected visitor arrived. A ship was docked at the port. It was a very special ship, and it was engraved with the emblem of the goddess of wealth. South Coast. There were neutral gods, such as the goddess of wealth, evil gods, such as the goddess of ocean, and even some demons from the abyss, as well as some evil gods hiding in the dark corners. Therefore, when the ship with the emblem of the goddess of wealth approached the port, Soren immediately put aside the matter of dealing with the Quetzalcoatlus and rushed towards the port with his men. He didn't know how the believers of the Mistress of Riches found this place. However, as the most powerful church in the South Coast, Soren could not afford to offend the Lady of Wealth, who had mid-level divine power. Wealth Church, a powerful force that remained neutral and had forces all over the world. When Soren arrived at the port, there were already many people gathered there. Pirates had always been lawless and greedy for wealth. However, when they saw these people who were covered in jewels and treasures, they became quite obedient. Some of them even bowed slightly in respect. The goddess of wealth was a widely believed god. She had a large number of followers, but because it was difficult for the wealth priesthood to produce fanatics, her divine power was still much weaker than some of the stronger gods. Sometimes, quantity might not be able to suppress quality. Your Excellency, throat cutter. The person who came down from the deck was a woman wearing a silver robe with golden cuffs. She had beautiful golden hair and 6 gemstone rings on her 10 fingers. It was said that the goddess of wealth loved gold. Many of her priests had golden hair, and these priests were covered in jewels and treasures. They liked to wear expensive jewelry, and their clothes were also exquisite and luxurious. This was a tall and voluptuous woman. She wore a string of expensive pearl necklace on her chest. She bowed slightly towards Soren and smiled, and slowly said, "Your Excellency, I have brought you the goodwill of the Mistress of Wealth." The goodwill of the Mistress of Wealth? Soren didn't relax because of this. He looked at the tall woman in front of him and slowly said, "Welcome to this deserted island. I'm very curious how you found this place." The tall woman didn't answer directly. Instead, she smiled and said, "The Mistress of Wealth has been watching us." It seemed like someone had leaked the information. Soren wasn't angry because it was difficult to hide such a big target from a powerful god's church. He was just curious how the other party knew the route here. The tall woman in front of him glanced around and looked at the port in front of her. She smiled and said, "Your Excellency has a good eye. Just the port here is enough to bring a lot of wealth in the future." Speaking of this, her expression was a little playful. "Aren't you going to invite me in to have a look?" She didn't come with good intentions. Although the other party had been smiling, Soren felt that this might not be a good thing, because behind him stood the Sea Church. If he was accidentally involved in the confrontation between 2 gods' churches, it would definitely be a terrible disaster. "Please." Soren turned around and made an inviting gesture. Even if he was one of the 3 pirate kings on the south coast, there was not much difference in status when facing a high-grade priest from the Church of Wealth. The necessary respect was still certain. Not many people would want to offend the Mistress of Wealth. Who would say no to money? The priest of the goddess of wealth showed a satisfied smile on her face. She got up and followed Soren while observing the surrounding environment. Behind her, there were 2 low-grade priests and temple warriors who were fully equipped with fine armor. The Mistress of Wealth was the richest god, so most of the temple warriors who believed in her were equipped with first-class equipment. Just the 8 temple guards behind her were enough to kill a group of elite pirates under Soren's command. Because Soren just glanced at them and saw that their weapons were mixed with adamantine. The Principality of Rossard. In the middle of an incomparably grand hall sat a woman who looked rather dangerous. She looked at the messenger below with cold eyes, and a playful smile appeared on her coquettish face. Her red lips opened slightly and said, "What do you mean? Astrid wants to form an alliance with me? Huh? Is he worthy? A puppet supported by the Naga Siren royal family. Naive enough to want to form an alliance with me. I'm afraid he can't even deal with the newly risen throat cutter. Now, get out of here. Go back and tell him. He wants to form an alliance with me. Let the Naga Siren royal family behind him send a messenger here." Humiliation. The humiliation from the Duke of Red Dragon's wife made the messenger a little angry, but he didn't dare to do anything because the woman in front of him was quite terrifying and cruel. It was said that in order to gain power, she slaughtered her own family. Her purpose was to use some kind of evil spell to extract the power of other people in the family who had the blood of warlocks. This allowed her to advance to the legendary realm in just a few years and become the most powerful Red Dragon warlock in the South Coast. And so far, no one had seen her fight with all her strength. Many people thought that she had the strength of a high-grade legendary. A high-grade legendary dragon warlock. Not only was he a powerful spellcaster, but he was also a fearsome warrior. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Her rise was more exaggerated than the rumored throat cutter. When this cruel woman first appeared, she appeared as the newlywed wife of the Duke of Rossard. However, shortly after she married the old Duke of Rossard, the old Duke had already died, and his 3 sons also died frequently in accidents. Finally, she took over the power as expected, and at the same time, she controlled the duchy at an amazing speed in just a few years. It could be said that she was one of the most feared women on the South Coast. Her ruthlessness and cruelty were comparable to the drows in the Underdark. Almost anyone who dealt with her was very cautious because if they were not careful, they might be doomed eternally. The messenger slowly withdrew from the hall. Before leaving, he took a deep look at the woman on the throne, then turned and left. Chapter 343. On the way to the camp, the priests of the goddess of wealth had been observing the place. These people who believed in the goddess of wealth had keen insight, especially when it came to the grasp of wealth and business opportunities. Soren didn't know much about the goddess of wealth because she was usually a very low-key god. Even when the new goddess of wealth replaced the old goddess of wealth, people only discovered it hundreds of years later. The reason for this discovery was because the goddess of wealth had upgraded from a lesser divine power to a medium divine power, and, at the same time, changed the position of her original clergy. In the past, the goddess of wealth was the goddess of trade and wealth, and now the goddess of wealth was the goddess of trade and wealth. A change in position meant that the amount of godly power she could control had increased by several times. The goddess of wealth, who used to have trade as her core clergy, had a huge fluctuation in her divine power. Once the war affected trade, her power began to be affected because there was basically no way to trade in that kind of situation, and naturally, there was no way to increase her divine power. But as wealth became the core of this lady's clergy, her divine power gradually stabilized, and because the Temple of Wealth became something like a bank, she maintained a strong divine power almost all the time. And because of this, she also touched the protection domain of money. Wealth, trade, money, and protection. This new successor of the goddess of wealth was only discovered by others at this time. She had already replaced the old goddess of wealth. From then on, the power of the goddess of wealth became a first-class force on the continent, and it occupied an important position in the game of the gods' churches. When Soren first heard of this knowledge, he was also quite surprised, because he didn't think that just by changing the position of her clergy, it could cause such a big change, and let a god who was already on the verge of decline rush to the realm of great divine power in one breath. If it wasn't for the goddess of wealth's strong control of trade, and because the continent's trade was not developed enough, it was very likely that she would be the first god to enter the realm of great divine power in hundreds of years. There were neat rows of brick houses, straight drainage ditches. The layout of the streets was simple and clear, with shops, taverns, and blacksmiths, and specially built public toilets. It was not dirty and messy like other towns, and there wasn't even any garbage on the road. Everything here was clean and tidy, and because of this, others even thought that Soren had a slight obsession with cleanliness. "Your Excellency really surprises me." The priest of the Lady of Riches, who was decked in jewels, looked around. She could not help but reveal a thoughtful expression. Then she slowly said, "This place is full of vitality and vitality. That is the aura of wealth. Such a town, as long as there was a stable order, it would soon attract many merchants." The overseas trade was now in the hands of Soren. Port Tylon and the town that was being built in front of them were 2 points. They controlled the direction of the overseas trade route. As long as Soren was willing to open up a little, he could attract a large number of adventurous businessmen. Trade was exactly what the Lady of Wealth needed. It could expand her faith and strengthen her power. The decline of the city of wealth temporarily affected trade. There was no way to recover from the chaos that happened before in a short period of time. This was also the reason why she came here. "Please." Soren raised his hand and made an inviting gesture, then turned around and entered the hall. Just as the priest of the Lady of Wealth sat down, Gloria, who was wearing a black witch robe, also appeared in the hall. She glanced at Soren slightly and then nodded gently. "Your Excellency." The priest of the Mistress of Wealth stood up and bowed slightly to Gloria to show her respect. As a representative from the Church of Wealth, She was well aware of Gloria's identity and status, as well as her influence in the Witch Council. She even knew that Gloria had been promoted and rewarded by the Witch Council because she had touched the realm of the legendary witches. Gloria smiled and nodded in response. She reached out and made an inviting gesture, as if she was the hostess here. She smiled and said, "Welcome, messenger of the Mistress of Wealth. Your arrival brings light to our humble dwelling." Everyone took their seats. The priest of the Mistress of Wealth glanced at the others, got up and smiled. "Just call me Gold. In fact, I did bring the goodwill of the Mistress of Wealth here." Gold. It was a strange monosyllabic name. The priest named Gold in front of him walked to the center of the hall and slowly said, "It seems that your excellency intends to develop this place into a city. I have to admit that your excellency has a unique vision. However, if you want to develop the remote outer islands, it will require a considerable amount of manpower and financial resources. As far as I know, although your excellency has a close relationship with the Sea Temple, they have not provided any help. On the contrary, a large part of your excellency's trade from the outer islands has to be handed over to them." Gold, who was dressed in jewelry, smiled slightly. Her delicate face was full of confidence. She took out a golden card and said seriously, "This is a divine power gold card of the Temple of Wealth. As long as you hold it, you can withdraw 100,000 Kindler from any Temple of Wealth on the continent at any time." She handed the gold card to Soren and smiled confidently. "This is just a gift from us to your excellency. Please don't refuse. This gift is not part of our next deal. Regardless of whether we cooperate or not, this gift only represents our intentions. And to express our gratitude to your excellency for re-establishing the rules of the South Coast and restoring the trade to normal order. 100,000 Kindler. This time, not only Soren, even Gloria next to him was surprised. With Soren's experience, it was not that he had never seen rich people. He had been in contact with a lot of the royal family, churches, and so on. However, it was really the first time he saw someone who could give 100,000 Kindler so easily. The Temple of Wealth was really rich. When the 100,000 Kindler fell, even Soren could not help but breathe heavily. Then he smiled and reached out to take it. It would be a waste if he did not take it. He could never have too much money in his hands. Since he had already said that it was free, Soren naturally ate it first. Seeing Soren accept the Divine Power Gold card, the Priest of Wealth showed a satisfied smile at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, her expression became more and more proud. The Temple of Wealth was so confident. No one could refuse them so firmly when they had money to open the way. Gold raised her finger and turned the ruby ring on her index finger. Then she gave a look to a servant next to her. Then someone handed a document to Soren. She was quite confident and said, "The Temple of Wealth has the most powerful strength on the South Coast. The financial resources that your excellency needs to build here can be fully borne by us. At the same time, the Temple of Wealth also controls the largest and most mineral resources on the South Coast. We have a very abundant slave resource, and we can replenish the manpower you need at any time. It can be said that compared to the Sea Temple that only squeezes profit from you, we can provide you more. As for what we need, it's just that you open this city to us, give us the free authority to trade overseas, and then build the Temple of Wealth here and let us develop believers for the goddess." Gold looked at Soren with some satisfaction. She believed that the generous conditions she offered could make the other party agree. But what she never expected was that after Soren took a look at the document, he said in a firm tone, "I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't agree to these conditions." The conditions were actually quite good. The Temple of Wealth provided Soren with funds, manpower, and materials. The only requirement was to open up the city's authority, give them the authority to trade overseas, and at the same time, let them develop their faith and build a temple. For Soren, who had just completed the prototype, being able to get the support of the Temple of Wealth could greatly speed up the construction progress, but it was also quite dangerous for him because of the Sea Temple. Moreover, after Gloria heard the conditions, She was also calm on the surface, but secretly used her spiritual sense to deal with Soren. You can't agree. The camp is connected to the shadow plane. We can't let other forces know about the existence of the wizard tower. Yes. Hearing Gloria's words, Soren suddenly woke up. The value of the wizard tower was immeasurable. It must not be known to other forces. So no matter how good the conditions of the Temple of Wealth were, he could not agree. The authority of the city must be firmly in his own hands. Opening up the authority to build a temple would interfere with Soren's influence. Moreover, he relied on the Temple of the Sea behind him. Now that the Temple of the Sea temple had not yet moved in, if he let the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth enter first, with the petty temper of the Sea Goddess, she might find out about it with Soren. Kim's face was full of astonishment. She did not expect Soren to refuse so firmly. Soren also did not want to be too stiff with the Temple of Wealth, not to mention that they had just given him 100,000 Kindler. So he pondered for a moment and slowly said, "But as my goodwill, I'm willing to open up some of the authority to free trade to the Temple of Wealth. As for other things, I'm afraid I have to ask the Temple of the Sea for their opinion." The Temple of the Sea. Kim could not help but frown. She came here because she knew that the influence of the Temple of the Sea on Soren was far from that great. If he asked the Temple of the Sea, it was basically impossible to agree because the Temple of the Sea also needed faith. This place had not been developed yet. Once it became an existence similar to Port Tylon, the Temple of the Sea would immediately send priests to move in. At that time, how could the Temple of Wealth be allowed to enter? Although the forces of the gods were intricate, the establishment of a temple was like a carrot in a hole. The establishment of a temple meant that the foundation was laid. Look at Port Tylon. The Temple of the Sea and the Temple of the Storm fought countless times, but in the end, there was still no winner because both sides had the support of a temple. Building a temple here was equivalent to building half of a wizard tower. As long as the god standing behind it had not fallen, who had the ability to pull out a temple with divine power in the end. In the Battle of Amber City, so many legendary challenge-level Terror Knights could not easily take down any of the temples. It could be seen how strong the defense of the temple was. Soren could not allow the power of the temple to enter his territory. Even if possible, he wanted to exclude the power of the Temple of the Sea from the periphery. This was also the reason why he kept planning to expand the port. There were too many important secrets in the camp. Kim's expression was a little stunned and disappointed, but she did not give up because coming here was her task. If she did not complete the task, it meant that the temple's evaluation of her would be lowered. Gloria had a smile on her mouth and secretly said to Soren through telepathy, "Keep her steady. She still has important uses. We can use her as a bargaining chip and take the opportunity to make demands to the Temple of the Sea. Take both sides." Soren was stunned for a moment, and then he was also thoughtful. He could not help but turn his head and look at Gloria in surprise. This woman's political acumen was very high. Facing Soren's surprised eyes, Gloria smiled indifferently, then raised her hand and gently lifted the long hair on her earlobe and looked at him with her eyes. "So," Soren stood up and said, "if you're not in a hurry, maybe you can stay here for a few days. I can immediately send someone to ask the Temple of the Sea. You should have seen the port here. The land there is very open. In fact, I am preparing to sell some of the land there. Although the price is a little expensive, I think you should be able to see the potential of the land with your vision." A very clever answer. The priest of the Lady of Riches was thoughtful when he heard that. He then looked at Soren deeply and said, "Of course. Okay, I will stay here and wait for your reply." He did not agree to the conditions of the exchange, nor did he agree to let them build a temple, but he was willing to sell a part of the land. This seemed to be very profound. In Kim's opinion, Soren was undoubtedly still quite afraid of the Temple of the Sea and did not want to lose the support of the Temple of the Sea. But he was also attracted by the superior conditions of the Temple of Wealth and did not want to easily give up such a powerful support. So there was such a euphemistic answer. If he was willing to sell the land near the port, then the ownership of the land would belong to the Temple of Wealth. Even if they could not build a temple openly, It could be used as a stronghold for the Temple of Wealth to develop their faith. As for whether they could build a temple here to strengthen their faith in the end, it was obvious that he wanted to see the strength of the two churches collide. A very cunning and treacherous man, he wanted to swallow the benefits from the two churches, but he did not want to be involved in the struggle for faith between the two churches. A piece of land. Kim had seen the terrain of the port. It was a very superior natural port. If this place developed into a place like Port Tylon, then the port would undoubtedly be the most prosperous place with the most people. The fleet coming and going would fill the entire port. On the contrary, the camp here was built inside and surrounded by mountains on two sides. One side was close to the tropical jungle, and it was a little far from the port. So, geographically speaking, it was not very superior. However, the terrain here was quite open and could be used to develop farmland. When she came, she saw a lot of farmland. She thought so in her heart. Kim could not help but have a little more contempt for Soren. After all, he was just a pirate leader who did not have much business sense. He only thought about the things dug out from the land and did not realize that the greatest wealth here was trade. If she were to build here, the city would definitely be close to the coastal port and directly build a port city. Now, if the port was developed, it was equivalent to laying out two cities. Even if they were relatively close to each other, they would not be connected in the end. With the powerful strength of the Temple of Wealth, it was not impossible to encroach on the port little by little. If they swallowed the port and occupied the core area of trade, then the value of the city here would be reduced a lot. Her excellent business vision made her realize that the port was the key. In the future, the struggle for faith would also be in the bustling port area. Now, the most important thing was the confrontation with the Temple of Sea. If they could not collide head-on, they could only give up part of the benefits to each other and strive to let each other take what they needed. The friction between two powerful God's churches was a very scary thing. The group of believers from the Temple of Wealth was quickly settled down. When Kim left the hall, she could not help but see some drow warriors, which surprised her quite a bit. She turned around and took a deep look at Soren. Drows. This kind of creature was quite difficult to deal with. It seemed that they were the subordinates of his pirate. Maybe she had underestimated him too much. This group of people was settled near the south gate by Soren. At the same time, he secretly sent people to watch them to prevent these people from moving around in the camp at will. Gloria also quietly arranged a warning circle to block the area connected to the shadow plane. Now the portal had not been completely stabilized. If the portal was stabilized, the shadow cracks would be concentrated, and then other places in the camp would not be able to enter the shadow plane. The port was being developed, and when the time was right, they still had to be settled near the port. This may be an opportunity. Gloria waited until the priest of wealth and the others left, then immediately came to Soren and said, "The goodwill from the Temple of Wealth will make the Temple of Sea full of crisis. This can fight for more benefits for us." "I know." Soren nodded gently, but then he said in a deep voice, "But this matter must be considered carefully, because if we are not careful, we may offend two churches at the same time." Gloria frowned, then raised her fingertips and gently drew a line on the planning and construction map. She separated an area from it, and then slowly said, "Give up part of the benefits. Let them fight for it themselves." P.S. Today's first update. There will be more in the afternoon. Chapter 344. The arrival of the priest of the Lady of Riches made Soren a little more vigilant. That was, as his strength grew, he would inevitably attract the attention of many powerful veteran forces. This was something that could not be avoided. Perhaps when Soren was not strong enough, these forces would choose to ignore him. But when Soren broke through a certain threshold, they would inevitably come into contact with him. Fortunately, it was the priest of the Lady of Riches who came. If the Storm Temple secretly sent someone to contact him, things would be even more troublesome. This place was close to the rainforest of the Amazons. If he refused, he would be attacked. In the end, he was not strong enough. If Soren could ignore the influence of the Sea Temple, then he could confidently say, "This is my territory. I'm the boss." Advancing into the realm of legends, Soren felt that he had to speed up his progress. If there were 3 legendary figures in charge, no temple would dare to act rashly. So after settling down the priest of the Lady of Riches, Soren could take people to deal with the Quetzalcoatlus. Gloria was in the camp, and the wizards, I was always monitoring the crack in the shadow plane. He was not worried that the other party would discover the secret here. So he took a group of people to hunt the Quetzalcoatlus early in the morning. As a dangerous dragon subspecies, they could bring Soren a lot of slaughter EXP, and he would definitely level up as a wizard. However, he still had to avoid casualties. It was not realistic for Soren to hunt these Quetzalcoatlus alone. The number of Quetzalcoatlus was probably more than one hand. The back of the mountain was a cliff. Soren had built a brick factory here, and the craftsmen from the east were busy. Behind the red land was a small river, and then it was the territory of the Quetzalcoatlus. There was feces of the Quetzalcoatlus here, so other creatures did not dare to come close. Soren's people were all grade 3 and above. Among them, there were elites who had participated in the White Dragon War. The dragon leather armor was in the process of being made. This process was not easy, and they might need the help of the drows. A group of people climbed up the mountain. Before they got close to the cliff, they heard the low roar of the Quetzalcoatlus. These dragon subspecies found them, but they did not attack. Instead, they roared at them and tried to drive them away. Swoosh! Soren shot an arrow at the wing of one of the Quetzalcoatlus. This provocation angered the beasts, and 2 of them roared and swooped down from the sky. "Out of the way!" Soren shouted, pulled out his curved sword Icing Death, leaped up, and stabbed into the Quetzalcoatlus abdomen. The force of the dive knocked Soren away, but this force also turned into an impact, allowing Soren to cut open the belly of the Quetzalcoatlus in front of him, directly opening a wound nearly 2 meters long. A large amount of blood and intestines spilled out. Finally, the Quetzalcoatlus hit the ground with a bang, and half of its dragon wings smashed into Soren's abdomen. Cough, cough. Soren coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered some bruises, but it was worth it. The Quetzalcoatlus in front of him was on the verge of death. Poochie! The scimitar cut through the head of the Quetzalcoatlus and beheaded it. A row of data appeared. Activated sword form, beheading. You've dealt 72 damage to the target. Beheading successful. Target dead. You've gained 5,600 slaughter EXP. Soren's battle was glorious, but the situation on his men's side was not very good. Although they hit the enemy with their javelins when they spread out, one of them was hit by the Quetzalcoatlus. Even the iron armor could not withstand the sharp claws of the Quetzalcoatlus. Their chest was almost pierced through, and even their ribs were lifted up. The large dragon subspecies attack was quite fierce, and with the advantage of their large size, their strength was enough to send a mammoth flying. One of Soren's men was killed by a diving attack, and the Quetzalcoatlus immediately wanted to fly into the air. Of course, Soren would not let it fly. He immediately picked up a javelin and threw it. The javelin whistled out and hit the enemy's wing, causing it to stagger and fall to the ground. Without a chance to fly into the air, the Quetzalcoatlus immediately swept its tail, then opened its mouth to bite the nearest person. Let me do it. Soren needed to gain slaughter EXP, so he naturally could not let his men kill it. He shouted, "Everyone spread out and attack with javelins. Brute force. Haste." Soren activated the permanent haste spell on his legendary boots, and his whole body turned into a shadow as he rushed towards the Quetzalcoatlus. Although equipment with permanent spells could be activated for a whole day, it was not so convenient in normal life, and sometimes it could not achieve the effect of a surprise attack. Most of these permanent spells were activated during battle. Some of them were directly tattooed on the body by special means or other methods, and they could only be activated in a special environment. For example, there was a permanent spell like Dragon Wing. If it was exposed at the beginning, it was likely to be counterproductive because fission could sometimes destroy these permanent spells. Clang! The curved sword turned into a cold light and slashed on the back of the Quetzalcoatlus. After the battle with the white dragon and the red dragon, Soren could deal with these dragon subspecies easily. Perhaps it was more dangerous to fight one against many, but it was very easy with the help of his men. Whoosh! With the light of the sword, the Quetzalcoatlus in front of them was quickly killed. Soren stood next to the body of the Quetzalcoatlus and took a breath, then said in a deep voice, "Let's go directly. Don't worry about these bodies. We'll come back and take them away." The rugged mountain road meandered up. Sometimes there was no road at all, and they had to rely on the shuttle. They quickly climbed up the Quetzalcoatlus nest. Then they saw the two Quetzalcoatlus that were guarding the nest. The Quetzalcoatlus stayed in the nest and did not help their companions when they were attacked, nor did they run away when they encountered a powerful enemy. Then there was only one reason. Soren was a little stunned when he came up. Then he looked past the Quetzalcoatlus that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, but did not attack. He saw several dragon eggs hidden behind them. Spring seemed to be the season for Quetzalcoatlus to lay their eggs. Then in summer and autumn, the animals were fat and strong, so they could catch enough food to feed the hatched dragon eggs. "Be careful." Soren looked at them seriously and then said, "All of you, back away. Don't attack those dragon eggs." Maybe these dragon eggs are still useful. It was quite difficult to tame dragon subspecies. However, if they hatched from the eggs, the difficulty of taming them would be reduced a lot. The Quetzalcoatlus growth cycle was very fast. As long as there was enough food, they could grow to more than 1,000 pounds in half a year. Although Soren did not know how to tame a Quetzalcoatlus, the drows had the skill to tame a petrifying lizard. Giant lizards were very similar to dragon subspecies, which meant that the possibility of taming them was about 30%. A 30% chance was enough for Sauron to give it a try. The others immediately backed away when they heard Soren's words. Soren approached the two Quetzalcoatlus in front of him. They were very uneasy facing Soren, but they did not leave the nest. Whether it was a pure-blood dragon or a mixed-blood dragon subspecies, the probability of laying eggs was not very high. Therefore, they would often protect their dragon eggs at all costs. Clang! A cold light flashed. Soren's figure strangely disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared behind the Quetzalcoatlus. However, he did not attack the enemy in front of him. Instead, he directly rushed to the dragon eggs and collected 5 of them in a dazzling speed. Attack! Soren turned around and stabbed his sword into the enemy's back. At the same time, he shouted, "Kill them!" As long as they did not have to worry about breaking the dragon eggs, they could attack freely. These Quetzalcoatlus in front of them were no match for them. If Soren activated his slaughter transformation, it would not be difficult for him to fight these Quetzalcoatlus alone. P.S. That's all for today. Chapter 345. Bang! As the last Quetzalcoatlus fell to the ground, Soren couldn't help but stand up while gasping for breath. He then clenched his teeth and pressed his arm, almost dislocating it from the Quetzalcoatlus attack. In front of him were 3 Quetzalcoatlus that were killed. One of them just came back from hunting, and there was also a zebra that was killed by it at the foot of the mountain. How are the casualties? Soren moved his arm and then turned around to look at his men. Just now, someone was knocked down by the Quetzalcoatlus near the dragon's nest. This place was hundreds of meters from the foot of the mountain, so it was basically impossible to survive. A small pirate leader counted the number of people and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, 4 are dead and 7 are injured." Yes, Soren nodded silently. This number of casualties was still within the acceptable range. After all, they were dealing with a dragon subspecies. The possibility of no casualties was too small. A Quetzalcoatlus gave him nearly 5,000 slaughter EXP. Cleaning up here gave Soren nearly 30,000 slaughter EXP, which was enough for him to level up his wizard profession. However, For the time being, Soren still had to hold back because he had already received the proficient spellcasting ability twice. If he received it again, he would be able to directly master the metamagic ability. The progress of casting in battle was relatively slow. However, if he mastered the proficient spellcasting ability, the speed of casting in battle would also increase. Many abilities were complementary to each other. There were so many Quetzalcoatlus corpses that they couldn't transport back quickly. Soren could only bring them back first, and then arrange for his men to transport them back. This small matter would be taken care of by the pirate leaders below. Soren himself took the 5 dragon eggs back. After dealing with these Quetzalcoatlus, the camp should be completely safe. Unless there were some dangerous creatures that migrated here, there shouldn't be any attacks in the near future. In the camp, Soren just came back and saw the followers of the Priest of Riches. They were obviously also observing this place, but because of Soren's ban, they could only secretly observe the layout of this place. The location of the Shadow Fisher was close to the warehouse, and no one was allowed to casually approach it. At most, they could only observe the situation of the south and east gate. Brother? Not long after Soren returned, Vivian appeared. Today, she was wearing a black princess dress, and her beautiful long hair was tied up in a bow. Her big round eyes looked around restlessly when she came in, and then her gaze fell on the dragon eggs that Soren had neatly placed on the table. Behind the little girl was the petite cat girl. Today, she seemed to be very well behaved. She was a little nervous as she followed behind Vivian. She was not as relaxed as she was yesterday. He didn't know if it was because the little girl in the black princess dress gave her a lot of pressure today, or if it was because of some other reason. The little girl widened her eyes and looked around. Then, she raised her little head and said, "Big brother, are these all dragon eggs?" Shit. When Vivian opened her mouth, Soren knew that this was bad. He knew that the little girl had always wanted to raise a majestic pet. Now that she had seen these dragon eggs, she might even want to raise one. Aya. The little girl skipped closer to the table and reached out her white little hand to touch the eggs. Then, she cheered. "They really are dragon eggs? I've always wanted to raise one. Big brother, you're the best." Whack! Vivian stood on the chair, tiptoed, and kissed Soren on the cheek. Then, she hugged the dragon egg and ran outside. She ran as fast as the wind. According to the little girl's judgment, there was a 90% chance that Soren would not agree to her raising such a dangerous creature. However, she had always wanted to raise a majestic pet. In the end, she decided to ignore everything and run away with the dragon egg after kissing her brother. When the baby dragon hatches in 2 days, her brother would probably not object. Wait, Vivian. Soren opened his mouth to say something, but stopped. In the end, he sighed softly. He was indeed worried about letting the little girl raise a dragon, even if it was a subdragon species. Dragons had hereditary memories, and subdragon species were born with a wild nature. It was not as if they would treat whoever hatched them as their parents the moment they saw the egg. That was the plot in the Bard stories. In reality, the dragon egg would let the baby dragon attack as soon as it hatched. The dragon's hereditary memories would teach them their instincts. The real taming of dragons was done with spells and brainwashing. It's okay. Gloria's figure appeared outside the door. She was wearing a long black dress, and her hair was casually tied up with a hairband. After entering the door, she glanced at Lulu, who was sneaking out. Then, she said to Soren, "With Vivian's current strength, raising a subdragon shouldn't be dangerous. If it's a pure-blood dragon, it might be a little dangerous." She walked to the table, glanced at the remaining dragon eggs, and said softly, "Are you planning to tame them?" Soren nodded slightly and said, "That's an idea." Gloria reached out and touched the dragon eggs, then frowned slightly and said, "This one has no breath of life. It's very difficult to tame dragon creatures. Only the people of Dragon City know the secret. Maybe it's easy to hatch them and control them, but it's quite difficult to make them listen to orders." Soren pressed his palm on the dragon egg that Gloria pointed out. Sure enough, he found that the breath of life was quite weak. There was no way to hatch this dragon egg. Even if it was a pure blood dragon's egg, there would be some that could not hatch. Sometimes it was similar to eggs. When a nest of dragon eggs hatched, the proportion of baby dragons born in the end could only be regarded as average. Soren put the dragon egg aside and replied, "Let's try it first." The drows have the skill to tame petrified lizards. During this time, they relied on me to provide them with materials, but only sent a team of drows to work. It's time for them to do something, and at the same time, test the attitude of those female drows. If these female drows still don't understand the situation, they can't blame me for being merciless. Speaking of this, Soren's eyes flashed with a cold light. Gloria raised her hand and gently lifted her long hair, looking a little worried, and said, "The drows are a race used to conspiracy and betrayal. I still can't trust them. You'd better be more careful." The underground creatures did not trust the surface creatures, and the surface creatures did not trust the underground creatures. Soren did not speak, but nodded gently and said, "I know. They can't make any waves. If they do anything, I'll erase them immediately." Gloria gently nodded, then took out a scroll and handed it to Soren, and said, "During this time, Vivian and I have been studying how to arrange the teleportation circle to connect to the shadow plane and decipher the mystery of this magic scroll. The little girl's talent is really amazing. Even I am surprised by her learning speed. I'm afraid it won't be long before she can completely surpass me." The deciphering of Melf's minute meteors has been completed. This is a copy we made. The spell has been analyzed in words that you can understand. However, there is still a paragraph in the original version of the secret text that we haven't been able to decipher. It doesn't seem to be part of the spell, but more like an improved technique of an arcanist. For the time being, Vivian and I haven't been able to decipher it. It's a text created by an individual, so it will take a long time to fully understand it. Text. There were many languages in this world. When a wizard's strength reached a certain level, they also liked to create their own secret text. For example, if you drew a twisted wavy line, it would be a wavy line in the eyes of others, but in the text you created, it would mean something else. This kind of secret text created by a wizard was the most difficult to decipher. Unless the corresponding spellbook was found, or some special ability was used to understand it. So even Gloria, who had a lot of knowledge, couldn't decipher it in a short time. Finally, the deciphering is complete. Soren reached out and took the scroll in front of him, then nodded and said, "Very good. I'll memorize it as soon as possible." Gloria's arrival was a great help. Vivian spent more than a month to decipher the spell, Melf's minute meteors, but not long after she came, she had completed most of the analysis. Soren was quite looking forward to this spell. "Okay." Gloria smiled and looked at Soren, then turned and left the hall. Night fell. Soren went back to his room after making some arrangements for the night watch. He carefully spread out the magic scroll in front of him, then picked up a quill and copied on the snow-white paper. The white paper was filled with dense symbols, and he finished writing a stack of white paper. Only then did he rub his forehead and sigh. Why is it so hard? Soren felt a little dizzy. He got up and opened the window to get some fresh air, then sat back down. The difficulty was too high. Although this was only a level 3 spell, Soren felt that it was harder to master than a level 5 spell. He studied for half a day, but he couldn't even complete the prototype of the spell model. At this rate, it would take at least half a month to memorize it. It seemed that there were very few spells that were so difficult for him to learn since he became a wizard. The night passed quickly. Soren almost didn't sleep all night. He only put down the quill and rested for a while when it was close to dawn the next day. The progress of the spell model analysis was less than 3%. There was a pile of paper on the table that was nearly 10 centimeters thick with all kinds of symbols and words. Soren rubbed his forehead to relax his nerves. Then he began to memorize the spells that he had mastered in the past. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Soren got up and left the room to practice the spells. When he had just finished using all the level 1 spells, the long-awaited prompt finally appeared. Ability improved. After a long period of practice, you have obtained some information about the ability Skillful Spellcasting. You have mastered the ability Skillful Spellcasting. Chapter 346. Finally, he got it. When the data prompt for mastering abilities appeared in front of him, Soren actually had an illusion of sighing in his heart. It was much harder to master a spellcaster's ability compared to other abilities. A lot of melee abilities could be mastered in a year and a half, but even the simplest spellcasting ability would take a lot of time. From the moment Soren started to become a wizard, spellcasting proficiency had been accumulating experience points, but it was only now that he truly mastered it. Even with encyclopedic knowledge and sage, it still took him a long time to master it. Spellcasting proficiency, spellcasting ability. As you cast spells again and again, your mastery of spells will gradually increase. This will increase your mastery of any spell. When you cast any spell, you can reduce the casting time by 1. If you cast a spell that only takes a second to cast, then you can turn it into an instant cast spell. This spellcasting time reduction effect can be stacked with spellcasting speed enhancement effect from other equipment. Arcane Missile. Soren gently raised his finger. Without chanting any spell, as if he was very familiar with it, he completed the spell casting naturally. Then, a series of arcane missiles shot out and completely penetrated the target in front of him. Spellcasting proficiency was the core ability of a wizard. Many of the metamagic abilities that he would master in the future were accumulated from this. Since he had already mastered spellcasting proficiency, Soren did not need to continue saving slaughter EXP. A row of data appeared in front of him. Wizard profession has leveled up to level 10. Received 27, INT 21 plus, INT 21 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 10. Profession HP 4 plus, con 22 to 10, asterisk 0. 5. Received 1 free attribute point. Received 1 ability point. Soren allocated the skill points to literacy and focus. He still could not master spellcasting in battle quickly because he did not have enough focus. It was easy to be interrupted in battle. The focus ability of a wizard had a wide range of uses. Whether it was learning spellcasting or spellcasting in battle, it had to pass a focus test. Pure wizards usually had a higher focus level. The ability that tested one's focus the most was mobile spellcasting. When casting spells while moving, one's focus would always be judged. Soren allocated his free attribute points to intelligence. In the future, when he wanted to learn legendary spells, the higher the intelligence, the better. Then, there was the very important specialization. Spell maximization, metamagic specialty. This metamagic specialty can maximize the power of spells. At the cost of increasing 2 spell levels, the damage of a spell is increased by 100%. For example, a level 1 spell, Arcane Missile, would become a level 3 spell after using the metamagic ability to enhance spells. At the same time, the damage of Arcane Missile would be increased by 100%. Note: prerequisite to enhance spells. Silent spell casting, metamagic ability. This metamagic ability can silently cast a spell at the cost of increasing the spell's level. This allows a spell to be cast silently without any casting action or incantation. Silent spell casting ignored all silent spells. It was difficult for the enemy to discover that a wizard was casting spells. Silent spell cast can be disguised under any movement until the moment the spell is cast. Only then can the enemy detect it. Note: epic talent, silent spell cast prerequisite. Instant cast spell, metamagic specialty. This metamagic specialty can instantly cast a spell at the cost of increasing the spell's level by 3 to make it an instant cast spell. Instant spell casting could not be interrupted by any conventional means, and it was immune to all silent spells and counterspells. Note: prerequisite to epic spell casting. Soren looked at the 3 options in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Among them, spell maximization belonged to the damage category. It could greatly increase the power of spells. If he wanted to go all the way down the path of Arcane Missile, then this ability was quite useful. Then there was silent spellcasting. This was a very effective ability to sneak up on the enemy. During the Astral War, Her Excellency the Eye of the North used silent spellcasting. During the whole process, no one noticed that she was preparing a legendary spell. It was only when the legendary spell was completed that others realized it. This ability was very popular among arcane tricksters in the past because it could surprise the enemy. Finally, there was instant spellcasting, which everyone was very familiar with. It could directly turn a spell into an instant spell at the cost of increasing 3 spell levels. This was a very useful but costly metamagic ability. Whether it was silent spell casting or instant spell casting, they were all prerequisites for future epic abilities. After mastering this metamagic ability, a legendary wizard could successively master instant spell casting, silent spell casting. Level 0, instant spell casting, silent spell casting. Level 1, instant spell casting, silent spell casting. Level 2, and so on. As long as this epic ability was mastered, there was no need to increase the spell level of the corresponding level. For example, if one mastered the epic ability Instant Spell Casting, Level 1, then all the Level 1 spells would automatically become Instant Spell Casting. There was no need to use additional Level 4 spell slots to memorize them. This epic ability could be upgraded all the way to Level 9. When one mastered the epic ability Instant Spell Casting, Level 9, all Level 9 spells would become Instant Spell Casting. There was no need to use additional spell slots to memorize them. That was why many wizards mastered the instant spell casting in advance. This was to save ability points and upgrade all the epic ability instant spell casting after entering the realm of legends. Unfortunately, Soren had never seen anyone succeed. It could be said that the most powerful spellcaster he had ever seen was Arendelle's Princess Royal. However, even she didn't master the epic ability instant spell casting, Level 9. At most, she could only instant spell casting, Level 6. This was a choice. It determined whether a spellcaster wanted to be the most powerful one, or give up on pursuing the path of being the most powerful and to master other easier and more practical abilities, such as spell casting, silent spell casting, spell delay, and so on. The Eye of the North chose to cast a silent spell. This meant that it was almost impossible for her to touch the path of being the most powerful wizard. She could only go further and further on the path of silent spell casting. Silent spell casting. And Arendelle's Princess Royal, and now Vivian, both walked the path of being the most powerful wizard. Soren could be sure of one thing. Vivian definitely mastered instant spell casting. Otherwise, her casting speed wouldn't be so fast. Many low-level spells didn't even need to be chanted. However, now that it was his turn to choose, Soren didn't know which path he should choose. If he chose spell maximization, he would pursue the most powerful spell damage. In the future, when combined with epic spell penetration, he would be able to explode with amazing destructive power. However, if he chose instant spell casting, he might be able to touch the path of being the most powerful wizard in the future. This was a difficult choice. Chapter 347. Soren fell into deep thought. Unknowingly, he had returned to his room. When he saw the scroll of the level 3 spell, Melf's Minute Meteor, on the table, he seemed to have remembered something and made a decision. The instant casting of spells was basically done after the legendary level. The most important thing for him now was his current combat power. It was too difficult to hold on to the ability to cast instant spells all the way to the legendary level. He might even have the ability to become a god by then. If he could become a god, it was not impossible to replace the ability to cast instant legendary spells in the future. The realm of the gods was full of mystery. So Soren quickly made a decision and silently said, I choose the metamagic ability, spell maximization. Once the ability was chosen, Soren's thoughts were completely opened. He quickly had new ideas about the total number of spells he had mastered, the combat application of various spells, and the types of spells to memorize. First, the level 1 spells. Defensive spells were not very useful for Soren, who had amazing dexterity and strong constitution. It could be said that most of the level 1 spells were not as good as him drawing his sword and slashing it twice. Therefore, all the level 1 spell slots were used to memorize Arcane Missile. Soren currently had 6 level 1 spells. If he memorized all of them, he could rely on the ability Spell Casting Proficiency to instantly cast 30 missile attacks, which was equivalent to a level 6 spell, Missile Storm. Note, Arcane Missile limit is 5, Lesser Missile Storm limit is 15, casting time is 2 seconds, Advanced Missile Storm limit is 30, casting time is 3 seconds. In addition to the Transformation Combat Wizard, there were also the Cold Wizard, the Death Immunity Wizard, the Missile Burst Wizard, and the Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms Wizard. The most powerful ones should be the Transformation Wizard and the Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms Wizard. These two wizard systems were born before the Arcane Empire. Currently, there were very few people who could master these two sets of combat spells. Note, Bigby, one of the most famous combat wizards in history. The inventor of Bigby's Protective Palm, level 5, Bigby's Flying Palm, level 6, Bigby's Grappling Palm, level 7, Bigby's Diamond Palm, level 8, and Bigby's Crushing Palm, level 9. These 5 spells are the legendary Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms, a set of combat spells enough to kill a legendary warrior in a head-on fight. There were 2 sets of spells that could challenge the gods. The first was the Melf's Minute Meteor that Soren discovered, and the second was the Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms, Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms. Among them, Melf's Minute Meteors had an even lower casting requirement. Once the idea was open, the ideas were much easier. Soren was not lacking in survivability, so there was no need for him to memorize a large number of defensive spells like other wizards. Therefore, the spell slots he had were used for support and burst attacks. The level 2 spells were Brute Force and Cat's Grace. The remaining 3 spell slots were all used to memorize Arcane Missile, Empower Spell, level 3 spells to be. However, Soren chose to give up on memorizing most of the spells. He only kept Fly, and then used all the other spell slots to memorize Arcane Missile, Maximum Spell. In this way, his BIU Arcane Missile Storm had been formed. From level 1 to level 3, he had memorized a total of 12 arcane missiles. With such a missile storm attack, it was not difficult to drown the enemy in an instant. Starting from level 4 spells, Soren's spell memory was a lot more cautious. This was because it was the key to the battle and also an important ability buff. He chose Brute Force, Extreme Spell, Cat's Grace Extreme Spell, and Greater Invisibility. As a professional level 10 wizard, Soren had the last 2 level 5 spell slots. However, he did not want to memorize other spells because he was going to use them to memorize his trump card. That was Melf's Minute Meteor. This was a level 3 spell. With the help of the metamagic ability, Extreme Spell, it required level 5 spell slots to be memorized. Since it was to maximize the lethality, he naturally could not use level 3 spell slots to memorize it. For the first time, Soren had a fairly clear position on the choice of spell memory. As a top rogue, he was still a novice in the field of wizards. Until the spells and abilities he had mastered gradually took shape, his mind began to gradually become clear. Although he had 22 points of intelligence and a level 10 wizard, Soren could only use about 20 spell slots. The lack of spell slots made him unable to cast spells calmly like other wizards. He could only turn the core of the battle into an instant burst, as much as possible to match his rogue's fighting style. The spell was formed. Soren became clearer about his position. He looked at his remaining 80,000 slaughter EXP and chose to memorize most of the core spells in his mind. In this way, he avoided the trouble of needing a spell book to memorize them. Professional level 10 was a watershed. From here on, the slaughter EXP needed to level up to more than 100,000. Especially spellcasting professions, it would increase by more than 20% compared to other melee professions. In a short time, Soren probably did not have much slaughter EXP to allocate to his wizard profession level. Instead, he was preparing to focus on the legendary rogue skill Shadow Realm. The morning passed quickly. After Soren sorted out his thoughts, he opened the attribute page. Now he was no longer a thief on the streets of Amber City. Even compared to the past, he had many advantages in many aspects. For example, abilities. Now, his attributes had become name, Soren. Race, half-elf son of slaughter. Attributes, strength 19, plus 7, giant strength plus 6, agility 26, plus 2, constitution 22, plus 1, intelligence 22, plus 2, wisdom 16, plus 1, charm 19, plus 3, most sorrow plus 2. Alignment, lawful evil. Profession, level 10 commoner, level 7 rogue, 012, 6500, level 5 shadow dancer, 018500, level 10 wizard, 014, 8500, grade 4. Health points, 292292 sturdy. EXP, 72075, slaughter EXP, 1545, professional EXP, unassigned. Skill points, none. Attribute points, none. Legend level, 27. Divinity, 12, minor divinity. Requires 30 points to upgrade, minor divinity. Status, normal. Basic skills, sneak 225, literacy 275, steal 75, pick lock 80, snare 75, focus 65, negotiation 75, appraise 45, deception 40, intimidation 75, taunt 20, act 25, listen 45, evasion 120, parry 55, block 30, heal 65, search 45, detect 50, scroll copy 45, spellcraft 35, survival 45, use magic device 35, cooking 35, alchemy 25. Legendary skills, omnipotent hands, epic dexterity. Special abilities, blessing of the misfortune goddess, blessing of the sea goddess, dragonblood baptism LV2, killing heart, slayer, ascetic scholar. Personal abilities, nimble left hand, eidetic memory, perseverance, encyclopedic knowledge, spellcasting proficiency, reflex evasion, evasion intuition, roll evasion, nimble movement, evade sight, dark vision, spell control, empower spell, maximize spell, minor spell resistance, minor cold resistance, minor fire resistance, minor poison resistance, minor electric resistance, greater dual wielding, sturdy, regeneration, intermediate, telepathy 10 feet. Profession abilities, shadow weave, military weapon proficiency, curved sword, legendary. Combat skills, summon shadow, shadow leap, shadow strike, shadow jump, fear gaze divine, fear divine, vampiric touch divine, counterspell, sword form, heavy hack, sword form, horizontal slash, sword form, behead, sword form, spinning strike. Attributes, skills, and abilities. A powerful professionist was built up from these three elements. Now Soren had basically surpassed other professions of the same level in these three elements. The only obvious shortcoming was that his taunt skill was only 20 points. There was no other way. Soren's fighting style had always been to get rid of the enemy quickly. There was basically no chance to taunt the enemy, so his taunt skill was the one that grew the slowest. Perhaps it was because he had more contact with women, his acting ability had improved, but his taunt skill had not increased much. Time passed day by day. Soren devoted most of his energy to the process of analyzing Melf's Minute Meteor, but he was still busy with the layout of the camp. At the same time, some information from the outside world was sent over from Port Tylon. War broke out. There were local conflicts between the orcs in the north and the southern kingdom, and a small-scale war made the situation even more confusing. The rebels on the south coast counterattacked the city, and the decaying kingdom announced that they were bewitched by the evil devil. At the same time, they urgently called on the nobles in the kingdom to wipe out the rebels. Unfortunately, there were very few people who responded. It seemed that in this period of chaos, Many people had felt the premonition of the coming turmoil. The old aristocratic forces wanted to preserve their strength, and not many people were willing to expend too much energy at this time, especially when the main force of the rebels had not been hit hard. There were only various rumors about the devil hiding behind the scenes, but no one could be sure of his identity. South gate of the camp. A sneaky figure came from the side, then climbed into a room through the window. Sir Priest. The thin figure took off his cloak, then bowed slightly and said, I didn't find anything. The guards of the warehouse are too strict, and there are magic traps set up by the witch. I dare not rashly go over and alarm them. There were many rogues among the believers of the Lady of Riches. He was one of them disguised as a follower, and he had been secretly trying to spy here since he arrived at the camp. Yes, Kim was wearing a priest's robe inlaid with pearls and gems. She nodded slightly and said, It's never wrong to be careful. Although he is friendly to us, it's best not to provoke him. Is there any news from the temple? Standing behind her was a middle-aged man who looked like an ordinary follower, but in fact, he was a grade 3 wizard. The followers of the Lady of Riches were very wide, and there were naturally many wizards who gave their faith to money. He immediately replied, There's no clear news yet, but the church is secretly sending people to negotiate with the Sea Temple. Level 5 spell message spell. After listening to his words, Kim pondered for a moment, then said, Let them speed up. The decline of the City of Riches may make the goddess dissatisfied with us. If we can open up the route here, the prosperous trade can enhance the goddess' power and influence. Yes, the middle-aged man nodded. At this time, sitting in the corner, a young woman who looked like a woman, but not a professional, more like a merchant, said, Kim, is it necessary to be so anxious? I don't think this throat cutter has much business sense at all. These days, I often go out and walk around and find that he has invested most of his manpower and material resources into that broken land. These newly cultivated lands are basically of little value. Even if the weather is good for a year, they can't make much money. It's estimated that it's not as good as the wealth of a ship's round-trip trade. With this time, energy, manpower, and material resources, if all of them are invested in the construction of the port, I'm afraid that the wealth earned in 1 year is comparable to the income of 20 years of farming. In the end, he is just a short-sighted country tycoon who only knows how to guard that land. Kim turned and glanced at her. It seemed that the young woman's status was quite high, so her attitude and tone were softer. She slowly shook her head and said, Maybe it's not that simple. A pirate king who can rise in such a short time is definitely not a simple character. Maybe he's plotting something bigger. Plotting something bigger? The others couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What was the bigger scheme behind this? Only then would they value the land more than the wealth at their fingertips. When the young woman heard this, she seemed to be deep in thought. Her eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Sea Temple. Accompanied by the sound of something being smashed, the angry roar of the Nagasiren priest came from the hall. How dare you? This ingrate that can't be fed. I don't even know when he got involved with the Church of Riches. The Nagasiren priest had an angry expression on her face, and she took a deep breath to calm down. A strange voice came from the side, which seemed to be coming from the sea under the temple. It said faintly, Your Excellency, what should we do now? The Nagasiren priest closed her eyes and pondered for a moment. Then she opened her eyes and said, This guy is getting harder and harder to control. No, we must send people to build the temple. He has developed a little in the outer islands. It's time to establish the faith of the sea goddess there. The strange voice continued to come from under the sea. What about the Church of Riches? These guys are not easy to deal with. Agree to their request. The Nagasiren priest smirked and said slowly, But they have to pay the price. Since they want to intervene in the outer islands, they must give up part of their own interests. Tell them that we must be allowed to spread our faith among the fishermen in the coastal areas before we agree to expand their trade in the outer islands. Faith exchange. This was the plan of the Nagasiren priest. It had always been difficult for the Sea Temple to find a breakthrough in the inland areas. They had been trapped near Port Tylon for nearly 100 years. Now the request of the Church of Riches was also an opportunity for her to spread her faith to the coastal areas. She did not dare to put forward conditions that were too excessive. She only targeted the fishermen who were likely to become believers of the sea goddess. As for whether they would further expand the scope and influence of the sea goddess after establishing a foundation along the coast, that was something to be discussed in the future. The rich catch could easily open a breakthrough for them. As long as the Church of Riches gave them a little authority, they could take root among the humans. As for who would gain more and have more influence in the end, it would depend on the strength of each other's churches. The Nagasiren priest was very confident about this because as long as the sea route was cut off, the situation of the Church of Riches would be quite passive. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth could not help but reveal a trace of a sinister smile. In a gloomy valley, the strong smell of blood almost enveloped the land. There were dead vampire bats everywhere, as well as those ferocious vampire servants. In the center were the bodies of the Dark Guards. As powerful fallen advanced professions, they finally died under the siege of the dense vampire bats. How is it possible? The black-robed priest was covered in blood from head to toe. Under his tattered black robe, his full body armor was exposed. He held a heavy war hammer in one hand and a shining shield in the other. His expression was a little blank as he murmured, "How could I have failed?" There were only 5 followers left near him. In the end, all the survivors were priests, high-grade priests who could wear full body armor and shield. At the same time, it did not affect their spell-casting ability. In such a fierce battle, priests were always the kind of people who could stand firm to the end. Patter. The figure of the demigod vampire fell from mid-air. There were quite serious burn marks on his chest, but the flesh and blood there were rapidly regenerating. At this moment, he did not have the elegant and calm expression at the beginning because half of his head seemed to be severely burned. Many high-grade Dark Guards fell nearby, and there were only a few surviving vampire servants. Relying on a group of cannon fodder to deal with the Dark Guards, the price paid was naturally quite heavy. It's over. The demigod vampire showed a proud smile on his face and said slowly, "The elites of the Church of Fear were all buried here by you. Even if you go back alive, the High Priest will not let you go. Have you thought about it? Choose to serve me, or choose to die. Now that you no longer have the ability to stop me, why are you obsessed with believing in a god who is about to fall? Be loyal to me. You are the next chief priest. What he can give you, I can also give you." Clang. The sound of a weapon falling to the ground. The black-robed priest in front of him seemed to have given up resistance and slowly knelt on the ground. "Ha ha!" The demigod vampire showed a satisfied smile and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After defeating the elites of the Church of Fear, they no longer had the ability to stop him from stealing the divine power of fear. When the divine power of fear accumulated to a certain extent, then he would be qualified to touch the divine power of fear. In a dark corner in the valley, the Helphemer took back the magic flute in his palm. He was surrounded by corpses that died in various ways. But one thing in common was that their expressions when they died were very peaceful. He silently looked at the demigod vampire in front of him, and his eyes seemed to shine with a strange light. Chapter 348. The night passed quickly. Soren got up early the next day because the 3rd batch of supplies from Snake Island had arrived. Snake Island was the transit station of the overseas base. There was a killer whale that was about to mutate into a sea monster. It was a very safe place. Now the killer whale was almost the size of a blue whale. Basically, a slightly smaller ship could not even withstand a hit from it. The sea near Snake Island had been divided into a restricted area by Soren. He was afraid of being attacked by the Pirate King Ishrad. As long as it was not Soren's ship near that area, it was likely to be attacked by this mutant killer whale. About half a month ago, there were merchant ships from a shipwrecked sea. No one knew if it was a real merchant ship or a spy of the pirate king Eshrod. Anyway, it was directly hit and sunk by the mutant killer whale. No one was left alive on the ship. Since then, the others had learned a lot. It took a bloody massacre to make them understand that Soren's words were not a joke. Snake Island stored a large number of supplies, many of which were directly supplied to the overseas base. This could reduce the travel time. It was also easier to avoid other people's eyes and ears. After all, there were too many forces in Port Tylon. Not far from the camp, the leader of the Drow warriors, Dark Blade Andre, was waiting in front. "Your Excellency, Throat Cutter." When he saw Soren approaching, he quickly bowed his head slightly, and then said, "I have sent those dragon eggs to the priest. There should be no problem with hatching, but it's hard to say whether it could be tamed successfully. Because we have been away from the Underdark for too long, there are very few people in the tribe who know how to tame petrifying lizards. But we will do our best." Hearing this, Sauron looked at him with a rather cold attitude, and then said, "Yes, I know." After that, he left directly. Only the Drow warrior leader was left standing in place. Dark Blade Andre looked a little nervous. After hesitating for a moment, he did not immediately follow. Instead, he waved his hand and called a Drow ranger. He frowned and said, "He is already a little impatient with us. Those damn women haven't come to a conclusion yet. At least they should say something, right? I'm worried that the Throat Cutter will become more and more dissatisfied with us." The young Drow ranger was also nervous and whispered, "Recently, many important positions in the defense have been taken over by those pirates. We basically can't do anything about the warehouse. Those pirates obviously want to prove that they are not inferior to us. I'm afraid that if this continues, we will be replaced. Besides, those pirates are humans, and we are all Drows. I'm also worried that if this goes on, Cutthroat will..." At this point, the young Drow ranger paused. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. Darkblade frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "These damned females are really stubborn. We're obviously living under their roof, but they're still behaving like slaves." The Drow ranger also showed a thoughtful expression on his face. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Master Darkblade, the Drow warriors are very supportive of you. Moreover, your reputation is not inferior to any of the priests, but because they're females, their status has always been higher than yours. I think that since we have gradually integrated into the surface world, maybe some customs should be given up. As males in the group, we bear more responsibilities, but we don't have the corresponding status. It's time to make some changes. If Master Darkblade is willing to stand up, I believe that many Drow warriors and rangers are willing to support you." Silence. Darkblade fell into silence when he heard the words, but there was a flash of light in his eyes, which seemed to be a little scorching. Inside the Drows, the status of male Drows was quite low, and they basically did not have much power. Even in the belief of the Dark Maiden, the female Drows still firmly occupied a dominant position. After thousands of years of inheritance and accumulation, the male Drows were not without complaints. It was just that the customs of the group had been deeply rooted, and the rule of the female Drows was still unshakable. But now that they had come to the surface world, maybe they had a chance to make some changes? In the Underdark, if a male Drow of any family ascended to the position, he might be ridiculed by other Drow families. He might even be regarded as challenging the dominance of the female Drows, so he would be punished by the Queen of Spiders or even besieged by other Drow families. But this was the surface world, and no one would attack them because of this. A cold light appeared in Darkblade's eyes. He slowly clenched the hilt of his sword and said in a deep voice, "Give them another chance. They don't know the strength of the Throat Cutter, but we can't let our people be dragged into the abyss of eternal damnation." Soren's means were too ruthless. All along, he had given people the impression that he was decisive. Darkblade was worried that something terrible would happen when His Excellency Throat Cutter ran out of patience. The port. As soon as Soren arrived at the port, he saw the priest of the goddess of riches in front of him. Gold was still dressed in jewelry, like a graceful and luxurious lady, but unfortunately, she looked a little bit vulgar. If there was a word to describe the love of the believers of the goddess of riches, then Tycoon Gold was definitely their favorite color. Your Excellency, Cyclops had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Soren, he immediately handed over a list and said, "This is the goods that were sent here. Then here is the news sent by the Sea Temple." Okay. Soren reached out and took a look. He immediately said, "The supplies allocated to the drows will be reduced by half, and the rest will be allocated as rewards for the Eastern craftsmen." After that, he opened the letter sent by the Sea Temple. After a few glances, Soren couldn't help but frown and then silently put it away. "Your Excellency." Gold came over with a smile on her face. She played with the agate ring on her index finger and slowly said, "It seems that we can sign the agreement. We have taken a fancy to the land, from the slope in front to the land here. We are willing to buy it at a price that will definitely satisfy your Excellency. At the same time, if you have no problems, the City of Wealth will soon send people to support your Excellency in the construction of the port." What a big appetite. Soren glanced at the place she pointed and found that the location Gold picked was quite tricky. She marked out nearly 1,000 acres of land in one breath. From the port to the border there, almost 1/3 of the most useful land was taken away by her. And her pointing was equivalent to including 1/3 of the port, which made Soren a little hesitant. "Your Excellency, don't rush to refuse." Gold had been secretly observing the changes in Soren's expression. After noticing that Soren seemed to disagree, she immediately said, "The fleet of the City of Wealth has set off yesterday. Maybe after you see our strength, there will be new changes immediately. Money has the most powerful magic. I believe we will not let your Excellency down." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but show a confident and playful smile at the corner of her mouth. Soren was silent for a moment when he heard this, and then put away the letter directly. The priest of the goddess of wealth in front of him was more well-informed than him. The fleet of the City of Wealth had set off yesterday. What she said was already equivalent to showing her strength. The foundation of a God's church that had stood for thousands of years was indeed far beyond his, a pirate king who had just established his foundation. Camp Warehouse. Soren had just returned here, and the half-elf first mate was already waiting. "Your Excellency." The half-elf first mate bowed slightly after seeing him, and then handed over a well-made leather armor, and said in a rather excited tone, "We have asked the craftsman to make more than a dozen dragon leather armors. This is one that was just made today. I have tested it briefly, and its protective ability is not worse than inlaid iron armor. At the same time, it is much lighter to wear. Please take a look, Your Excellency." "Completed?" Soren heard the words and showed a smile on his face. He reached out and glanced at it, then weighed it and was quite satisfied. "Not bad. But this seems to be dragon leather armor, made of Quetzalcoatlus. What about the other part?" The half-elf first mate heard the words and quietly approached a little and whispered, "The other part is more difficult to make. It may take a while, but the quality should be better than this batch." Soren nodded and said, "Let them finish as soon as possible. After a while, we may have to clean up the nearby aborigines." The half-elf first mate showed a bloodthirsty smile on his face and nodded heavily. "Your Excellency, don't worry. The task will be completed within this month." Item type: Dragon leather armor, +1. Item grade: Rare, grade 1. Item description: This is a leather armor made of Quetzalcoatlus's dragon skin. Compared to other armors, it is stronger and lighter, and has quite good protective ability. Some of the characteristics of dragon's subspecies dragon skin are retained in the leather armor, so it has good durability against fire, ice, and acid. It will not be easily damaged by the enemy's attack. In terms of craftsmanship, this dragon leather armor is a little rough. It did not reach the best effect, but it still has the potential to be enchanted. Requirements: 8 points of strength. Because it is dragon leather, it is heavier than other leather armors. Equipment effect: Dragon subspecies dragon skin Tough, defense level +5. Weapon special effect. Dragon subspecies dragon skin. This dragon leather armor has the defensive ability of dragon subspecies. It can directly resist any attack below 5 points of attack. When receiving most attacks, it can reduce the damage received. Weapon special effect. Tough. This dragon leather armor is quite tough, so it is not easy to damage it when receiving attacks. Strong acid and fire also can't easily damage it. Dragon leather is really different. Soren held the +1 dragon leather armor in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. This defensive ability was not weaker than the inlaid steel armor. If he used it to store his subordinates, their battle strength would definitely increase by a lot. Unfortunately, Soren could not wear armor. This was because wizards had a higher chance of failure when casting a spell to pierce through armor, especially those heavy full-body armors. The failure rate of casting a spell could increase to more than 50%. The only advanced class that could cast spells while wearing armor was the Arcane Knight. They had a unique ability called casting while wearing armor. Arcane Knight, advanced class, has the abilities Alertness, Iron Will, Advanced Skill Combat Casting, Ability Focus. Can cast spells while wearing any armor. Remark: one of the advanced heroic advanced classes, a class that specializes in both magic and martial arts. It was basically impossible for Soren to wear armor. There were too few Arcane Knights, so it was very difficult for him to learn the ability casting while wearing armor from them. Therefore, he could only think of ways to get a legendary enchanted robe. The legendary robe also had a strong defensive ability. It could even be directly enchanted with an energy shield without affecting the user's agility. A busy day had passed. In the evening, Soren took a stroll around the camp after dealing with many things. He also wanted to take a look at the wizard Saruman's research progress. The reclamation of the land was almost complete, and it would not be long before the seeds were sown. The fertilizers had to keep up with the progress, or the harvest this year would definitely not be enough. There are no weeds around the camp now, and the neat roads could be considered to be connected in all directions. The wizard Saruman's laboratory was in the northern corner. He seemed to like studying the plants in the tropical forest. Soren soon arrived at an independent courtyard. There were specially set up spell traps nearby. Relying on his thief's intuition, Soren easily found them. At the same time, the alarm traps set up by Saruman also noticed Soren's arrival. "Welcome, sir." The door to the courtyard opened automatically. There was a simple alchemy circle, and then Saruman's voice sounded from it. "I'm almost done with the things you need. I'm in the middle of an experiment, so I can't leave for the time being. You can come in directly." Soren glanced around and then entered the courtyard. As soon as he entered, he saw some strange plants. They looked a bit like nepenthes, and there were many other plants that were not easy to identify. These plants were planted around the courtyard, and there was a special fence around them. There was a sign in front of each plant, recording the time it was planted and so on. "This is..." Soren frowned slightly and muttered, "Man-eating flowers? Did he plant these plants? It should be those strange plants." Although the size was different and they lacked the aura of a living creature, it should be the man-eating plants in the forest. The difference was the ones in the forest were like living creatures, but the ones in front of him were a bunch of plants. "Sir." Saruman walked out of the room, bowed slightly, and made an inviting gesture, and then said, "I've already completed the first step of the things you need." He saw Soren observing the plants, and his expression changed slightly. He then pretended to be relaxed and said, "These man-eating plants are very interesting. I'm studying them." "Oh, right. These plants are the fertilizer you need, and you can see that they're growing very quickly." Soren was very sensitive to Saruman's unnatural behavior, but he didn't ask too much. After all, they were only in an employer-employee relationship. Wizards had a very special hobby. As long as it wasn't something dangerous, Soren would tolerate it. He had dealt with necromancy wizards before. Compared to those wizards who studied corpses all day long, Saruman's hobby was nothing. So he got up and entered the room, and immediately saw a lot of bottles and jars, and many glass test tubes. For a moment, It made him feel like he had entered a chemistry laboratory. Alchemy, a field that included potions, enchantments, engineering, magic runes, and so on. Even the creation of souls was within the scope of alchemy. It was a very profound field of research. In the laboratory, there were 3 apprentices busy, and next to them was a clumsy clay golem. This clay golem looked very stiff, as if it didn't have a soul, and just stood there holding a strange instrument. "Sir, please take a look." Saruman took out a box, and inside it was something the size of a grain. It smelled like urea. He reached out and touched his beard, smiled, and said, "This is what you want. I've already tested it, and it's very effective on any plant." Soren picked one up and observed it. This was a little different from the fertilizer he remembered, but it wasn't too far off. Using guano stones to turn into fertilizer wasn't a very high-end process. He gently put it back and said, "How's the production?" "This." Saruman's face was a little embarrassed, and his voice was a little lower as he said, "The daily production is about this much." Soren couldn't help but frown and said, "No, it's too little. How much could there be in this box?" The amount of land he needed to cultivate was quite large, and there were nearly 1,000 slaves in charge of farming the land. This amount of production was simply not enough to meet the needs of farming. "I know," Saruman hurriedly said. "I'm trying to find a way to modify the alchemy tools. If I succeed, the production will increase a lot." "Okay." Soren nodded, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Increase the production as soon as possible. My request is not only to meet the needs of farming here, but also to make it into a commodity. I think you should understand." Saruman nodded seriously and promised, "At the end of the month, the production will meet your requirements. P.S. The camp has developed to the point where it's close to a town, so it needs a name." Fu Tu couldn't think of a suitable name, so he could only ask for the name of a city. If anyone thinks of it, you can leave a message in the book review section. Chapter 349. After getting Saruman's promise, Soren felt a lot more relieved. Since he promised to complete the task at the end of the month, he would wait for a while. Before leaving, Soren couldn't help but glance at the man-eating plants again. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he actually found that the plants moved strangely. These mutant plants were a bit special. He hoped that Saruman's research on them would not cause any trouble. It was almost evening. Soren walked around the camp. Then he was ready to go back and continue to study Melf's Minute Meteors. This low-level god-slaying spell was really not a joke. Soren had been analyzing the spell model for so many days, but he still hadn't made much progress. In the structure of the spell model of Melf's Minute Meteors, there were many quite complicated spell nodes and spell circuits. If the spell model was compared to a circuit board, then the other level 3 spells were at the level of a calculator, and Melf's Minute Meteors was at the level of a computer. This required quite an amazing memory and analytical ability. According to Soren's estimation, the difficulty of mastering it was almost higher than level 6 spells. The sea breeze blew from the side. Soren walked along the road and then came to the west gate. As soon as he arrived here, he saw the patrolling guard a little panicked, but it didn't seem to be a big deal. Your Excellency." When the guard captain in charge of training saw Soren, he immediately trotted over and said, Miss is leading a dragon for a walk over there." "A dragon?" Soren was startled when he heard the words. Then he hurried over there. As soon as he walked around the gate, Soren saw Vivian in front of him, wearing a black princess dress and walking quite happily. Her expression was a little smug. Behind the little girl was a Quetzalcoatlus the size of a hound. It seemed to have just hatched a few days ago. At this moment, she was tying it around her neck with a pink rope and then walking it like walking a dog. The newly hatched Quetzalcoatlus was not big, but its eyes were full of fierceness. Occasionally, when someone passed by nearby, it would open its mouth and growl. It also raised its dragon wings and pretended to pounce. The growth cycle of dragon creatures was slow, but they had combat power very early. The baby dragon could fight as soon as it was born and ate the dragon egg. The pure-blooded baby dragon had a challenge level of 1 when it was born, and it could easily kill an adult man without combat training. In 3 to 5 days, the baby dragon would grow fangs and claws, and the challenge level would increase to level 2 to 3 and be able to kill some newly advanced professions. Although the Quetzalcoatlus in front of him seemed to have just hatched, it was still easy to kill 1 or 2 adults. The untamed Quetzalcoatlus was full of ferocity, and it was being pulled forward by Vivian with a rope. The little girl's it seemed that it had suffered a lot at the hands of the little girl after it hatched. The dragon whelps would not treat the first person they saw as their parents. The dragon race's hereditary memory was no joke. They could still tell the difference even if they did not look alike at all and smelled completely different. It was a lot more dangerous to raise a sky dragon than a wild wolf cub. That was why Soren didn't want the girl to raise one. Brother, Vivian soon discovered Soren behind them. The little girl let out a cheerful cry and then used a rope to pull the Quetzalcoatlus over. The newly hatched Quetzalcoatlus could not fly yet, and its running speed was not fast either. It was forced to crawl forward. Look, Vivian looked as if she was presenting a treasure. She raised the pink rope and kicked the Quetzalcoatlus with her little foot. She pulled the Quetzalcoatlus in front of Soren and said happily, "The dragon egg hatched. Big brother, look, it's called Little Black. Doesn't it look very impressive?" Little Black, Soren's mouth twitched when he heard that. He then forced himself to nod and said, "Yes, it looks very impressive." Vivian laughed happily when she heard that. She then waved her little hand and led the Quetzalcoatlus forward. She wanted to take it for a walk so that the others could get to know it. The people here were quite violent. She didn't want Little Black to be killed by these ferocious guys the next time it went out to play. The little girl's steps were very happy. Her little hand was holding a rope, and she was dragging the ferocious Quetzalcoatlus behind her. Occasionally, other people would be shocked when they saw her. Everyone would probably know that the young mistress had a dragon by tomorrow, but it was indeed very impressive. Other people were walking dogs, but she was walking a dragon. Seeing the little girl so happy, Soren could only shake his head and let her be. Dinner time. Vivian came back with the Quetzalcoatlus. The newly hatched Quetzalcoatlus had a huge appetite. If there was enough food, they could gain 3 to 5 pounds a day. In about half a year, this Quetzalcoatlus could reach a weight of about 1,000 pounds. The cat girl in a small, made costume was responsible for feeding it. She carried a big wooden bucket with one hand, which was filled with fresh fish that was sent over from the port. The little cat girl seemed to be very playful. She grabbed a fish and threw it here and there. The Quetzalcoatlus in front of her stretched its neck and caught the fish with its head. It opened its mouth and swallowed the foot-long fish in one bite. It had just hatched for a day or two, and this Quetzalcoatlus could already eat a bucket full of fresh fish. Occasionally, the little cat girl would pick up a fresh fish and smell it. She seemed to like the smell of the fish. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to put it into her mouth after looking around. Because if she ate the fish raw, Vivian would teach her a lesson. She was a little afraid of Vivian, especially when she was wearing a black princess dress. The little cat girl always felt bad and scared. A quiet day passed by just like that. Soren began to analyze the spell model of Melf's minute meteors after nightfall. Perhaps because of the accumulation of the previous few days, his research progress was slightly faster now. A magic lamp was lit in the spacious room. It felt like a 100-watt light bulb. This was an alchemy tool brought over by Gloria. There were also some alchemy tools made by the wizard Soren. Because there were 2 more orthodox wizards around him, Soren also began to enjoy some of the more advanced conveniences. Most of the time, the wizard world was full of a sci-fi fantasy world. Soren still thought that there was not much difference between golems and highly intelligent robots. In some fields, golems were even more superior than robots. Soren, who was in a state of research, forgot about the passage of time. He didn't know how much time had passed. When he came back to his senses from the spell research, the sky was completely dark. Tap, tap, tap. A very light sound of footsteps approached from a distance, and then stopped in front of Soren's door. Soren listened for a while, then put down the quill in his hand, and then put away a large stack of white paper. With the improvement of his strength, his perception and listening ability became stronger and stronger. The possibility of other rogues wanting to sneak attack Soren was quite low. Even in daily life, he was more sensitive than before. He got up and gently opened the door, and then saw the little girl standing in front of the door. Vivian was wearing a pure white nightgown and pink cotton slippers on her feet. There seemed to be a little tears in her beautiful big eyes, as if she had just woken up and was still a little confused. "Brother." The little girl opened her small hands and threw herself into Soren's arms. Drops of tears fell from her beautiful big eyes. Soren quickly hugged the little girl in front of him, leaned over and kissed her forehead. He raised his hand and stroked her back and said softly, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying?" Vivian buried her little head in Soren's arms like a little kitten and then whispered, "Brother, I dreamed of Heath. Heath, that loyal old dog." Soren's face showed a rare trace of sadness and nostalgia. He gently hugged the little girl in front of him, kissed her on the cheek, and said softly, "Don't cry. We buried Heath in the cemetery. He will rest in peace in the kingdom of the god of the underworld." Perhaps it was because she had a new pet, the little girl remembered the old dog that grew up with her. Soren was a cold person. There were not many people that he respected, and that old dog did what many people couldn't do. It was a loyal old dog. Soren could still remember how old the old dog was, but it still stood firmly by the little girl's side. Unfortunately, it didn't even have a full meal before it died. Instead, it lay in a corner and died peacefully, because Soren had come back to life, and its mission was completed. Faith kept the old and hungry dog alive until Soren woke up. Then, it relieved itself of its burden and left peacefully in a deep sleep. Soren buried it in the cemetery because it was qualified to do so. "Brother," Vivian seemed to feel a lot better after being touched by Soren. She raised her head and looked at Soren and whispered, "Vivian has become so powerful. Can you bring Heath back to life? I miss him a lot." Silence. Soren fell silent. He stroked the little girl's long hair and kissed her forehead, but he didn't answer her question. Vivian seemed to have understood something. She curled up in Soren's arms with a sad expression. "Heath." The little girl's voice was choked with sobs. She murmured, "Is he really dead? Will he never come back? P.S. That's all for today. I'll probably finish it in 10 chapters. Chapter 350. 3 days passed quietly. Soren was busy analyzing the spell model of Melf's Minute Meteors, and Gloria had been setting up a magic circle to seal off all the shadow cracks. It was easy to have accidents when infiltrating across planes. Whether it was the conflict of the plane's law causing mutations or the creatures of the shadow plane sneaking into the material plane, it would be a very troublesome thing. So for Gloria, before unraveling the mystery of the shadow plane, she had to make sure that she could enter and exit freely. As a proper wizard, she would definitely leave a safe way out for herself. Soren's reckless behavior of going in and exploring belonged to the standard style of a rogue. Last night, Gloria came to Soren's place for the night, and she also mentioned Vivian's matter. She didn't know what happened to the little girl recently. She actually asked her a lot of questions about the soul level. She even asked where the soul would go after death, and how long a pure soul could exist without reincarnation. The final place where the soul of a living creature would go after death, and the law of the soul's existence and transformation. There were a lot of things that even Gloria didn't know. After all, she was just a wizard who had just touched the legendary realm. Maybe she had mastered the technique of injecting soul fragments into the rune life, but she couldn't explain a lot of knowledge about the soul level. Vivian carefully recorded everything down and then asked her about some knowledge about legendary spells. At this point, Gloria also told Soren very seriously that the little girl seemed to have asked something about the legendary spell, wish. This spell was also a taboo among wizards because it was a legendary spell that could theoretically fulfill most wishes, but it had a serious price to pay. The wish spell could resurrect the dead, increase one's own power, increase one's attributes, and even make one immortal. In theory, this legendary spell could fulfill most of the wishes of mortals, but the price to pay was hard to say. Soren was silent when he heard this, but he didn't say much and just sighed softly. The wish spell was one of the most difficult legendary spells to master. The difficulty of just remembering this spell was frightening, let alone fulfilling the requirements to cast it. This spell ultimately summoned an elemental djinn. The effect was a bit like Aladdin's magic lamp. It might summon a djinn, or it might summon an earth djinn, or it might even summon the oldest elemental god. Currently, there were only a few people in the world who knew this legendary spell. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Soren's analysis of the spell model of Melf's Minute Meteors was finally on the right track, and the progress was close to 45%. As his progress increased, his mastery of the spell model became faster and faster. He estimated that it wouldn't take long for him to memorize it. However, on this day, the fleet of the Church of Wealth finally arrived at Port Mordor, and they also transported a lot of manpower and materials. Moder, this was the name given by Gloria. It originated from the divination of the Northern Witches. It was a character with a special meaning. She performed a simple divination on this place, and finally decided to use this name. Soren didn't really care about this, so he directly named this place Mordor. The Church of Wealth formed a huge fleet. Their abundant financial resources allowed them to directly use ocean-going ships for transportation. When Soren had just arrived at Port Mordor, he saw groups of sallow and emaciated slaves being escorted down. These were all slaves from the mines. The Church of Wealth secretly controlled many mines, which needed a large number of slaves, and the probability of slaves working in the mines was very high. The Church of Wealth secretly controlled a large number of slave trades. Of course, money was not so clean, otherwise they would not cooperate with Soren, the pirate leader. The slaves transported by the Church of Wealth were very messy. Most of them were humans, but there were also other races. Soren even saw a small number of gray dwarfs. These were first-class slaves. They were the kind of durable slaves that were welcomed by many slave mines because they had been controlled by spirit flayers for a long time. Your Excellency, after the half-elf first mate received these slaves, he trotted over and said, "The statistics have been completed. A total of 632 slaves were transported, most of which were humans and a small number of other races. 32 of them were infected, and some of them had died on the way here. They were thrown into the sea by them. Shall I go and settle them down now?" "Yes." Soren nodded slightly and did not have too much sympathy for the slaves. Such slaves could be seen everywhere in the world, and the slavery system was deeply rooted and even supported by many churches. Many of the past concepts were completely meaningless. Soon the slaves were escorted to the city of Mordor. Then, a gold priestess appeared in front of Soren. He didn't know why, but he always felt that this woman was too eye-catching. Maybe it was the gold color of her body that made Soren a little itchy. Everyone knew the habits of rogues. It was easy for them to not be able to control themselves when they saw such a tycoon. They wanted to sneak up and steal something valuable. Even if the jewelry on this woman was not a rare item, it was estimated to be worth more than 50 or 60,000 Kindler coins. High-grade priests were quite rich, and the priest of the goddess of wealth was even richer. "Your Excellency." Gold came to Soren with a smile, then made a gesture toward the port and smiled. "Then we'll start first." Rumble. A silent, loud noise came from the port, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Then they saw several of the ocean-going ships put down their decks, then open the heavy hatch, and let some huge puppet golems out. Most of them were clay golems and stone golems. These golems were about 3 meters tall, and they came to the port with dull footsteps. Then they moved forward under the control of a grade 3 wizard, and soon they arrived near the land that Soren had promised to the Temple of Wealth. Rumble! There was a loud sound of collapsing, and then there was the sound of rocks being flattened. The dozen or so puppet golems pushed forward like a large road roller. The stone golems were responsible for breaking the rocks, and the clay golems' bodies were slightly deformed. Then they worked like a small excavator, and soon the land was flattened. Golem craftsmanship. Soren's expression was a little shocked, and he was a little startled before he came back to his senses. The scene in front of him was quite impactful. Compared with primitive human labor, the golems in front of him were like the difference between modern technology and ancient civilization. However, this method consumed a lot of resources. There was no elemental pool in the wizard tower to charge the puppet golems. Such a large energy consumption must be made up with money. This difference was like the comparison of fuel consumption between riding a motorcycle and driving a tank. The golem's work efficiency was very high. They should be specially designed golems, not for fighting. In a very short time, the golems flattened the land and began to build a foundation. The clay golem was able to carry a large stone that required 2 adult men to carry, and the clay golem was able to carry it quickly with one hand. The stone golem could even lift a stone that weighed several tons and carry it away. Their work efficiency was probably higher than that of excavators and cranes, because the latter still needed people to operate, while the golems could be carried away directly. "Your Excellency," Gold's face was a little proud, and he said proudly, "The strength of the Temple of Wealth will never let you down. At this rate, the port will be completed in half a month at most." Soren did not speak, because the scene in front of him gave him a feeling of being ahead of an era. While he was still desperately relying on human labor to operate, the hands of others had begun to give him the illusion of being semi-mechanized. Golems. Soren looked at these golems and could not help but fall in a deep thought. Gloria's golems could not be brought out. They belonged to the Witch Council. She only brought a clay golem that was responsible for cleaning. However, Soren thought of another thing. War of the Golems. It was a big event that Soren remembered very deeply. It was also this event that let the world know the terrible strength of the legendary Sword Saint. The War of the Golems had not yet broken out. If no one triggered the red alert in the ruins, or if someone lifted the battle command of the Golem army in advance, would the War of the Golems eventually break out? If the Golem army was not destroyed, how much fighting power could they exert? One must know. At that time, some people estimated that their fighting power was equivalent to the main army of a duchy. If the Golem army had not triggered the red alert and went berserk, it would not have forced many legendary masters to appear in the end. Even the legendary Sword Saint would not have appeared on the battlefield of the War of the Golems. These golems seemed to have been given a final command to destroy everything, but before the command took effect, they were buried and sealed in the ruins. Later, some people explored the ruins and paid a heavy price to find the skeletons of the undead and demons. Some people speculated that a terrible plague of the undead broke out, where the demons invaded here. So the Golem army was given the final command to destroy everything. If someone could change this command, maybe everything would be different. Soren fell into deep thought. The War of the Golems was a battle of the legendary level. Many legendary masters had appeared one after another. The difficulty of exploring the ruins was also at the same level as that of the evil creatures in the desert. If he did not bring a legendary team in, he might not even know how he died. Note, most of the ruins related to the Arcane Empire were of the legendary level. The difficulty might not be much lower than the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane. P.S. Today's update. Tomorrow is almost done. There will be a surprise at the end of the month. Chapter 351. It was a sunny and windy day. In the morning, it drizzled a little, making the road a little muddy, but soon the sky was clear. It was almost February, and it was time to plant. With the help of thousands of slaves, Soren finally dug a ditch connecting the river and built a simple dam with the help of mud to stone. There was no doubt about the role of spellcasters. Mud to Stone was jointly cast by Gloria and Vivian, and it was completed in just 2 days. Such a dam could transform mud into complete stones, and the effect was estimated to be much better than cement. The well-connected ditches were distributed in nearly 5,000 acres of arable land. This was the first land that Soren reclaimed. The abundant slaves allowed him to exploit the value of labor without worry. According to his estimation, he would complete at least 10,000 acres of land this year. 10,000 acres of land was enough to easily complete the self-sufficiency of Mordor. As long as self-sufficiency was achieved, Soren basically had no worries. Food, land, and population. These 3 elements were more precious than gold in chaotic times, and they were also the key to the realm of the gods in the future. Rumble. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from Soren's residence, and then Soren stood up excitedly. But it was a little different from the past. There were 2 fireballs floating in his palms, about the size of fist. The flames were formed in a highly condensed state, and then suspended in his palms. As he moved, the flames jumped out of his palms. Melf's Minute Meteor. After such a long time, Soren finally remembered this level 3 spell. Rumble. Soren stood in place and took a deep breath, then looked at the surrounding environment. Then he jumped directly and rose to a height of about 12 meters. Then he waved his hand violently, and a fist-sized fireball whizzed out. Unlike the fireball spell, this flame was like a shot put, not an energy form like the fireball spell. The fist-sized fireball whizzed out at an amazing speed. The next moment, it hit the target in front of him, and then the target exploded into pieces of wood, leaving only a bare wooden handle. Boom! Boom! Explosions were heard one after another. In just 1 second, 5 targets were blown up in front of Soren. These training targets were basically blown to smithereens. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them would be pierced through the middle and explode. The lethality was quite shocking. Even if Soren used the Elven War Bow +2 at full strength, he still wouldn't be able to penetrate these wooden targets that were almost 10 centimeters thick. Bang! Soren landed on 1 knee. The 2 fireballs floating above his palms had dimmed significantly. In less than a second, with his astonishing agility, he had launched 5 attacks in an instant. Melf's Minute Meteor Extreme Spell. The lethality of Melf's Minute Meteor, which used Extreme Spell to turn into a level 5 spell, was a little beyond Soren's estimation. He could only make such lethality by slashing with his sword with all his strength, but this spell only needed to be thrown out. With Soren's current spellcasting level, a Melf's Minute Meteor Extreme Spell could make 11 attacks. According to his current attack speed, if he didn't consider the hit rate, he could finish it in 2 or 3 seconds. In the time it took him to be distracted, he could consecutively throw out more than 10 Melf's Minute Meteors. Rumble. All the targets were smashed, and Soren could only target the wall next to him. A Melf's Minute Meteor hit the wall, and a dent immediately appeared on the wall. The depth was close to 5 centimeters, and there was also a small explosion effect. The lethality was similar to an arcane missile. In other words, Soren's Minute Meteor's lethality was more than 30 points. Currently, he could only deal about 40 points of lethality without using his sword. Of course, as a level 3 spell, the role of Melf's Minute Meteor was not limited to this. The Minute Meteor it sent out was equivalent to a +5 level rare grade weapon, which could be easily converted to +5 penetration level. Most supernatural life forms could not be completely immune to the damage caused by it. Rumble. 5 consecutive Minute Meteors were smashed out, and a hole was directly blasted in the wall. Then the whole wall gradually cracked and finally collapsed. Your Excellency. Soon the voice of the pirate patrol guards came from outside, and a patrol team who heard the movement rushed over. Soren stopped, glanced at them, and waved his hand. It's okay. You guys go to the warehouse and get some armor. Leather armor, mail armor, inlaid armor, and half-body armor. All of them. The subordinates quickly followed the order. About a few minutes later, they moved a pile of armor over. Soren waved his sword and made a temporary wooden frame, and then he asked people to put the leather armor on. 2 level 5 spell slots were memorized with Melf's Minute Meteor, maximize spell. Soren chanted again to cast the spell, and then 2 fist-sized fireballs appeared in his palm. He first smashed the wooden frame of the first leather armor. With a muffled sound, the leather armor exploded on the spot, and the front of the chest was blown out. The second experiment was the mail armor. Soren waved his hand and sent out a Minute Meteor. In a muffled explosion, the middle of the mail armor exploded, and a hole of about 10 centimeters appeared. Then it was the inlaid armor, and this one was even more blown out. However, when Soren tested the half-body armor, the effect was much worse. Because the half-body armor was more complete, it could be understood as a simpler full-body armor. Melf's Minute Meteor only blew out a hole, and it didn't directly destroy the armor. With Soren's current spell power and the ability maximize spell, this was the limit of what he could crush. The half-body armor could barely protect against the damage of the Minute Meteor, and the full-body armor's effect would be better. The other armors were basically like paper under the penetration effect of a +5 rare grade weapon. This effect is comparable to a high explosive grenade. Soren waved his hand in satisfaction, and a hole was blown out in the ground, and then he ordered, "Clean up these things." The lethality was quite amazing. It was worth Soren's time to memorize it. The only disadvantage was that each spell only had 11 Minute Meteor bullets, and the hit rate had to be controlled by oneself. The Minute Meteor speed was very fast, but whether it could hit the target or not depended on one's accuracy. This spell couldn't be controlled by the mind. To explain it in terms of data, it needed one's own hit rate. In this regard, Soren had an unintentional advantage, because no pure wizard could have a higher hit rate than him. A simple tidying up. Soren got up and went to the port to check. Because of the support of the Temple of Wealth, Port Mordor, which had the natural advantage of a port, had been initially completed. Now, there was no problem with docking a batch of ships, and the next thing to do was to further expand the port. On the other side of the land sold to the Temple of Wealth, a house had now been built, but there was still only a foundation in the center, because that was where the Temple of Wealth was built. This group of filthy rich people actually insisted on using blocks of marble to build the temple. Anyone who knew a little about architecture knew how much manpower and money it would take to build all with white marble. There was not much marble nearby, and no marble mine had been found, so the materials to build the temple might have to be transported from other places. The somewhat paranoid priests of wealth thought that only white marble was worthy of the Temple of the Lady of Wealth, so they used a fleet to transport it from other places. This was simply wasteful to the point of making one's hair stand on end. They crossed the sea just to transport some marble to build the temple. He had to say that they were really rich. Soren couldn't ask what others did. Anyway, the land had been sold to them, and if they wanted to build the temple with marble, let them transport it slowly. If the Temple of Wealth developed too quickly in the port, Soren was a little worried. Priest Jean was still bedecked in jewels. This woman was actually quite beautiful, and she was quite experienced in dealing with people. Only her nouveau riche clothes made people feel uncomfortable, especially when there were too many unclean pirates here. When she saw Soren, she seemed to want to come over and talk to him, but at this time, a somewhat broken warship came into the port. The flag on it was broken, and it was hanging Soren's black flag. There was a situation. Soren's pupil shrank, and he rushed over in an instant. The warship quickly approached the port, and from afar, there were a lot of bloodstains and some corpses on the deck. All of them were pirates under Soren's command, and some of them were elite troops that he had a good impression of. Now, all of them were lying on the deck as corpses. The battleship was covered with marks of swords and sabers. It was obvious that it had been through a fierce battle. Even the masts had traces of being hit by cannons. Some parts of the cabin were leaking slightly. The entire battleship was severely damaged. Your Excellency, Throat Cutter. Scarface, who was covered in blood, limped out with the help of an elite pirate. His left arm was already gone, and it was tightly wrapped with bandages. This kind of injury could not be stopped bleeding, and the wound was burned to death to seal the arteries. The nearly 9-meter-tall northern man pushed away his men who were supporting him, then staggered to the front of Soren. Then he knelt down with a thud and said with a face full of grief and indignation, "Your subordinate is incompetent. Snake Island has been captured by Astrid. Our brothers have all suffered heavy casualties, and we barely managed to break out and escape. But Snake Island has already been burned down by them." Crack! The wooden planks under Soren's feet cracked inch by inch, and his face turned pale in an instant. A strong murderous aura made everyone uneasy. How was this possible? Soren growled from his teeth and said angrily, "Astrid's elites are all stationed on the Eastern Sea Route. How could they have the ability to secretly attack Snake Island?" Scarface lowered his head and said with shame, "It's the people from the Rossard Merchant Guild. We did not expect Astrid to secretly collude with the Principality of Rossard. They ambushed Snake Island and caught us off guard." The Principality of Rossard? Soren gradually calmed down and said in a low voice, "Rossard Merchant Guild? The Principality of Rossard? The Duke of Red Dragon's wife? Astrid has joined forces with them? What about the Sea Temple? Such important news. Did the Sea Temple not respond at all? Snake Island was attacked. Did they not rescue?" Scarface's expression was a little gloomy, and he said slowly, "We sent out people to ask for help, but Snake Island fell too quickly. There's no news from the Sea Temple, and I don't know if the Sea Temple knows about this." Nagasiren Priest. Soren's eyes narrowed when he heard the words, and he stomped his feet, and the ground shattered. How could they not know it all? Port Tylon was not far from Snake Island. Soren had stockpiled a lot of supplies there, and he had sent a lot of troops to guard it. It was not so easy to capture Snake Island. How could the Sea Temple not know about it? Soren took a deep breath. The oppressive atmosphere made the others nearby not dare to breathe. After a while, he helped Scarface up in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Can you still fight?" Scarface, who thought he was going to die, suddenly raised his head and said with determination, "Yes." Snake Island fell. He almost thought that he was going to die. After all, it was a very important base for Soren, and he had stockpiled a lot of supplies. As the pirate leader of the Shipwreck Bay route, his responsibility was undoubtedly the greatest. It would not be strange if His Excellency Throat Cutter directly killed him. Priest Kim. Soren turned around and looked at the priest of wealth next to him. He bowed slightly and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Priest Kim's expression was also a little dignified. He nodded gently and said, "It's a small matter. Limb regeneration is not a troublesome magic. He will soon be able to fight again." "Okay." Soren nodded slightly and then ordered his men in a deep voice, "Gather everyone to the council hall." A dignified atmosphere spread in the port of Mordor. The pirates who were originally fooling around all became well-behaved. All of them gathered with solemn expressions. One by one, the pirate leaders hurriedly rushed to the meeting hall. Their expressions were all rather solemn, as if a storm was about to arrive. Half-elf first mate Casa, red-haired female pirate Adele, Isabella, drow warrior leader Darkblade, Andre, Scarface, One-Eyed Dragon, Tiger Shark, Knight, Butler. Soren's pirate leaders gathered in the council hall. Scarface, who had just regained his left hand, had a fierce expression. He had been silently wiping his sword. Soren stood in the middle of the hall. He looked around at the pirate leaders and said in a deep voice, "Snake Island has fallen." The hall was very quiet. The other pirate leaders obviously knew the news before they came. There was no fear in their eyes. On the contrary, there was a kind of bloodthirsty excitement. This period of silence made them thirsty for blood and slaughter. After all, they were all fierce and bloodthirsty pirates in the past. As they had witnessed the establishment of Mordor City with their own eyes, these pirate leaders had enough confidence in Soren. So their first reaction after hearing the news was that they no longer had to stay in their nest to build. Snake Island had fallen. His Excellency Throat Cutter must be furious. There was almost no doubt that he would go to war with the pirate king, Ashrod. Soren's expression was cold. He glanced around the hall and said in a deep voice, "Gather the men. Adele, Isabella, you go and gather the pirate fleet in Shipwreck Bay. One-Eyed Dragon, you go to Port Tylon to gather men and ask the Sea Temple for support. Casa, half-elf first mate, you lead the dragon-headed ship to cut off the eastern route. Don't let any ships of Ashrod near the south coast. Dark Blade, Andri, you send someone to inform the high priest of the Drows. They must send men to fight in this battle. Others, gather your men and follow me. This time, we want to fight with Ashrod. Face, open, fight. P.S. That's all for today. A chapter of 4,500 words. It should be 2 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 352. Following Soren's order, the whole of Modo began to operate crazily. All the pirate minions who were lazily gathered in the taverns began to gather, and the materials stored in the warehouse were transported out in batches. Although Soren had stored a large amount of materials on Snake Island, the important part was still transported to Modo City, because this was Soren's base camp. Whether it was weapons, food, ammunition, etc., they were basically enough to meet the needs of the camp. The atmosphere of a war filled the air. Teams of patrol guards began to gather, and rare-grade weapons from the north were distributed in large numbers. Dragon leather armor was armed to the elite pirate guards, and the equipment on the drows were all replaced. Soren also had a lot of good things in his hands. Although they were not great equipment, as a pirate king, it was not difficult to take out a batch of rare grade 1 equipment. Many pirate leaders called for people to gather, and the warships docked near the port moved all the goods down and then replaced them with batches of ammunition, weapons, and medical supplies. Even the blacksmith shop was filled with the sound of sharpening knives. After being lazy for a month or 2, they were finally go to war. After killing the pirate king Ashrod, Soren would completely dominate the south coast. As long as one was not an idiot, one could see that Soren's focus was on the outer islands. In other words, if the pirate king Ashrod was defeated, the Eastern Sea route would need a pirate leader to manage it. Whether it was the half-elf first mate, the red-haired female pirate Adele, Isabella, or other pirate leaders, they all thought that they also had a chance to compete for the leadership of the Eastern Sea route. If they could be entrusted with the important task of managing the Eastern Sea route by Soren, it would be a position that was second only to one person. Mr. Kim, near the port, a young woman in a cloak said, "Is that throat cutter really planning to go to war with Ashrod? Ashrod has the support of the Naga royal family behind him, and recently I heard that he is hooked up with the vicious Duke of Red Dragon's wife. A legendary dragon disciple is not easy to deal with, and he may not have much chance of winning." Kim had a playful smile on his face and slowly said, "Isn't that good? Pirate King Ashrod is openly provoking him. He can't back down now. If he did not counterattack in such a situation, the throat cutter's status and reputation would suffer a heavy blow. However, even with the support of the Sea Temple, his chances of winning are not very high. If he loses, we could take the opportunity to make more demands." The young woman's expression seemed a little strange. She said slowly, "What if he loses?" Priest Jean glanced at him. His lips did not move, but his voice could be heard. "Then this place should have a new owner." The two looked at each other and smiled. The teachings of the Lady of Wealth were completely egoistic, which was why they were in the neutral camp, and more often than not, they were inclined towards evil. Mordor City, Soren's mansion. Gloria appeared in Soren's room, wearing a black robe. She said with a serious expression, "Are we going to fight? The Duke of Red Dragon's wife is not easy to deal with." Soren nodded. "Yes, I know. But the current situation is already difficult to back down. I have risen in the sea for too short time. Because I defeated the Swamp King head-on, it deterred others and made the other forces near the south coast not dare to act rashly. But if such a thing happens and I don't do anything, then others may take the opportunity to bite back. They will think that I'm not strong enough. At that time, not only the pirate king Eshrod, but I am afraid that the Storm Lord of the Amazon, the Chamber of Commerce Alliance on the south coast, and even the Sea Temple may bite back. Soren's sense of smell had always been very sharp. When he heard the news of the fall of Snake Island, he had already realized that this war was inevitable. Even if it was now the season for farming in Mordor City, the Shadow Plain needed to be explored slowly, and the nearby indigenous people needed to be cleaned up. But in fact, he did not have so much time. If he did not start a war, it would be a serious blow to the morale of his men. At that time, his men in Port Tylon and Shipwreck Bay might be disloyal. After all, the time of Soren's rise was too short. His prestige had been accumulated through numerous victories and cruel massacres. He absolutely could not allow the enemy to stand above him and provoke him. That's good. With Gloria's wisdom, she understood after a little thought. She nodded gently and said, "I'll go with you." "No." Soren shook his head at this time and said, "You must stay in Mordor City. At this time, I don't trust others to stay in the base camp. Only with you here can I fight with peace of mind." Gloria could not help but look at Soren worriedly and whispered, "But I'm afraid you don't have much chance of winning against the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Not to mention the Naga Siren royal family behind the pirate king Eshrod." Soren was silent for a moment, then said, "The Sea Temple will definitely make a move. The gap between the two sides is not big." Gloria shook her head gently and said, "In this case, the Sea Temple may not go all out. Otherwise, Snake Island would not fall so easily." There was a short silence. Just when Soren was about to speak, Vivian's voice suddenly came from outside the door. She seemed to be eager to try. "Brother, there's still me. Leave that bullshit Duke of Red Dragon's wife to me." The little girl was wearing a black princess dress. Her expression seemed to be a little excited. Her cute little face was full of the desire to fight, as if she had been holding it in. "There's more." Vivian had a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of her mouth. She stretched out her little hand and grabbed the cat girl next to her and said in a crisp voice, "And Lulu is also very powerful. She can fight 3 by herself. No, at least 5. No, maybe 10 of them." The poor cat girl was held by Vivian by the corner of her clothes. She was as obedient as a puppy. When she saw Vivian's gaze turn to her, she quickly nodded desperately and said, "Meow? Lulu is very powerful. Want to fight 10. Meow." The little cat girl stretched out her claws. She felt that one claw was not enough to count to 10, so she quickly stretched out the other claw. Beastmen had the ability to transform. In the battle state, part of the body's characteristics may change from human to beast characteristics. Lulu had extraordinary agility at such a young age, so her bloodline must be more unusual. "Vivian?" Gloria fell in a deep thought, then looked up and said, "The odds of winning are not very high. I have to set up a magic circle on your warship so that I can use it as a teleportation beacon. I can support you at any time when necessary." Soren did not refuse. After all, a legendary dragon disciple was really not easy to deal with. He nodded gently, but at this moment, suddenly, Gloria raised her head, looked around, and said coldly, "Who is it? Who is it? Please come out and meet me." Soren clenched his curved sword in an instant, and his whole body was tense, ready to fight. Vivian also narrowed her eyes and carefully looked around. Only Lulu did not move, and she still looked silly. Soren's perception was definitely not worse than Gloria's. Lulu, as a beast man, should have the strongest intuition, but even she did not have any reaction. The most likely possibility was that the visitor was not in the current space. Only the nature of the plane close to Soren could not detect it. As a northern witch with prophecy, Gloria could detect it. "Daughter." A magnetic voice full of charms sounded, and then a figure covered in a black robe appeared outside the door. She raised her head and looked at Gloria in front of her, then turned her eyes to Soren next to her and said slowly, "Long time no see. It seems that you are about to become a legendary. Sure enough, your vision is always better than mine." Gloria's mother? Corinne? Soren was a little stunned when he saw her, but he did not relax at all. When Gloria saw her mother, she could not help but frown, and then her face changed greatly. "Mother, you?" "Yes." The fallen northern witch nodded gently, and her expression was unprecedentedly calm, and said slowly, "I have fallen. I made a deal with a powerful existence in the lower plane. The aura of a demon." Soren's perception was quite sharp. When he heard this sentence, he immediately noticed a trace of a demon's aura. Gloria's expression was serious, and she said slowly, "What are you doing here?" The fallen northern witch got up and walked into the room. After seeing Vivian next to her, she was a little surprised, but then she said calmly, "To help you. The news of you coming to the South Coast spread widely, and I guessed that you were here. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. If you want to deal with Ashrod, I can help you." Gloria's expression did not relax at all. Instead, there was a kind of sadness from the bottom of her heart, and she sighed, "What do you want?" In the end, her mother fell. Although she foresaw some fragments of the future, she did not expect that she would actually make a deal with a demon. Fortunately, it was not a demon. Otherwise, her soul might be in the contents of a deal. "It's him." Gloria's mother looked up at Soren, and then did something that even Soren did not expect. She bowed slightly to express her respect, and then said, "Your Excellency, Throat Cutter, please forgive my ignorance and short-sightedness in the past. In the past, pride, regret, and jealousy blinded my heart." Unimaginable. Not only was Soren shocked, but even Gloria was in disbelief. Was this really her mother? That arrogant and mean woman. Why did she have a completely different feeling after she fell? It was as if her soul was sublimated. In Gloria's memory, she had never seen her mother apologize, not to mention in such a humble manner, recounting her mistakes in the past. And at the same time, her expression was so calm. Gloria took a deep breath. The change in front of her seemed to be unexpected, and she said in a deep voice, "Mother, what do you want? I don't believe that you would come here for no reason." Gloria's mother looked at Soren again and slowly said, "Him, the man outside of fate, the man who stood up when the goddess of fortune flipped the coin of fate. When I first met him, he was still an unknown thief. But now, he's the ruler of the South Coast, and he's on the verge of becoming a legend. I have enough reason to believe that he is the man outside of fate, and only he can change my fate. I don't have too many requests. I just want him to change my fate when I'm bound to fail. In return, I'm willing to give him anything he wants." Gloria's mother turned her eyes to her daughter and seemed to notice the distrust on her daughter's face. Because she was a fallen one, a witch who made a deal with demons, even her own daughter didn't believe her words. This discovery made Karina show a wry smile on her face, and she slowly said, "In the past, I was confused by pride and prejudice. After leaving the North, I went to a lot of places, and finally I figured out one thing. That is, I am willing to give up something for what I pursue. Finally, I found the answer in the desert, and I have devoted all my efforts to it. I lost my husband, and I am about to lose my only daughter. I've spent my entire life on it. For it, I changed from a noble witch in the north to an exile, and a fallen one. I will never give it up, so I'm willing to give up everything for it. I gave up pride, remorse, harshness, dignity, body, soul, silence. A deathly silence. Soren didn't know what the fallen northern witch in front of him was referring to, and why she was willing to give up everything. But now the woman in front of him gave him a shock that was hard to describe with words. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of himself when he walked barefoot for thousands of miles in the north. That moment of enlightenment and perseverance were so vivid in his memory. For Vivian, he was willing to give up everything. There was something about the fallen northern witch in front of him that reminded him of déjà vu. "Mother, Gloria's face showed a trace of sadness, and she murmured, "You." Karina's expression was very calm. Even though she said such shocking words, she still looked quite calm, as if she was talking about something unimportant. She slowly said, "I am still me, but I was blinded by my soul in the past, and now I finally see through all the fog. Your Excellency, throat cutter. My only request is that you can change my fate one day in the future. In return, I'm willing to give you everything. I can give you what my daughter can give you." Fallen, which was still so calm. That was real calmness, not a disguise of acting ability. She seemed to have found something in her heart, so her words touched people's hearts like the truth and made people feel that she was real. This kind of reality was terrible. It was also respectable. At this moment, Soren's perception of her changed completely because he found that the woman in front of him was the same kind of person as him. It was just that they pursued different things. Soren was doing it for Vivian, and she was doing it for something else. Gloria turned her eyes to Soren beside her. Her expression at this moment was quite complicated, with sadness, anger, sadness, and many other emotions that could not be expressed in words. Because the one standing in front of her was her mother, but now her biological mother had become a fallen who made a deal with the devil, and her soul might not even be in her hands. Trust. It was not as easy as imagined. Soren fell into silence. He looked at the fallen witch in front of him with a serious expression and said slowly, "Which demon lord did you make a deal with?" Silence. Fallen witch was silent. Her expression was difficult and bitter, and then she slowly took off her clothes, revealing her white and delicate skin that was like milk. There was a very strange tattoo on her chest near her ribs, which looked more like a birthmark. It was a red lip that was pierced by an iron wire. The red lip was so seductive, as if it was full of shocking beauty and some kind of power that tempted people to fall into the deepest darkness. Soren's expression was ashen. Gloria's expression was quite ugly in an instant. She glared angrily at her mother and roared, "Demon, demon, girl, king, you're crazy. Do you know what the consequences of making a deal with her are? You idiot." Soren had never seen Gloria so angry. She was always so elegant and moving, but at this moment, she was completely different. Her anger, her sorrow, it even affected Soren, who was next to her, making him feel how disappointed Gloria was at this moment. Fallen Witch slowly pulled up her clothes. Even at this moment, her expression was very calm, and she slowly said, "I know, but only the succubus queen can give me what I want. I'm destined to be the loser of fate. So, why don't I bet all my chips? Daughter, you're better than me, but there are some things you'll never understand." The succubus queen. Soren's expression was complicated, as if he didn't know what to say. He recognized the emblem of the succubus queen. It was a red lip pierced by an iron wire, a very special and shocking emblem. It was just like this troublesome demon lord. Anyone who made a deal with her would not have the slightest advantage, and in the end, they would be eaten alive. She was one of the demon lords that Soren was most afraid of. The fallen witch in front of him actually had her emblem on her body. God knows what she put in the deal. After all, the demon lord of the abyss was the most evil and depraved existence. P.S. Yup, got stuck yesterday. Just finished writing this chapter today. I don't know if you're satisfied. Anyway, I try my best. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.